Yi Feng traversed into the realm of the Dragon Clan. Upon awakening to the panel of Wuqiao Wuyo, he discovered that astonishing others could yield him emotional points for skill exchanges. Congratulations, you have exchanged the skill, technique sequence, song. Congratulations, you have exchanged the skill, technique sequence. Congratulations, you have exchanged the skill, domain expansion, infinite void. Lu Mingfei remarked, Brother Feng is truly impressive. I shall cling to your legs in the future. Lu Mingze expressed disbelief. Is there truly someone stronger than me in this world? Hilbert Jinanja declared, I entrust you with the monumental task of dragon slaying. Xu Zihong offered, perhaps I should relinquish my position as the president of the Lionheart Club to you. Thus, Yi Feng embarked upon the path of dragon slaying. Chapter 1. Awakening the System. In May, the weather began to grow warm. Yi Feng stepped into an internet cafe named Fidu. As he entered, he was immediately assaulted by the smoke exhaled by the patrons, prompting him to cough. The establishment was modest, featuring only 4 rows of computers, and most notably, it lacked a single window. He detested the odor, yet he had no choice. After all, the internet access here was quite affordable. Yi Feng pinched his nose and settled beside a student clad in the uniform of Shirlan No. 1 High School. Upon noticing Yi Feng's arrival, the student immediately inquired, Brother Feng, don't you have work today? Yi Feng merely smiled awkwardly, offering no reply. 4 months prior, he had traversed from the Blue Star. He was aware that he had entered a world known as the Dragon Clan, where the fates of characters were seldom favorable. Hui Ring, Xiaomi, Yuan Ji Shang, Yuan Ji Nu, none of them escaped the grim fate pinned by the old rogue Jiang Nan. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Feng lamented the plight of these characters and wished he possessed the power to save them. Fortunately, he was a hybrid. Unfortunately, his bloodline was classified as E-grade. Even Deadpool surpassed him in pedigree. Thus, Yi Feng relied on low-level commissions from the Hunter Market website to scrape by. Due to his inferior lineage, he could only accept simpler tasks, such as caring for unattended kittens or running errands to deliver items. That high-level tasks, like venturing to the polar regions to excavate perilous and unknown alchemical devices or capturing dormant dragons in obscure caves, were beyond his capacity, and would likely result in his demise. For now, he managed to survive by undertaking menial jobs. Seeing that Yi Feng remained silent, the student shifted the conversation. Brother Feng, shall we play a game of StarCraft? Yi Feng's gaze was fixated on the computer screen, his mouse scrolling incessantly, fearful of missing any vital information. No, I don't have much money left. I can only afford half an hour of internet time. The student scratched his head, falling silent that Yi Feng's current existence was rather bleak. Upon his arrival, he could still secure some low-level tasks. However, as competition intensified, it had been a week since he last received a commission at this rate. He feared starvation would lead him to another world. After perusing the information online, Yi Feng sighed deeply, realizing he had once again failed to find a suitable task. He reclined in his chair and addressed the student. Mingfei, I heard you received an interview invitation from Cassiel Academy. The student before him was none other than the protagonist of the Dragon Clan, Lu Mingfei, who appeared quite handsome. In the original narrative, he was depicted as an unfortunate soul. When Yi Feng first arrived and logged on, Lu Mingfei had merely stood behind him, watching him play StarCraft and commenting on his lackluster skills. Yi Feng had brushed off the remarks and even bought him a bottle of nutritional drink as a gesture of goodwill. In gratitude, Lu Mingfei had then taught Yi Feng how to play StarCraft, leading to their burgeoning friendship. Upon hearing Yi Feng's comment, Lu Mingfei expressed surprise. He had not anticipated Yi Feng would be aware of his interview invitation, as he remained fixated on the computer screen, maneuvering the human infantry in the game. Some of my classmates received invitations too. With my grades, they would likely just let me go through the motions. I might as well follow Brother Feng and do some part-time work. In truth, Lu Mingfei genuinely wished to accompany Yi Feng in his part-time endeavors, as a day's worth of work could afford him 3 to 4 days of rest. Yi Feng did not contest his statement, fully aware of the unfolding narrative in reality. This interview was specifically arranged by Cassiel Academy for Lu Mingfei, although he remained oblivious to this fact. It was this very interview that would irrevocably alter Lu Mingfei's life. Honestly, Yi Feng felt a twinge of envy for Lu Mingfei. Those who attended Cassiel Academy were a cadre of elite hybrids, destined for a singular purpose, to slay dragons. Yi Feng too aspired to be a dragon-slaying hero, yet unlike other transmigrators, he lacked the support of a system present. He was preoccupied with the worry of his next meal. Even if he were to join Cassiel Academy, his low bloodline would likely lead to his expulsion. It seemed he would soon bid farewell to Lu Mingfei. Yi Feng sighed. A sudden bounty emerged on the Hunter Market website. Curious, he clicked to view it, discovering an A-level commission. Commission level A. Task. Proceed to table 21 at Chuanyu Hotpot. Retrieve a document from beneath the table and deliver it to the 18th floor of Xiangjiang Building. Yifeng was perplexed. He had not anticipated that a simple errand would be classified as an A-level task. Typically, such tasks were rated at D level. Perhaps the issuer had made an error. He dismissed the thought, but when he glanced at the reward section, he was taken aback. The reward was a staggering 200,000. This sum would suffice for several years' expenses, yet Yifeng sensed something amiss. A task with such a high reward would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, and its elevated level suggested numerous obstacles along the way. He had frequently undertaken errands before. While they were straightforward, the compensation was usually around 50. After careful consideration, he realized that Chuanyu Hotpot was merely a 5-minute walk, while the Xiangjiang Building was about 10 minutes away. The duration of the task was relatively short, but he feared encountering adversaries with superior bloodlines. That Yifeng could not rule out the possibility of facing dangerous foes. As in his previous errands, he had only encountered ordinary individuals due to the low-level nature of the tasks. With his bloodline advantage, he had found it easy to handle such foes. However, against those with higher bloodlines, he would be nothing more than a punching bag. Though initially hesitant to accept the task, the alluring reward was difficult to resist. As the journey was not far, he could secure 200,000 in less than half an hour. Just as Yifeng grappled with his decision, a voice echoed in his mind, signaling the awakening of a system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the anime character fusion system. Current reward. Anime character card. Wuqiao Wuyo. Upon hearing the news, Yifeng's heart leapt with joy. He never anticipated that he would awaken a system. Moreover, it was his most cherished character, Wuqiao Wu. This character hails from the anime Zhou Shu Hui Zhan. He promptly opened the character ability introduction panel. Character card, Wuqiao Wu. Unlocked abilities, 6 eyes, curse technique song. Locked abilities, technique reversal He, virtual technique Z, unlimited technique, domain expansion Wu Liang Kong Chu. Unlocking abilities requires the use of emotional points. Emotional points can be acquired when others experience emotions towards the host. Upon reading the system's introduction, Yifeng felt assured that this mission was secure. With the integration of this system, the sum of 200,000 was within his grasp. Chapter 2. Payment upon delivery. Although the character card possessed limited skills, the presence of 6 eyes and song was sufficient for him to complete the task. With this thought in mind, Yifeng rose to his feet. By the time Lu Mingfei registered what had occurred, Yifeng had already vanished from sight. If he couldn't get into university, perhaps following Feng Ge wouldn't be too bad after all. Lu Mingfei felt a pang of envy towards Yifeng that as anticipated. The journey was devoid of peril, and he arrived swiftly at the designated task location, Chuanyu Hotpot Restaurant. Yifeng found it peculiar. The restaurant was brightly lit, each table laden with meat and vegetables, the hot pot bubbling vigorously, yet no patrons were present. Even the staff were nowhere to be seen. Yifeng's instincts warned him that this was unusual. It was mealtime, and ordinarily, the restaurant would be bustling with customers. Why was it empty at this hour? Yifeng couldn't afford to ponder too long. He was intent on retrieving the document pouch specified in the task. Cautiously, he scanned the surroundings and ventured into the hot pot restaurant. He hastily approached table 21, meticulously feeling beneath his astonishment. He discovered a document pouch. That moment, a slender girl with dark red hair entered through the door. She glanced at the document pouch in Yifeng's hand, raising an eyebrow. I want that document pouch. Hand it over, and I shall offer you 300,000. Yifeng scrutinized the girl, clutching the pouch tightly. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her. It was likely that she, like him, was a bounty hunter. During missions, he often encountered peers. However, previous tasks had been of a lower tier, with modest rewards, and conflicts with fellow hunters were rare. This time, however, the stakes were high, and competitors would undoubtedly seek to claim the bounty for themselves. With this in mind, Yifeng heightened his vigilance. If anything seemed amiss, he could utilize the character card. Noticing Yifeng's heightened alertness, the girl flicked her dark red hair. There's no need to be so tense. I harbor no ill intentions. I saw the task on the Hunter Market, and I'm quite interested in the bounty offered by the requester. I hope you will relinquish the document pouch to me. I assure you, you will not be at a loss. Yifeng remained cautious. After all, in this line of work, one walked a razor's edge, and words were often laced with deceit. How can I trust that you will indeed give me 300,000? The girl merely smiled, producing a student ID and waving it before Yifeng. That my name is Chun Mo Tong, a student of Kaiser Academy. As a bounty hunter, you must have heard of this institution. Yi Feng was taken aback. The person before him was the female protagonist from the Dragon Clan, Nono. Her fiancé was the heir of the most formidable mixed-blood family in Europe, the Caesar family, Caesar Gattuso. It was unfortunate for Lu Mingfei, the naive boy who had long harbored feelings for her. Everyone in the academy was aware of his affections. Yet, Chun Mo Tong had always kept him at arm's length. With this thought, Yi Feng sighed for Lu Mingfei. Nonetheless, if the person before him was indeed Chun Mo Tong, he could believe that she would produce the 300,000. Although the original narrative did not elaborate, her family background was undoubtedly impressive. Earning 300,000 with ease was an enticing prospect. Just as he was about to hand over the document pouch to Chun Mo Tong, a torrential downpour began outside the hot pot restaurant. However, the rain did not seem to affect Yi Feng and Chun Mo Tong. Payment upon delivery, Yi Feng declared, raising the document pouch towards Chun Mo Tong. Agreed. Chun Mo Tong wasted no time and pulled out a bank card. As they prepared to finalize the transaction, Yi Feng suddenly noticed dark figures gathering outside. Chun Mo Tong was equally startled. She stared at the silhouettes and felt a chill run down her spine. Blood. I crave blood. Her blood is exquisite. I long to drain her of her blood. The shadows outside multiplied, and their voices reached Chun Mo Tong's ears. As a second-year student of Kaiser Academy, she recognized that these were Sorcerer. Sorcerer were originally mixed-blood beings, but upon surpassing the critical blood limit, 50, they lost their sanity and became puppets of the dragon kind. Yi Feng was also alerted by the commotion outside. He had not expected such a multitude of Sorcerer to appear. He realized that this mission was far from straightforward. The Sorcerer continued to gather, surrounding the hot pot restaurant, inching closer to the entrance to tea. That moment, Chun Mo Tong felt the urgency to act. She retrieved a handgun from her backpack and rushed to the window, firing frantically at the Sorcerer outside. Though fear coursed through her, she quickly regained her composure. Panic would not serve her now. She had to carve a bloody path to freedom. Initially, she contemplated calling the academy for backup, but was perplexed to find that there was no signal. Thus, she turned her gaze to Yi Feng, who still stood motionless, believing he had been paralyzed by fear. Come help me, or we shall perish here, she shouted at Yi Feng, harboring little hope for his assistance. After all, his lineage was not particularly impressive, barely above average. Yet, an extra pair of hands would be beneficial. Even if Yi Feng's bloodline was lacking, he could still contribute to the fight at that moment. Yi Feng was unafraid. He had awakened the system. Moreover, he had yet to utilize the character card. Once activated, the Sorcerer outside would fall before him in a single strike. He was eager to test the potency of Wu Tiao Wu's curse techniques. Chun Mo Tong, observing Yi Feng's inactivity, could only curse under her breath that it seemed that relying on this ordinary hunter was futile. She would have to fight her way out alone. As Chun Mo Tong continued to shoot, Sorcerer kept falling. Yet another emerged from behind. With ammunition dwindling and the Sorcerer continuing to surge forth, Chun Mo Tong refused to surrender. She would not easily succumb here. Meanwhile, Yi Feng shouted within his mind to the system. System, activate the character card. Character card. Wu Tiao Wu activated. Merging in progress. 60 in an instant, a surge of power coursed through Yi Feng's body, yet simultaneously, he felt an intense pain. He crouched down, overwhelmed by agony. Chun Mo Tong was taken aback by the urgency of the situation. She could not afford to concern herself with Yi Feng. Instead, she focused on firing at the mercenaries outside the window. Character fusion complete. At that moment, a deep azure light erupted from Yi Feng's eyes. His formerly black hair transformed into silvery strands reminiscent of icy peaks. Yi Feng rose to his feet, his piercing azure gaze fixed upon the throngs of mercenaries outside. With his newly acquired 6 eyes, Yi Feng could perceive everything in his surroundings. Chun Mo Tong was startled as she beheld Yi Feng standing tall. He appeared as if transformed, exuding a striking beauty, his azure eyes glimmering like precious gems, enchanting all who beheld them. Could it be that he awakened a linguistic spirit? Such was the thought racing through Chun Mo Tong's mind. Chapter 3. Is it foolish not to earn money? Had he just entered a state of spiritual vision? And what was the source of the blue glow emanating from his eyes? Chun Mo Tong was filled with questions. She understood that when a hybrid awakens their lineage, if their bloodline is sufficiently potent, their eyes emit a golden light, much like Chu Zihang. Yet, Yi Feng's irises were blue. A lineage capable of producing golden eyes must be formidable, akin to Chu Zihang, who was an A-class. Chun Mo Tong pondered these mysteries. Yi Feng, with his hands in his pockets, strode out of the hot pot restaurant. She wished to stop him, but it was too late. In her heart, she feared that even with an awakened lineage, what could he achieve against the hundreds, if not thousands, of mercenaries outside? Could he truly contend with such overwhelming odds alone? Even her fiancé, Kaiser, might struggle against so many mercenaries. Heavy rain fell upon Yi Feng's silvery hair, shimmering under the lights like starlight. He paused, his azure gaze surveying the mass of mercenaries. Through the information relayed by his 6 eyes, he discerned there were over 1,000 mercenaries. He slowly raised his left and right hands, rubbing them together. Technique, gravitational shift, azure. He murmured the name of the technique, and instantly, a blue orb of light manifested between his palms. This orb possessed a formidable gravitational force, warping the very fabric of space around it. Chun Mo Tong was utterly astonished. She had never witnessed such a powerful linguistic spirit. Had he truly conjured a gravitational singularity? Moreover, this linguistic spirit was not recorded in any known lists. She suspected it could possess world-destroying capabilities. Chun Mo Tong's gaze was fixed on Yi Feng, her astonishment only deepening with his next actions. Yi Feng lifted his left hand, and the orb began to rotate, gliding in an arc around him. Wherever the orb passed, space itself was distorted. Mercenaries were drawn in, torn apart, and ultimately vanished without a trace. In an instant, a circular chasm formed around Yi Feng, and the terrifying sounds surrounding him dissipated along with the mercenaries. At that moment, the rain ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Just over 1,000 mercenaries? They hardly pose a challenge for me, Yi Feng remarked slowly, sliding his hands back into his pockets. Chun Mo Tong stood in stunned silence, her mind still reeling. She was so taken aback that she barely registered Yi Feng's approach. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 emotional points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng remained largely unfazed. Transfer me 300,000. He requested, producing an envelope and presenting it to Chun Mo Tong. Her expression mirrored that of someone gazing at a monster. She could hardly believe the terrifying power Yi Feng possessed. He had effortlessly dealt with over 1,000 mercenaries with but a single technique. As she regarded Yi Feng's azure eyes, an unexpected fear gripped her. This was undoubtedly a case of bloodline suppression. Chun Mo Tong's bloodline was rated A-class, and she felt no fear in the presence of another A-class like Chu Zihang. Thus, it was evident that the man before her possessed a lineage far surpassing A-class, if not A-class. Then it must be S-class. With this realization, she recalled her purpose for being here, to recruit an S-class student named Lu Mingfei. Now, she had encountered another individual with an S-class lineage. She had to bring Yi Feng into Castle Academy. If he were discovered by other dragon-slaying families, it would be a significant loss for the academy. What is your name? Chun Mo Tong dared not make direct eye contact with Yi Feng. Each time she did, it felt as if he could see straight through her. Yi Feng smiled lightly as he answered. Yi Feng, he was aware of the fearsome nature of his eyes. After all, these 6 eyes could pierce through all illusions, forming the foundation of limitless techniques. He took a cloth from the hot pot restaurant to cover his eyes. Yi Feng felt increasingly reminiscent of Wu Tiao Gu from an anime. With his eyes obscured, Chun Mo Tong felt a sense of relief. She produced a bank card and handed it to him. Here is 500,000. She adjusted her attire, concealed her handgun within her bag, and continued. Accompany me to Xiangjiang Building. The additional 200,000 shall serve as your remuneration. Although Chun Mo Tong possessed an A-class bloodline, she had not awakened any linguistic spirits. Moreover, she was not particularly skilled in combat. Securing Yi Feng as a bodyguard for 200,000 was indeed a profitable deal for her. The sudden appearance of mercenaries piqued her interest in the individual who had issued this task, and she wished to discover who the liaison at Xiangjiang Building truly was. With Yi Feng as her protector, she felt emboldened against any potential dangers. Yi Feng chuckled in response. Is it not foolish to pass up on money? He was more than willing, pulling out a lollipop from his pocket to enjoy. With his current strength, he had no need to fear anyone. Even the 4 great dragon kings were of no concern to him. Soon, they arrived at Xiangjiang Building. It was now 8 p.m., yet the lights within the building were entirely extinguished, shrouding it in darkness. Yi Feng found this curious. He knew the building was situated in a bustling area, frequented by many late-night workers. How could it suddenly be so quiet? Even the security guards at the entrance were absent. Yi Feng and Chun Mo Tong easily entered the elevator, illuminated only by the light within. Chun Mo Tong pressed the button marked 18, and the elevator doors began to close. The ride was eerily quiet, akin to a train descending into hell. Chun Mo Tong felt a twinge of fear, but her training at Castle Academy quickly helped her regain her composure. Yi Feng utilized his 6 eyes to continuously assess their surroundings. These eyes allowed him to perceive everything, even beyond the elevator. Everything appeared normal, yet therein lay the true terror. If all was well, this would not be an A-class mission. Soon, they reached the 18th floor. It was pitch black, and apart from a few load-bearing walls, the space was utterly vacant. Strangely, this floor remained unfinished. The task instructed to deliver the document bag to the 18th floor, yet there is not a soul in sight here. Chun Modong felt quite puzzled. With no one around, were they expected to simply leave the document bag behind and depart? At that moment, Yi Feng, utilizing his 6 eyes, discerned an anomaly on the ceiling above in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a woman clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit. The woman possessed a statuesque figure, her curves accentuated in an alluring manner. Yi Feng stepped forward, positioning Chun Modong protectively behind him, and spoke in a calm tone. "Please wait here. I shall venture ahead." With that, Yi Feng casually strolled towards the woman, hands tucked in his pockets, a lollipop leisurely resting in his mouth. Chun Modong nodded. While she trusted Yi Feng's abilities, she couldn't help but think he was overly confident, approaching the situation with such nonchalance. Yi Feng halted beneath the woman, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, and spoke softly. "Hiding your presence from me is futile. I see you." The woman was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a man with his eyes shrouded could perceive her. This was inconceivable, especially considering her own language spirit, Ming Zhao. It created a dark domain around her, rendering her nearly undetectable unless she made a sound. Contemplating this, she suspected that the silver-haired man was attempting to deceive her. However, she noticed the black cloth covering his eyes. Perhaps this man was blind. After all, only the blind could perceive sounds inaudible to others in such darkness. She pondered that if he could ascertain her location through sound, she would simply remain silent. Intent on testing Yi Feng, she remained cautious. After all, this striking silver-haired man had effortlessly slain over 1,000 death servants. Thus, she employed the ninjutsu she had mastered in Japan, utilizing Ming Zhao's concealment to stealthily move to a darker corner without making a sound. Yet in Yi Feng's eyes, regardless of how dark the environment became, he could perceive every corner through his 6 eyes. Soon, information flooded into his mind like an ocean wave, including the position of the beautiful lady. At that moment, Yi Feng stood still, his face turned towards the deeper shadows of the corridor. "Madam, are you testing me?" A smile graced Yi Feng's lips as he gazed at the woman in the black combat suit. In this entire floor, she was the only person present, making it likely that she was the one who had issued the task. He dared not act recklessly. The woman was equally astonished. She had not expected Yi Feng to recognize her as a woman. Throughout their encounter, she had uttered not a single word. How did this man discern her identity? There was only one possibility. He was not blind and had genuinely seen her. She felt a tinge of regret that this handsome man was not blind after all. However, she now acknowledged that Yi Feng possessed some prowess. Not wishing to underestimate him, she decided to drop her pretense, a hint of resentment in her voice as she said, "This handsome gentleman has seen me. I shall no longer conceal myself." She dispelled her language spirit, Ming Zhao, and leaped down from the ceiling, continuing. "Since Ming Zhao is ineffective against you, let us engage in a duel. If you win, you may pass. The mission issuer awaits you on the next floor." With that, the woman brandished a Japanese long sword, adopting a combat stance. "Very well. Out of respect for such a beautiful woman, I shall only employ one move." Yi Feng was indeed intrigued by the mission issuer, especially after the recent encounter with over 1,000 death servants in the hot pot restaurant. This suggested that the mission issuer was no ordinary individual, and he even began to speculate on their identity. The woman found his statement somewhat absurd. The casual man before her believed he could defeat her with a single move. It was ludicrous. How could one move possibly overcome her? She had painstakingly honed her ninjutsu and swordsmanship in Japan. The notion that this man, unarmed, could best her was a touch arrogant. Moreover, the darkness of the environment favored her combat style. In the pitch black, taking a head with a single stroke was where she excelled. Nevertheless, she found herself somewhat amused by the man's arrogance. "Come then." Her captivating eyes scrutinized Yi Feng's every movement, seeking a flaw. That moment, Yi Feng ceased his chatter, discarding the lollipop from his mouth, right hand still in his pocket, while slowly raising his left hand to form a gesture as if aiming a gun. Technique: Shun Zhuan. Song. In an instant, a small blue orb materialized at the tip of Yi Feng's index finger. The woman felt the orb growing larger, the surrounding space seemingly on the verge of being torn apart by its force. She had never encountered such a language spirit. The orb resembled a gravitational singularity. If struck by it, she would undoubtedly be drawn in and subsequently torn apart. As she watched the azure orb swell, the ninja within her instinctively recognized the imminent danger. Her hair stood on end at the thought of evading the orb and attempting a sneak attack from behind. Yet her instincts warned her that escape was futile. She would be inevitably drawn in. Confounded by the magnitude of the man's language spirit, she observed the space around the orb warp and distort, sensing the peril. Though her instincts urged her to flee, as a ninja, retreat was not an option. Caught in this dilemma, she could only watch as the orb expanded. The blue sphere continued to grow, and Yi Feng prepared to launch it. At that moment, the woman sighed, her survival instincts triumphing over reason. She abruptly raised her hand and addressed Yi Feng. "Did I concede? You have won." After much contemplation, she realized she was merely tasked with assessing whether this young man was worthy of joining their ranks. There was no need to risk her life. However, the azure orb emanating from the silver-haired man's finger had genuinely astonished her. She had never witnessed such a language spirit before, but instinctively felt that if the orb were to be unleashed, she would not escape unscathed. Upon hearing the woman's surrender, the orb on Yi Feng's finger vanished, and the surrounding environment instantaneously dimmed. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 emotion points, totaling 100 emotion points." Yi Feng registered the system's notification, contemplating that once this task concluded, he must investigate how many emotion points were required to exchange for the remaining. Skills of Wu Shijiao. After all, possessing only the technique Shunjuan Song was insufficient. He needed to acquire the Limitless technique, as it was the most formidable defensive skill capable of decelerating or even halting the motion of surrounding objects. With such a technique, he would undoubtedly be significantly empowered. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Feng realized he needed to accumulate more emotion points. Meanwhile, Chen Modong had not anticipated that Yi Feng would resolve the conflict so swiftly. Thinking to herself, Chen Imotong felt relieved for having invited Yi Feng over. She was not adept in combat, and had she encountered this woman, it was likely she would not have made it out alive. Finally, she would have the opportunity to meet the enigmatic individual behind the task's issuance. Chen Imotong understood that anyone capable of posting such a task was undoubtedly a formidable character. Moreover, while the woman before her had yet to make a move, her strength was certainly on par with that of Chu Zihang and Kai Sa. At this moment, she was more inclined to recruit Yi Feng into Kasai Air Academy. However, that was a matter for later. For now, she needed to ascertain the true identity of the task issuer. At that moment, the woman stepped aside to grant Yi Feng passage, and the end of the corridor led directly to the office of the task issuer. Chen Imotong felt a surge of excitement and followed closely behind Yi Feng, eager to discover the identity of the task issuer. Chapter 5. Meeting Lu Mingze. Just then, the woman extended her right hand, gripping a Japanese long knife, and blocked Chen Imotong's path. "Miss Chen, please wait. Our boss only sees him alone." Upon hearing the term boss, Yi Feng deduced the identity of the woman before him. This tall woman was Jiu de Mai, and the boss she referred to was Lu Mingze. Yi Feng was not particularly surprised. He simply could not fathom why Lu Mingze would issue such a task. Had he not awakened his system, he doubted he would have dared to engage in direct conversation with him. After all, Lu Mingze was considered a pinnacle of strength within the original narrative of Long Zhu, having even defeated by Wang He Erzuagu. Some speculated that he was the oldest king among all hybrids, known as He Wang. However, now that he possessed the fighting prowess of Wu Tiao, he felt he had a fighting chance against Lu Mingze. Though he only had the technique Shu Shi Shunjuan Song, it should suffice for a confrontation with Lu Mingze. At this moment, Chen Imotong felt a twinge of discontent. She considered herself Yi Feng's employer and believed she had the right to accompany him. She too needed to uncover the identity of the task issuer. Thus, Chen Imotong called out to Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, I must accompany you. Otherwise, you can forget about that 300,000. Yi Feng could only smile faintly in response. "Apologies, Miss Chen, but our employment relationship ends here. I cannot accept that 300,000. Yi Feng could not allow Chen Imotong to discover Lu Mingze's identity, as he was, after all, the brother of Lu Mingfei. Should Chen Imotong uncover the secret, it would undoubtedly hinder Lu Mingfei's future enrollment at Kasai Air Academy. There was even a possibility that Chen Imotong might be eliminated by Lu Mingze, which would adversely affect the unfolding narrative. For Lu Mingfei's sake, he had no choice but to decline Chen Imotong's offer of 300,000. That upon hearing Yifeng's words, Chen Imotong was incensed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yifeng, no one has ever dared to refuse me. I can raise it to 500,000. That this was the first time Chen Imotong had experienced rejection. She had always been treated like a queen, surrounded by suitors who never failed to heed her words. Even her fiancé, Kai Sa, had never dared to defy her. I am accustomed to acting according to my own will. I will not do what I do not wish to do, even if it costs me my life. Of course, you may force me. Yifeng did not turn around, leaving only his silhouette for Chen Imotong to behold, his tone suddenly growing cold. However, before you consider coercing me, think about whether you possess the ability to compel me to act. With that, Chen Imotong felt a chill run down her spine. She dared not say more, casting a defiant gaze at Yifeng's figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. She had to recruit Yifeng into Kasai Air Academy, and in the future, she would ensure this arrogant junior witnessed the power of his senior. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 emotional points. The corridor was lengthy, and Yifeng walked for quite some time. It was exceedingly dark and eerily cold, the silence surrounding him akin to traversing a path leading to the underworld. After what felt like an eternity, Yifeng finally caught sight of a glimmer of light ahead. As he approached, he realized it was a Western-style restaurant, adorned with wooden chairs and tables, exuding an opulent air. At the center sat a young boy dressed in a black evening gown complemented by a pristine white bow tie, his feet clad in a pair of white leather shoes, presenting a soft and youthful appearance. He seemed to embody the essence of a host awaiting guests for a banquet. Yifeng recognized that this young boy was none other than Lu Mingze. As Yifeng stepped forward, a server approached to pull out a chair for him. You may order whatever you desire. I highly recommend the filet mignon, cooked to medium, paired with a sip of 82 Lafite. It is truly a delicacy. After speaking, Lu Mingze picked up a knife and fork, slicing a piece of steak before savoring it with evident delight. Yifeng closed the menu and addressed the server. I'm rather uncultured. I prefer Chinese cuisine. Please prepare me a bowl of boiled cabbage. The server appeared quite troubled, considering this was a Western restaurant. Lu Mingze cast a glance at Yifeng, wiping his mouth with a napkin, and chuckled. Yifeng, you are indeed amusing. To order Chinese cuisine in a Western restaurant, no less, and a national banquet dish at that. Lu Mingze found the silver-haired man before him quite intriguing, especially how he managed to remain composed in the presence of his golden eyes. He signaled the server to comply with Yifeng's request. Lu Mingze raised his glass of red wine, swirling it gently before addressing Yifeng in a calm tone. Yifeng, your ability to eliminate over 1,000 undead and compel the strong-willed Jiodamai to concede is indeed impressive. He took a delicate sip of the wine, savoring it before continuing. Many have accepted my task, but you are the only one who has made it this far. You have proven your strength, and I wish for you to join our team. Yifeng was taken aback internally but maintained an impassive facade, still adopting his cool demeanor. He had not anticipated that Lu Mingze's purpose in issuing this task was to select suitable individuals from those accepting the mission to join their team. Upon reflection, Yifeng surmised that Lu Mingze's intention to expand his team was likely in preparation for Lu Mingfei's impending enrollment at Kasai Air Academy, aiming to bolster his support cadre. Thus, Yifeng tentatively inquired, you want me to protect Lu Mingfei? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingze froze momentarily, slowly lowering his wine glass. He had not anticipated that Yifeng would discern his intentions, and he was equally curious as to how Yifeng had learned of his motives regarding Lu Mingfei. Although he had investigated Yifeng's background and was aware of his familiarity with Lu Mingfei, he had never been present in their vicinity. How did Yifeng uncover their connection? Lu Mingze pondered where he might have inadvertently revealed his intentions. Noticing the look of confusion on Lu Mingze's face, Yifeng calmly stated, you need not concern yourself with how I know. What benefits would I gain from joining you? Lu Mingze's eyes brightened. Since Yifeng mentioned benefits, it indicated that he was indeed interested in joining their ranks. He truly wished for Yifeng to join them, for the strength Yifeng exhibited had transcended their comprehension. As1 at the pinnacle of combat prowess, he was oblivious to the true nature of the azure sphere emitted by Yifeng. With unwavering confidence, he addressed Yifeng, I can offer you wealth, power, status, women, anything this world has to offer. In this world, people were solely captivated by such superficialities. He firmly believed that Yifeng would be unable to resist the allure of these temptations, and thus he patiently awaited Yifeng's response to I wish to slay dragons before everyone. Chapter 6. If rejected, then kill. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingze was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Feng's ambition was to slay dragons. He thought the man before him was jesting. After all, in a world preoccupied with dragons, there was only one individual who harbored such aspirations. Ange, the headmaster of Kaiser Academy. The ancient Ange had made dragons slaying his life's goal, vowing to eradicate them as long as they existed. He was astonished that Yi Feng possessed such lofty ambitions, distinctly different from those hapless hybrids who indulged in hedonism and folly. Admiration gleamed in Lu Mingze's eyes as he regarded Yi Feng. Yet, Yi Feng was preoccupied with the urgency to unlock additional skills. Currently, an individual could only generate emotional points amounting to 50. He pondered how long it would take to unlock further abilities. The sole method was to eliminate the Dragon King in front of everyone, creating shock waves that would amplify the emotional points directed toward him. After all, several of his skills remained dormant, and he envisioned the grandeur of unleashing Wulian Konghua in the future. At that moment, Lu Mingze rose with a smile, extending his right hand in a gesture of collaboration. Then our goals aligned. I too wish to slay the 4 great Dragon Kings. Elated, he envisioned the addition of a formidable ally to his ranks, enhancing his future plans. Meanwhile, Yi Feng contemplated the potential advantages of aligning with Lu Mingze. In the original narrative, Lu Mingze's team typically engaged in dragon slaying through stealth, avoiding exposure to public scrutiny. When they killed Dragon King Norton, it was through a distant sniper shot executed by Jiu de Mai. Conversely, Yi Feng aspired to slay dragons boldly, seeking maximum emotional value from such acts. Crucially, Lu Mingze's team consisted of only a few members. The shock he could generate would be limited. Joining Lu Mingze would impose significant constraints upon him, which was unacceptable. Perhaps aligning with Kaiser Academy would be more advantageous. It championed heroism and boasted a larger populace. Their endeavors were never shrouded in secrecy. If he were to slay the Dragon King, the hybrids across the world would undoubtedly recognize his name. Thus, he resolved within himself that at present, Lu Mingze remained poised, patiently awaiting Yi Feng's answer. In his heart, he was certain that Yi Feng would acquiesce. That I apologize, but I have no desire to join you. I refuse to be bound by anyone's commands. I wish to act freely, to slay when I choose. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingze struggled to suppress his fury. He had not expected this silver-haired youth to dare refuse him. The only other person capable of such defiance was his brother, Lu Mingfei. If met with rejection, then death would ensue. Although Lu Mingze's expression remained calm, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Yi Feng, sensing the hostility emanating from Lu Mingze, remained unfazed, contemplating a duel using his technique, Shushi Xuanjuan Song. He was curious to ascertain whether his technique could contend with the combat prowess of Lu Mingze. Thus, he lifted the black cloth obscuring his eyes, his azure orbs fixated intently on Lu Mingze. At this juncture, he had to utilize the powers of the 6 eyes, for he dared not underestimate Lu Mingze. As Lu Mingze beheld Yi Feng's ocean-deep blue eyes, he found himself momentarily entranced. He had never encountered such exquisite eyes, and could not fathom why Yi Feng's were blued. In the realm of dragons, hybrids typically possessed twin pupils that emanated a golden hue. Yet Yi Feng was different. Could it be that Yi Feng's lineage did not stem from the Black King and the White King, but rather from a more mysterious and unknown race? Though history recorded only the Black King and the White King, humanity's chronology was extensive, allowing for the possibility of a variant of the Black King. No wonder the azure sphere he wielded was an unfamiliar manifestation of the spoken word. Perhaps it was a unique linguistic ability inherent to Yi Feng's bloodline. As he gazed into Yi Feng's azure eyes, Lu Mingze felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him breathless. He had never encountered such a sensation. Few could instill such a sense of oppression upon him, due to his noble lineage. At that moment, a flicker of hesitation crept into his heart, his instincts warning him against becoming adversaries with Yi Feng. Soon, Lu Mingze exhaled a sigh. He had no desire to oppose one of such an enigmatic lineage. While he believed that those who defied him must perish, the time to eliminate Yi Feng had yet to arrive. He needed to ascertain Yi Feng's true capabilities first. He committed Yi Feng to memory. Be on your way. Lu Mingze's murderous intent dissipated, transforming into the guise of a frail boy. Meanwhile, Yi Feng sensed the hostility waning but remained seated, seemingly awaiting something. Noticing this, Lu Mingze frowned, feeling provoked, and could not help but declare, "If you do not leave now, you may find it impossible to do so." In response, Yi Feng shrugged, feigning innocence. "My plain boiled cabbage has yet to arrive." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingze felt a surge of ire threatening to bring him to tears at the audacity of this shameless man. Just moments ago, they had nearly clashed, and Yifeng still had the gall to think about plain boiled cabbage. In a fit of frustration, he tossed a suitcase filled with cash toward Yifeng. Here is some money. Take it. There is a 5-star hotel nearby. Go and order whatever you wish. This cash was originally intended to bribe Yifeng, for who would not be tempted by money? Yet he had not expected Yifeng to show disinterest in wealth, brazenly refusing his offer. Having ample funds, he felt no loss in giving it to Yifeng, regarding it merely as an offering to dismiss a troublesome spirit. His resentment toward Yifeng was palpable. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 emotional points. Yifeng smiled, collecting the suitcase of money, departing with satisfaction. Upon returning to his estate, he opened the skill panel to check his emotional points. He was eager to see if his points could be redeemed for an unlimited skill. The host possesses a total of 200 emotional points. Unlocking the skill, Unlimited Technique requires 5,000 emotional points. Yifeng sighed in exasperation, realizing that he needed a staggering 5,000 points. Currently, he had only 200 points. It appeared that his decision to join Kaiser Academy was wise. Otherwise, how long would he have to wait to unlock a skill? However, how was he to join Kaiser Academy? Just then, a voice emerged from behind Yifeng. Why Yifeng? How dare you reject me, your sister? Upon glancing back, Yifeng discovered that Chun Mo Tong had not left. Thus he devised a plan to gain admission to Kaisei Academy. Chapter 7. You shall be my little brother. The plan involved having her recommend him for entry into Kaisei Academy. Admission to Kaisei Academy could be facilitated through mutual recommendations among students. With Chun Mo Tong's endorsement, his chances of joining Kaisei Academy would be significantly enhanced. Contemplating this, Yifeng was about to speak. At that moment, Chun Mo Tong approached him with an air of indignation, forcing Yifeng to retreat in resignation. Before long, he found himself cornered against a wall, with no further room to escape. Yet Chun Mo Tong did not relent. Just as their bodies were on the verge of contact, she extended her right hand and seized Yifeng by the collar. Her gaze was fixed firmly upon him, while Yifeng leaned against the wall, attempting to evade her stare. The scene resembled a rogue woman teasing a respectable man. Why Yifeng? Who was it that you met? Yifeng could only turn his face away, avoiding her piercing eyes. No one. You wouldn't recognize him even if I told you. Very well. Yifeng, you are the first man ever to dare reject me. Suddenly, Chun Mo Tong yanked on Yifeng's collar, trying to lift him, but at her height of 1.7 meters, she was simply unable to budge him. Clenching her teeth, she maintained her grip, determined to assert her dominance. Why Yifeng, realizing he needed her assistance, submitted to her outburst. Thus, he managed a conciliatory smile. Miss Chun, I have a matter I would like to request your help with. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo Tong's furious expression softened slightly. Yifeng, you finally have something to ask of me. She relaxed her grip on his collar just a tad and continued. Speak. What is it that you wish from me? Yifeng retained his posture against the wall and replied, I wish to join Kaisei Academy. Chun Mo Tong was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to recommend Yifeng herself. Fearful of his potential rejection, she had refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, Yifeng was known for his capriciousness, making it difficult even for her, skilled in profiling, to predict his intentions. Now that he was beseeching her, it was imperative that she teach this man, who had previously rebuffed her, a lesson about not dismissing a beautiful woman's requests lightly. With an air of arrogance, a slight smile graced her lips. Why Yifeng? I can recommend you for admission to the academy, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Yifeng replied without hesitation. Once you join Kaisei Academy, you must be my little brother. Chun Mo Tong wore a triumphant expression, akin to a child who had successfully snatched a toy from another. However, Yifeng was not particularly shocked by this demand. He was aware of her penchant for collecting little brothers, as illustrated in the original narrative where Chun Mo Tong had taken Lu Mingfei under her wing. Chun Mo Tong was fiercely loyal to her little brothers, always shielding Lu Mingfei in the depths of the Three Gorges. She had even relinquished the sole oxygen tank to him. Regrettably, while Lu Mingfei harbored feelings for Chun Mo Tong, she merely regarded him as a little brother. Nonetheless, Yifeng had no intention of becoming her subordinate. Possessing the abilities of Wu Shizuan, he had no need for protection, and he preferred to act according to his own inclinations. Thus, Yifeng coldly replied, even if I cannot gain admission to Kaisei Academy, I will not be your little brother. Yifeng had already resolved that, even if Chun Mo Tong declined to recommend him to Kaisei Academy, he would find an alternative route. Tomorrow marked the day of Lu Mingfei's interview at Kaisei Academy. he could go and present himself, potentially securing admission. At that moment, Chun Imotong's slender brows twitched, her expression growing increasingly displeased. She had been rejected yet again by Yi Feng, and she never anticipated that he would dare to spurn her 3 times. Yi Feng, if you reject me, you shall never gain entry to Kaisei Academy. Chun Imotong was genuinely incensed. Never had anyone dared to reject her so many times. She was determined to have Yi Feng as her little brother, and regardless of his refusals, she would assert that he was indeed her little brother. This fact would remain unchanged, irrespective of any circumstances that might arise. This was her mindset. She had always been domineering, and now more than ever. Once she had set her sights on something, no one could alter that. Suddenly, she grasped Yi Feng's collar with both hands and attempted to hoist him in a shoulder throw. Yet, no matter how hard she strained, Yi Feng remained as immovable as a rock. She gritted her teeth, continuing to exert herself, but he remained steadfast. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. She had never experienced such humiliation, and this was the first time a man had brought her to tears. She could not allow Yi Feng to witness her in such a vulnerable state, for she always maintained a facade of strength in front of others. Thus, she fought back the tears, quickly regaining her composure. But Yi Feng, having seen her tearful state through his keen perception, chose to remain silent. Her tears were of no concern to him. Miss Chun, you need not worry about my admission to Kaisei Academy. I will find my own way. With that, he forcefully shrugged off her grasp on his collar and stood tall. At that moment, Yi Feng resembled an imposing mountain. Chun Imotong, left with no options, could only bite her lip, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, do you not understand the value of cherishing a delicate flower? Chun Imotong felt the urge to cry, yet she fought to suppress it. This was the first time she had encountered such a man. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 50 emotional points. Yi Feng remained silent, whistling as he slipped his hands into his pockets and sauntered away with his long strides. Yi Feng, come back. Even if you are unwilling, you will forever be my little brother. As she watched Yi Feng's nonchalant departure, Chun Imotong could only sit quietly on the ground. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any presence, leaving only Chun Imotong sitting alone on the ground. No one knew whether she had cried. All that was evident was that this woman remained seated for a prolonged period. After a while, she finally stood upright, cleared her throat, and retrieved her phone, dialing a number for Kaisei Academy. Norma, I have discovered a hybrid who has recently awakened his linguistic abilities. His lineage is likely of A rank or above. That I request the school allow me to arrange for his admission. On the other end of the line, a sweet voice responded, I have informed the principal of your request. He will provide you with a response tomorrow morning. Chun Imotong ended the call, her eyes fixed intently on the spot where Yi Feng had departed. Yi Feng, even if you refuse me, it is of no consequence. Regardless of your acknowledgement, you are unequivocally my little brother, Chun Imotong's little brother. Chapter 8. Is this a cosplay of a certain character from Japan? At this moment, the sun was on the verge of rising in the homeland, while it remained night in a certain country in Europe. Within the opulently decorated nightclub, a man with a head of white hair, clad in an elegant evening suit, was seen arm in arm with a woman of exquisite grace, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The woman was acutely aware that the suave gentleman before her was none other than the esteemed principal of Kaisei Academy, Shirobot Rong Ongja. Her gaze, aflame with desire, was fixated on this refined man, her heart utterly captivated by his presence. Unbeknownst to her, this man may have surpassed the age of 130, for outwardly, he appeared no older than 50. She entwined her hands around Ongju's neck, her eyes brimming with seduction, contemplating a delightful evening with this man she had only recently met. Just as she leaned in for a kiss, Ongju's phone buzzed with a message. Upon reading it, his eyes sparkled with fervor as he promptly pressed the acceptance button. The woman, still yearning for his lips, was abruptly pushed away by Ongja. Confusion filled her mind. Her celebrated beauty seemingly had no effect on this man. By the time she realized what had transpired, she saw him departing in a Maserati. Inside the vehicle, Ongja immediately dialed a number. Nuoma, inform Shinmadong that Yi Feng must be brought to Kaisei Academy, and also assist me in booking a flight. I am returning to Kaisei Academy at once. After ending the call, his interest in the youth named Yi Feng intensified. He had just received a message from Nuoma, containing Shinmadong's report on Yi Feng. Such an individual piqued his curiosity, especially since, according to Shinmadong's description, this silver-haired youth possessed striking azure eyes. Moreover, he wielded an unknown form of linguistic magic, its potency rivaling that of cataclysmic spells. With this thought, excitement surged within him as he pressed down hard on the Maserati's accelerator, the vehicle galloping like a wild stallion across the road. He never anticipated that the expedition to China led by Professor Guderlian would yield such remarkable findings. An S-class Lu Mingfei and a Yifeng, whose mysterious lineage could unleash world-ending linguistic magic. Why Yifeng's heritage might even surpass that of a Dash-class AT. This juncture, Ongzhe was deeply intrigued by Yifeng, feeling an urgent need to return to Kasai Academy and retrieve all available information on him. After all, Yifeng could potentially aid in their grand dragon-slaying scheme. As the Maserati's accelerator was pressed to the floor, Ongzhe still felt the vehicle was not fast enough. The speedometer had already soared to 300, yet he continued to push the accelerator to its limits. On the morning of the second day, Yifeng arrived at Li Jing Hotel, the very venue where the interview for Lu Mingfei at Kaisei Academy took place in the novel. Although other students were also being interviewed, this particular assessment was essentially tailored for Lu Mingfei, with the others merely serving as background. Upon entering the hotel, Yifeng was struck by its opulent decor, truly befitting the only five-star establishment in the city. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor, which housed the executive conference hall, a favored meeting spot for the city's prominent figures. As the elevator ascended slowly, a sense of nervousness washed over Yifeng. He was uncertain how to introduce himself. Hello, I am Yifeng, a mixed blood, and my ability is Shushi Shunjuan Song. I wish to join your esteemed Kaisei Academy. He repeatedly adjusted his attire and rehearsed his tone, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Jioda Yaji and Yisheng. Soon, the elevator reached the 5th floor, revealing a spacious area adorned with lavish decorations. Along the wall sat several chairs, where Yifeng noticed Lu Mingfei and others waiting for their interviews. At that moment, Lu Mingfei sat in a chair, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, while Chun Wanwen beside him appeared anxious, her hands tightly clasped. Upon spotting Lu Mingfei, Yifeng approached him. Mingfei, your interview is coming up. Why do you still look so indifferent? Lu Mingfei, roused from his reverie by Yifeng's voice, was both surprised and delighted to see him. He was astonished that Yifeng had appeared at this particular venue, the site of the Kaisei Academy admissions interview. Yet he was also relieved to have a familiar face around, which would ease his anxiety during the interview. Yifeng, how did you end up here? Lu Mingfei asked, a smile breaking across his face. Yifeng responded with a chuckle. I thought I might come here to recommend myself and see if Kaisei Academy would accept me. This revelation left Lu Mingfei and the others in a state of disbelief, especially as they noted Yifeng's peculiar appearance, a black cloth obscuring his eyes and his striking silver hair. Is he cosplaying a character from some Japanese anime? They wondered, and it seemed that anyone associated with Lu Mingfei had a few screws loose. Lu Mingfei also found it odd that, after just one night, Yifeng had sprouted silver hair and transformed to look remarkably handsome, exuding an aura reminiscent of an anime character. However, he refrained from asking, assuming that Yifeng, too, was fond of anime and had dressed as a character. At that moment, Zhao Menghua interjected with a hint of derision, Lu Mingfei, does your friend have a few screws loose? Kaisei Academy is not a place just anyone can enter. You must receive an invitation to be eligible for the interview. Zhao Menghua spoke with an air of arrogance, pride evident in his gaze. We are all students of Shirlan No. 1 High School. Which school do you come from? In his eyes, only students from Shirlan No. 1 High School were worthy of attending the Kaisei Academy interviews. With that, he unconsciously lifted his chin. I have not attended high school. I left after middle school to work. Now, I wish to pursue my studies and see if I can join Kaisei Academy. Yifeng replied. Zhao Menghua could not help but mock him. Kaisei Academy is a top-tier institution. You, someone who hasn't received an education, think you can join? That is absurd. I suggest you return to your job. With that, Zhao Menghua turned his head away, dismissing Yifeng entirely. In his mind, only the elite from Shirlan No. 1 High School deserved a place at Kaisei Academy, much like one of its legends, Chu Zihong, a star athlete and top student who had been recruited by Kaisei Academy last year. Unbeknownst to Zhao Menghua, Yifeng silently endured the ridicule, unwilling to explain. He couldn't very well tell Zhao Menghua that this was a school for the deranged, filled with troubled youths whose aspirations revolved around slaying dragons. Kaisei Academy valued lineage over academic performance, yet he dared not voice this. Just then, the door to the interview room swung open, and Lu Miaomiao emerged, her expression one of dejection. Chapter 9. Zhao Menghua's discontent. Everyone turned to Lu Miaomiao, recognizing that the Kaisei Academy interview had not gone well for her. Following her was a sweet-looking girl, whom Yifeng recognized as Jioda Yaji, the sister of Jioda Mai. In the original text, She would later join Yi Sheng in searching for the Bronze City in the Three Gorges. However, tragically, Yi Sheng sacrificed himself to ensure Jioda Yaji's survival, only for her to be consumed by a giant mouth in the water after delivering the Dragon King Norton's remains to the Monier. All of this was the fault of Jiang and Lao Ze. Yi Feng sighed, feeling a sense of sorrow for their doomed romance. Next, Su Xiaoqiang. Jioda Yaji called out, glancing at Yi Feng with curiosity. Where did this cosplayer come from? But he's rather handsome. However, she quickly shifted her focus back to the task at hand, leading Su Xiaoqiang into the room. Moments later, Su Xiaoqiang hurried out, her eyes glistening with tears. Resembling a wronged little girl, while a man with a smile stood behind her, Yi Sheng, one of the interviewers. Su Xiaoqiang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What kind of school is this? They are playing with people." With that, she grabbed her bag from a nearby chair and stormed off without looking back. Before Yi Feng and the others could react, Yi Sheng continued, "Next, Chen Wenwen. Good luck." Lu Mingfei cast a determined glance at Chen Wenwen, trying to encourage her. Yi Feng observed this exchange, feeling a mixture of sympathy and resignation. In the original narrative, Lu Mingfei harbored a secret affection for Chen Wenwen, but alas, she did not reciprocate. Ultimately, during a movie outing with the literature club, Lu Mingfei attempted to confess his feelings, only to be preempted by Zhao Minghua, who publicly declared his affection for Chen Wenwen, leaving Lu Mingfei humiliated. Reflecting on this, Yi Feng felt a pang of compassion for Lu Mingfei. His romantic journey was indeed fraught with obstacles, first with Chen Wenwen, then Chen Modong, and finally a little monster. At that moment, Zhao Minghua's expression bore a hint of mockery. Did you see that? Even the two most outstanding girls from our school failed their interviews. You should just leave before you become the subject of ridicule. Lu Mingfei, unable to tolerate Zhao Minghua's arrogance, contemplated defending Yi Feng. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, for Zhao Minghua hailed from a wealthy family and commanded a retinue of followers in his class. In stark contrast, he perceived himself as a mere failure, utterly incapable of competing with Zhao Minghua. With this realization, Lu Mingfei could only lower his head, allowing Zhao Minghua to relentlessly mock Yi Feng. Yet, he harbored a fervent desire for Yi Feng to counter Zhao Minghua's taunts. In his mind, Yi Feng epitomized a courageous and tenacious spirit. After all, Yi Feng had been tirelessly working part-time to support himself, undoubtedly braver than he was. Yet, in this moment, Yi Feng remained silent, enduring Zhao Minghua's derision. Observing this, Lu Mingfei felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that Yi Feng, too, could exhibit cowardice like himself. Nevertheless, he refrained from blaming Yi Feng, recognizing that he himself was no better off. In Yi Feng's perspective, Zhao Minghua was merely a frog in a well, utterly oblivious to the true nature of Castle Academy, mistakenly believing it to be just another ordinary aristocratic institution. Yi Feng was disinclined to enlighten him, for his foremost concern was devising a strategy to introduce himself to Jioda Yaji and Yi Sheng later. The door to the interview room swung open once more, revealing Chen Wenwen, her expression inscrutable as she stared at her toes. Upon seeing her exit, Lu Mingfei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had intended to inquire about the interview's content, seizing the opportunity to cultivate a closer bond with Chen Wenwen. However, Yi Sheng's voice echoed again, calling for the next candidate, Lu Mingfei. With a tinge of regret, Lu Mingfei cast a fleeting glance at Chen Wenwen before trailing behind Yi Sheng. At that moment, only Yi Feng and Zhao Minghua remained in the room. Seeing that Yi Feng was ignoring him, Zhao Minghua chose silence, turning his gaze elsewhere. The atmosphere grew profoundly quiet, punctuated solely by the breaths of Yi Feng and Zhao Minghua. Soon, Lu Mingfei re-emerged, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, in stark contrast to the previous girl's expressions of resignation and defiance. Once again, Yi Sheng's voice resounded, calling for the next candidate, Zhao Minghua. Rising, Zhao Minghua adjusted his expensive suit with an air of confidence as he followed Yi Sheng, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Feng. "Brother Feng, I shall take my leave now. Good luck," he remarked before hastily exiting the parlor. Yi Feng could only smile and nod, understanding that Lu Mingfei was eager to catch up with Chen Wenwen for a heartfelt conversation to deepen their connection. A sigh escaped Yi Feng's lips as he anticipated the outcome of Lu Mingfei being toyed with by Zhao Minghua. Before long, Zhao Minghua stepped out, wearing an expression of indignation. He had not expected the so-called Castle Academy to pose such peculiar questions, especially after he had meticulously prepared for the interview the previous night. To his dismay, none of his preparations proved useful, and the queries were increasingly bizarre. It appeared that his hopes of gaining admission to Castle Academy were dashed. Meanwhile, Yi Feng cast a glance at Zhao Minghua, puzzled by the silver-haired youth's peculiar appearance. He checked the interview list and found no mention of this individual. Everyone else had completed their interviews. How could there suddenly be an extra person? At that moment, seeing that all others had finished, Yi Feng approached Zhao Menghua. Mr. Yi. Greetings. I am Yi Feng, and I wish to participate in the Castle Academy interview. Yi Sheng, taken aback, had not been informed of a candidate named Yi Feng attending the interview today. Was there an error in the list? Yet, it seemed improbable. As the list was provided by Norma, and errors were unlikely. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he politely inquired, Yi student, you are also from Shirlan No. 1 high school, correct? Did you receive an interview invitation as well? Yi Feng was about to respond when Zhao Menghua interrupted. He is not a student from our school. He claims he wishes to recommend himself for admission to Castle Academy. Initially intending to leave this wretched place, Zhao Menghua paused to observe how this individual would be rejected. After all, if even someone as exceptional as himself faced rejection, then this illiterate who had not even completed high school stood no chance. Yi Sheng, startled by Zhao Menghua's comment, pondered why this silver-haired youth sought admission to Castle Academy. Could he be a hybrid? However, after careful consideration, he concluded that it was unlikely. Ordinary hybrids were typically unaware of Castle Academy's existence. Only those with particularly distinguished bloodlines received acceptance letters. Yet, he had not received any notification from the Academy, leading him to suspect that Yi Feng might simply be an ordinary person who knew about the interview and wished to try his luck. After all, Castle Academy did not consider grades in its admissions process. Only those who passed the interview could gain entry. Perhaps he was merely hoping for good fortune to secure a place at Castle Academy, thereby obtaining a foreign diploma to enhance his own standing. Having contemplated this, Yi Sheng responded without hesitation, I'm sorry, Yi student, but Castle Academy does not accept external candidates. Only those who receive our interview invitations may participate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Menghua's expression of indignation evaporated, replaced by a sense of superiority. I told you to leave, yet you insisted on embarrassing yourself here. Castle Academy is not a place for someone like you. Zhao Menghua felt an overwhelming sense of pride, despite his own interview failure. He at least had the qualifications that warranted Castle Academy's invitation. In that moment, he perceived himself as far superior. Yet, Yi Feng interjected. But don't you want to hear why I wish to join Castle Academy? Yi Sheng, however, cut him off, stating, Yi student, I would very much like to hear your reasons for wanting to join Castle Academy, but we have strict regulations. Without an invitation, you cannot interview. Yi Sheng continued to speak politely, believing Yi Feng to be merely an eager student. However, inside Castle Academy were only hybrids, a gathering of troubled youth. Yi Feng yearned to elaborate further, to advocate for himself, yet he was interrupted again by Yi Sheng, who simply said, please leave. Yi Feng, resigned, shook his head in defeat. It seemed that gaining admission to Castle Academy was more challenging than he had anticipated. Since this avenue was closed, he would need to contemplate other options. At that moment, Zhao Menghua wore a smug expression. I warned you to give up. A toad cannot aspire to eat swan meat. Look, you've embarrassed yourself again. Zhao Menghua reveled in the sight of Yi Feng's humiliation, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Yi Feng, but the thought of this uneducated individual, who had not even completed high school, aspiring to enter Castle Academy irked him. After all, Castle Academy was a coveted institution for them. The previous year, the legendary Chu Zihong from Shirlan No. 1 High School had also gained admission. If he could enter Castle Academy, perhaps he could boast of it in front of his classmates. Yi Sheng, observing Zhao Menghua's smug demeanor, found it distasteful. However, he felt he had no authority to intervene and could only silently wish for Yi Feng to find a better school. Yi Sheng initially intended to return to the interview room with Jiu Deji to tidy up some materials before departing. However, at that moment, a striking figure entered the reception area. Zhao Menghua gazed at this figure, captivated by the beauty of the young girl before him, momentarily rendered speechless. Yi Feng, I knew you would come here. Yi Feng turned around and was astonished to find Chen Modong unexpectedly present. Nua, didn't you say you weren't interested in the interview? What brings you here? Yi Sheng was equally surprised. He had not anticipated this spirited girl would appear in this setting. Chen Modong, disregarding the gazes of others, swiftly approached and seized Yi Feng's collar with a commanding presence that dominated the room. Yi Feng, do not think you can escape me. Yi Sheng was bewildered, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation, only aware that Chen Modong seemed to know this silver-haired youth. Moreover, her words were laden with implications. Had something transpired between Yi Feng and Nua? Why did Nua appear as if she were collecting a debt? After all, Nua's fiancé was Caesar. How dare Yi Feng act so boldly? His mind momentarily short-circuited as he stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Yi Feng, however, remained unperturbed by Chun Madong's imposing demeanor. Standing tall, he was significantly taller than Chun Madong, who had to tug forcefully at his collar to bend him down to her height. For she preferred a level gaze rather than looking up. Yet, no matter how much she pulled, Yi Feng remained unmoved. At that moment, Yi Feng averted his gaze. Unwilling to meet Chun Madong's eyes, he had no desire to engage with this unreasonable girl. He was not like Lu Mingfei, a love-starved youth. Chun Madong, left with no option, looked up at Yi Feng with resignation and produced an admission letter from Castle Academy, complete with the principal's autograph. Yi Feng, I am entirely responsible for your admission. From now on, you are under my purview. Chun Madong's eyes sparkled with pride, as if she were showcasing a prized possession. Even if you have the admission letter, I have no interest in being your subordinate, Yi Feng retorted, shrugging his shoulders. He understood that when Chun Madong spoke of him being her person, she meant becoming her lackey. He had no interest in such a role. Observing this exchange, Zhao Minghua was utterly astonished. Had it not been established that Castle Academy only admitted the elite of the elite, how could someone like Yi Feng, who lacked formal education, gain admission? Furthermore, this extraordinary girl, whose beauty surpassed all the flowers of Shirlan No. 1 High, insisted that Yi Feng be her subordinate. Zhao Minghua stood there, stunned, questioning whether the world had gone mad or if he was losing his mind. He was the top student from Shirlan No. 1 High, coming from the best family. Yet he failed the Castle Academy interview. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who had not passed the interview, was directly admitted. His mind struggled to process this information, leading to a mental shutdown. Whether you like it or not, I am the one who recommended you for admission. That is a fact, Chun Madong declared, waving the admission letter triumphantly, reveling in her accomplishment. Finally, Yi Sheng's mind caught up, and he cleared his throat a few times. Although he had numerous questions, he refrained from asking them with Zhao Minghua present. After all, Yi Feng's acceptance indicated he was a mixed blood, a detail that was best kept from Zhao Minghua. Thus, he turned to Zhao Minghua and said, "Classmate, if you have nothing else, you may leave. Our interview has concluded." Zhao Minghua, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. He wanted to see if the admission letter was genuine, as he could not fathom that Castle Academy would accept someone so uneducated. This was beyond his imagination. However, with Yi Sheng's dismissal, he clenched his fists and left the premises. Once Zhao Minghua departed, Yi Sheng finally inquired, "Minghua, what is going on?" At that moment, Yi Sheng was filled with confusion, never expecting Chun Madong to personally present the admission letter. Her words were equally suggestive, proposing that Yi Feng become her subordinate. With the irrelevant parties now gone, he awaited Chun Madong's explanation. Upon hearing Yi Sheng's question, Chun Madong sighed, releasing Yi Feng's collar and reverting to her usual demeanor. Ignoring Yi Sheng's inquiry, she extended the admission letter to Yi Feng, adopting a regal posture. "Yi Feng, this admission letter is for you. Once you confirm, you may join us at Castle Academy. Remember, this is a debt you owe me." Yi Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chun Madong would seek him out with the admission letter. He had assumed that if he declined to become her subordinate, she would not assist him. However, given her recommendation for his admission to Castle Academy, he felt compelled to comply. After all, he required more emotional energy to unlock his skills. And joining Castle Academy was the optimal choice. With this in mind, Yi Feng acknowledged that he indeed owed Chun Madong a favor, as she had facilitated his entry into the academy. Yet, the prospect of becoming her subordinate was out of the question. Consequently, he slipped his hands into his pockets, maintaining an impassive expression as he replied, "This time I owe you a favor, but I will not become your lackey." Upon hearing Yi Feng's response, a satisfied smile crept across Chun Madong's lips. As long as Yi Feng acknowledged the debt, she could later leverage it to have him assist her. She also considered that with Yi Feng's obstinate temperament, pressing him to be her subordinate at this juncture might be premature. Everything must progress gradually. Once Yi Feng was integrated into Castle Academy, she would slowly mentor him to become her subordinate. "Remember, you owe me a favor, and it must be repaid," she stated before producing a mobile phone and handing it to Yi Feng. "Simply tell the person on the other end that you confirm your admission to Castle Academy." Yi Feng took a deep breath, accepted the phone, and slowly declared, "I confirm my admission to Castle Academy." The voice on the other end responded cheerfully, "I am Norma, the Academy's secretary. Welcome to Castle Academy." At that moment, Yi Sheng, who had been overlooked, exclaimed loudly, "Can someone please tell me what is happening?" Once Yi Feng confirmed his admission to Castle Academy, Chun Madong finally relaxed and proceeded to inform Yi Sheng about everything regarding Yi Feng. Upon hearing about Yi Feng's feats, Yi Sheng was left in awe. This dashing silver-haired youth had reportedly utilized an unprecedented incantation to vanquish over 1,000 death servants. This incantation was even comparable to world-ending spells. Moreover, unlike them, he possessed azure eyes. No wonder he had to cover his eyes with a cloth. With these thoughts, Yi Sheng was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this cosplay enthusiast would possess such remarkable abilities. Previously, he had assumed Yi Feng was merely an eager student. Now he was exceedingly curious about how the academy would classify Yi Feng's level. Considering the capabilities of Yi Feng, it is evident that he is not on the same level as others, perhaps a B level at best, or at least an A level. Thus, with a look of confusion, he turned to Chun Mo Tong, inquiring about the academy's assessment of Yi Feng's rank. Chun Mo Tong glanced at Yi Sheng, maintaining her aloof demeanor, and replied simply, A level. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng was filled with doubt. The academy only recognizes 4 ranks: S, A, B, and C. How could an A level suddenly emerge? Although there was indeed an F level student in the academy, he was regarded as an exceptional case. Chun Mo Tong, noticing Yi Sheng's perplexity, provided clarification. The principal had indicated that he wished to classify Yi Feng as S level, but only Lu Mingfei qualified for that rank. To label Yi Feng as A level would be a disservice to his lineage, hence he was designated as A level. Yi Sheng was taken aback by this revelation. He hadn't anticipated the principal's favoritism towards Lu Mingfei to such an extent. Having just interviewed Lu Mingfei, he found nothing particularly remarkable about him. The notion of Lu Mingfei being classified as S level led him to suspect that Lu Mingfei might be the principal's illegitimate child. Soon, Yi Sheng felt a sense of injustice for Yi Feng. Clearly, Yi Feng's prowess was S level, yet he remained overshadowed by the principal's favoritism towards Lu Mingfei. Nonetheless, the interview had yielded significant gains, acquiring 1 S level and 1 A level candidate. Curiosity about Yi Feng began to stir within Yi Sheng. After all, Yi Feng possessed striking azure eyes, and he yearned to witness them firsthand. With a friendly smile, he approached Yi Feng, requesting, Senior Yi Feng, may I have a glance at your eyes? Chun Mo Tong crossed her arms and cast a resigned glance at Yi Sheng. She had seen Yi Feng's eyes before. They were as clear and captivating as sapphires, undeniably beautiful. Yet, while mesmerizing, they also seemed to possess an unsettling ability to perceive one's very essence. Recalling the earlier incident in the hot pot restaurant, she shivered involuntarily. Now that Yi Sheng expressed his desire to see, she chose not to divulge just how terrifying Yi Feng's eyes truly were. Such eyes were far more daunting than Chu Zihong's golden pupils. After all, if someone wished to court danger, she saw no reason to intervene. Yi Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, acquiesced to Yi Sheng's request. After all, Yi Sheng was now considered a senior, and fostering a good relationship might prove beneficial within the academy. Gradually, he loosened the cloth covering his head. As his azure eyes came into view, Yi Sheng was struck by their beauty, resembling exquisite blue gemstones. However, as he gazed longer, an unsettling chill coursed through him. He felt as though those eyes could penetrate his very soul, a terrifying sensation that made him fear for his very existence. Desperate to escape Yi Feng's gaze, he attempted to close his eyes, yet it felt as though that gaze was inescapable. The sensation was overwhelming. Under Yi Feng's scrutiny, he briefly entertained thoughts of ending his own life. The omnipresence of those eyes filled him with dread, leading him to believe that perhaps death would be the only reprieve from their captivating yet terrifying allure. Observing the fear etched on Yi Sheng's face and the perspiration trickling down his forehead, Yi Feng could only offer a faint smile. Aware that Yi Sheng was nearing his breaking point, he promptly wrapped the cloth back around his head. Without Yi Feng's gaze upon him, Yi Sheng finally registered that his white shirt was drenched in sweat. Shock and regret filled him as he realized the magnitude of his experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 emotional points. The familiar system notification chimed, prompting Yi Feng to smile wryly. It seemed a meager sum for such a momentous revelation. If he wished to acquire a new skill, he would have to wait an eternity. Yet, Yi Feng quickly recalled that upon Lu Mingfei's arrival at Castle Academy in the original narrative, the day coincided with the Day of Freedom. On this day, the Student Council and Lionheart Society would engage in a fierce contest, providing an opportunity for him to defeat Chu Zihong and Caesar, thereby earning emotional points from both factions. With this in mind, Yi Feng began contemplating which skill to acquire next. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng struggled to catch his breath, his heart racing as he processed the terror he had just experienced. He had never anticipated that a mere glance could evoke such a profound fear of death. He suspected that Yi Feng's lineage might even surpass S level. After all, Chu Zihong's golden pupils paled in comparison to Yi Feng's formidable gaze. Curiosity piqued. He pondered who would emerge victorious in a confrontation between Yi Feng and Chu Ziyang. As he regained composure, although Yi Feng's head was still wrapped, he dared not look directly at Yi Feng's eyes. Eager to depart with Jiu de Yaji, he politely extended his hand, saying, "Yi Feng, welcome to Castle Academy." Yi Feng reciprocated the gesture, shaking Yi Sheng's hand. Chun Mo Tong recalled that the true focus of this interview was Lu Mingfei. With Professor Gudilian preoccupied in Russia recruiting an A-level student, the principal had entrusted her with the responsibility of overseeing both Yi Feng and Lu Mingfei. She needed to inquire about Lu Mingfei's interview performance. How did Lu Mingfei fare? She asked. At that moment, Yi Sheng's expression shifted, adopting a serious demeanor as he promptly handed over Lu Mingfei's responses to Chun Mo Tong. She glanced them over briefly and casually remarked, "Not bad." Chun Mo Tong understood that regardless of Lu Mingfei's responses, the outcome would remain unchanged. She recognized that this interview was merely a formality. Castle Academy would accept Lu Mingfei regardless of his answers. Having investigated Lu Mingfei's character, she knew he was timid and academically challenged, likely unable to secure a place at any institution domestically. For someone like Lu Mingfei, all he needed was an opportunity, and he would undoubtedly seize it to ascend. In her mind, Chun Mo Tong was confident that Lu Mingfei would indeed join their academy. As she raised her head, her eyes sparkled with assurance. Given Lu Mingfei's disposition, he would certainly become a part of our academy. Observing Chun Mo Tong's confidence, Yi Feng couldn't help but interject. Lu Mingfei harbors feelings for Chun Wenwen. As long as she does not reject him, he will remain steadfastly at her side. Even if you were to coerce him into joining, he would likely refuse. Yi Feng was aware that in the original narrative, Chun Mo Tong had previously invited Lu Mingfei, but he had declined in favor of confessing his feelings to Chun Wenwen. A sense of sympathy welled up within Yi Feng for Lu Mingfei's romantic endeavors. He imagined that Lu Mingfei might currently be preparing to confess to Chun Wenwen. As a friend, Yi Feng felt compelled to support Lu Mingfei in his quest for love. At that moment, when Lu Mingfei became a mere backdrop for Zhao Menghua's confession, both he and Chen Modong appeared simultaneously to alleviate Lu Mingfei's embarrassment. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Chen Modong felt a jolt of disbelief. She could hardly accept Yi Feng's assertion. After observing Lu Mingfei for so long, how could he possibly reject such a splendid opportunity for the sake of a woman? Moreover, that woman might not even reciprocate his feelings. How could there be such foolish men in this world, willing to forsake their future for a woman? She could not bring herself to believe that Lu Mingfei would be so naive. At this juncture, noticing Chen Modong's incredulous expression, Yi Feng spoke up. "If you doubt me, we could make a wager." "What sort of wager?" Chen Modong crossed her arms, maintaining an aloof demeanor. "You can have him choose between Chun Wenwen and Castle Academy." Yi Feng, with his hands in his pockets and an indifferent air, continued, "If you lose, you shall be my assistant." Chen Modong, filled with confusion, widened her eyes at Yi Feng. "As your assistant? Simply answer whether you dare to accept," Yi Feng replied, a hint of provocation in his smile. "Very well. If you lose, you must become my subordinate." Chen Modong raised an eyebrow, confidently gazing at Yi Feng. She did not believe she would lose, for she had conducted a thorough investigation into Lu Mingfei. Instead, she perceived this as an opportunity for Yi Feng to become her subordinate. Yi Feng insisted that Chen Modong agree, his expression remaining impassive. He desired Chen Modong as his secretary, for he intended to establish a new club upon joining Castle Academy, striving to make it more formidable and renowned than both the Student Council and the Lionheart Society. Through this new organization, he aimed to astonish everyone at Castle Academy, unlocking all emotional triggers to facilitate the acquisition of his skills. With Chun Modong as his assistant, perhaps his fame would further amplify. For the fiancé of the Student Council president, serving as his aide would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. Moreover, having read the original text, he knew Lu Mingfei would never consent to join Castle Academy. This bet, he was certain, was one he could not lose. Meanwhile, Chun Modong tugged at Yi Feng as they left the hotel, eager to discover whether Lu Mingfei would indeed join them. Soon, they spotted Chun Wenwen and Lu Mingfei walking along the road. Chun Wenwen held a bouquet of foxtails, evidently a gift from Lu Mingfei. With her head bowed, dressed in a modest dress, she appeared quite serene. Lu Mingfei drew near to Chun Wenwen, his expression visibly tense. The gentle breeze tousled the foxtails in her hands, causing them to sway. The two shared no words, merely strolling along the street, allowing the wind to caress their bodies. In that moment, they resembled a pair of budding lovers. Perhaps Lu Mingfei was savoring this instant, Yi Feng mused, feeling reluctant to reveal the truth to him. Yet, he also couldn't bear to see Lu Mingfei remain deceived. Chen Modong, however, was unperturbed by such thoughts. She pulled Yifeng forward, interrupting their intimate moment. Lu Mingfei, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the girl with flowing red hair, was momentarily startled, akin to a character stepping out of a comic. But upon noticing Yifeng behind her, he regained his composure. He assessed Chen Modong before greeting Yifeng. Feng Ge, this is. Before Yifeng could finish, Chen Modong interjected, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei, I have something to discuss with you. Yifeng was taken aback by Chen Modong's directness. Realizing she had skipped the introductions entirely, it seemed she was indeed eager. Lu Mingfei, bewildered, wondered what this beautiful girl could want with him. Chen Wenwen, too, was astonished that Lu Mingfei knew such an attractive girl. In her mind, he was an introverted boy. How could he possibly associate with someone so lovely? Thus, she bashfully said, Lu Mingfei, since you have matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Though Lu Mingfei wished to retain her company, he sensed that Yifeng and Chen Modong were seeking something from him and refrained from insisting. He had relished the solitude with Chun Wenwen, the happiest moment for him. Yet it was abruptly interrupted by Yifeng. A twinge of resentment festered within, but he dared not voice it, burying it deep within. Miss, do you require something from me? Lu Mingfei questioned, still perplexed that such a stunning girl would approach him. He assumed she must be Yifeng's girlfriend. Given their striking compatibility, envy crept into his heart. If only he were as handsome as Yifeng, perhaps he could swiftly win over Chen Wenwen. At that moment, Chen Modong wasted no time in pleasantries, diving straight into the matter. Lu Mingfei, we at Castle Academy are quite pleased with your interview results. We wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. Lu Mingfei was taken aback. He had not anticipated passing the Castle Academy interview, considering his own grades. He had not held out hope, yet here he was, being informed of his acceptance into such a prestigious institution. Chen Modong, arms crossed and exuding an air of authority, continued in a tone that brooked no refusal. However, you must provide me with an answer right now. Do you wish to attend or not? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei felt a whirlwind of conflict within him. He had intended to contemplate his decision, but the girl before him exuded an aura that made it difficult for him to speak. Observing his silence, Chen Modong adopted her regal demeanor once more. This opportunity is singular. Respond to me now. Should you decline, the doors of Castle Academy shall remain forever closed to you. Lu Mingfei's heart was torn. While he felt a flicker of joy at having passed the interview, the abrupt demand for a decision posed a formidable challenge. In his heart, Chen Wenwen was the most important person to him. He originally planned to confess his feelings to Chen Wenwen in the coming days. If she accepted him, they would be together. If she rejected him, he could go abroad to study at Kasai Academy. He believed the chances of Chen Wenwen accepting his confession were slim. Yet she had just accepted the dogtail grass he gifted her. Moreover, they walked down the street together like a couple, and she did not seem to dislike him. This feeling ignited a flicker of hope within him. He sensed that Chen Wenwen might have some affection for him. Chen Ma Tong observed Lu Mingfei lost in thought, feeling quite certain about the situation. After all, the opportunity to change one's life was something an ordinary person would grasp. Furthermore, Lu Mingfei was no ordinary person. He was the sole S-rank student, though he remained unaware of it. As a mixed-blood individual, he would not forsake a golden opportunity for love. Meanwhile, Yefeng stood with his hands in his pockets, glancing around with an air of indifference. In truth, he already knew Lu Mingfei's answer. In the original work, Lu Mingfei felt profound loneliness and a lack of love due to the sorrow of blood. Just a sprinkle of love and hope could compel him to forsake the entire world, even his own life. At that moment, the wind gently caressed their bodies, and the street seemed to stand still. Chen Ma Tong fell silent, waiting patiently for Lu Mingfei's response. After a long pause, Lu Mingfei appeared to muster his courage, clenching his fist with unwavering determination. If this was the only opportunity, then I shall forego it. Chen Ma Tong found this utterly unbelievable. Was Lu Mingfei truly foolish, as Yefeng suggested, to relinquish this chance for a woman? Now, Chen Ma Tong only wished to strangle this imbecile. Yefeng, however, was not surprised by this answer. He understood Lu Mingfei's character well. Chen Ma Tong, unwilling to give up, contemplated persuading Lu Mingfei. Remember, Kasai Academy is an opportunity that could change your life. If you forfeit this chance, you will forever remain an ordinary person. Lu Mingfei displayed a nonchalant demeanor. Being an ordinary person is quite fine. Being a hero comes with its own burdens. In his heart, Chen Wenwen was paramount. To forsake Chen Wenwen for entry into Kasai Academy would lead to a lifetime of regret. Besides, what harm was there in being an ordinary person alongside Chen Wenwen? At this moment, Chen Ma Tong felt a mix of frustration and disappointment, unable to comprehend how Lu Mingfei could be such a waste. unwilling to strive for heroism. Yet, she had no choice. She could not force him. With a sigh, Chen Matong realized she had lost the bet with Ye Feng. She had hoped to use this opportunity to make Ye Feng her subordinate, but now she found herself in the role of his assistant. Gritting her teeth, she felt a sense of injustice. Why was it always her being overshadowed by Ye Feng? With this thought, she resolved to reveal a truth to Lu Mingfei, hoping that the knowledge might sway him to join Kasai Academy. Thus, she earnestly addressed Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei, as a girl, I can tell you that Chen Wenwen does not like you. Chapter 14. Do not mind me. Upon hearing Chen Matong's words, both Ye Feng and Lu Mingfei were taken aback. Lu Mingfei reacted most strongly. He had great confidence that Chen Wenwen would accept his confession. How could this girl, who didn't even know Chen Wenwen, claim to know her feelings? This was mere nonsense, a fabrication concocted to prevent him from entering Kasai Academy. At that moment, the wind on the street ceased, leaving the group in an uncomfortable silence. Lu Mingfei could no longer contain his anger. After all, he had cherished his moments alone with Chen Wenwen until Ye Feng and Chen Matong had intruded, leaving him feeling slightly vexed. Now, Chen Matong had the audacity to assert that Chen Wenwen did not like him. What gave her the right to say such a thing? She did not even know Chen Wenwen as well as he did. With this in mind, Lu Mingfei cast a fiery glance at Chen Matong. Even if Chen Wenwen did not like me, I would continue to cherish her. What concern is that of yours? Chen Matong was rendered speechless by Lu Mingfei's retort. She had not expected him to be so stubborn. Everyone could see that Chen Wenwen was not fond of him. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, who had been observing quietly, felt helpless and sought to comfort Lu Mingfei. He understood Lu Mingfei's affection for Chen Wenwen, yet he could not allow Lu Mingfei to become ensnared in this illusion. Knowing the outcome of the entire class's collective mockery, he felt genuine sympathy for Lu Mingfei and wanted to help him. Lu Mingfei, please calm down. Ye Feng said in the most neutral tone. They will band together to tease you, and you will end up as a mere backdrop when Zhao Minghua confesses to Chen Wenwen. As a friend, I do not wish to see you hurt. Ye Feng articulated Lu Mingfei's future fate, genuinely hoping he would reconsider and not be deceived by Chen Wenwen's facade. At that moment, a gust of wind picked up once more on the street, stronger than before, tousling Ye Feng's silver hair slightly. Lu Mingfei's anger intensified. He was astonished that even Ye Feng, whom he respected greatly, would utter such words. It was one thing to withhold support, but to imply that Chen Wenwen was deceiving him was unacceptable. Chen Wenwen was a wonderful girl. How could she possibly deceive him? Just moments ago, she had walked with him and accepted his gift of dogtail grass. How could it be that she did not harbor feelings for him? Moreover, he had planned to confess to her in public during the upcoming film screening with the Literary Society. Chen Wenwen, being a quiet and literature-loving girl, would surely be touched by such a display. Ye Feng's assertion that Zhao Minghua would confess to Chen Wenwen was beyond his belief, as the two hardly interacted. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Mingfei could not help but lash out at Ye Feng. Fenggu, if you still consider me your friend, do not meddle in my affairs. After voicing his frustration, Lu Mingfei felt utterly despondent. He had not anticipated that even Ye Feng would doubt him. In a few days, he would confess to Chen Wenwen without fail. He was determined to act like a man. Thus, Lu Mingfei hastily departed, wishing to distance himself from the two. Today had been utterly dreadful for him. Ye Feng could only sigh in resignation. He had not expected the usually meek Lu Mingfei to exhibit such resolve at this moment. He was aware that in the original story, Lu Mingfei had turned down Chen Matong's invitation and boldly confessed to Chen Wenwen. Ye Feng did not wish to witness Lu Mingfei being toyed with, and he desired to lend a helping hand. However, he had already offered all the advice he could, and he could not prevent Lu Mingfei's actions. Chen Matong was filled with indignation. She had lost the bet, confirming Lu Mingfei's willingness to forsake everything for a woman, just as Ye Feng had suggested. According to their wager, she would now have to become Ye Feng's assistant. She felt a sense of bitterness. Why had her keen judgment failed her this time? She clearly intended to recruit Ye Feng as a subordinate, yet now the situation has turned on its head. At this moment, however, Ye Feng's thoughts were solely focused on how to assist Lu Mingfei, this stubborn young lad. After all, since joining Kasai College, he aimed to establish a new club, and Lu Mingfei's membership was indispensable. Although he was aware that without Lu Ming's assistance, Lu Mingfei would be rendered ineffective. Having an S-class member like him join the club would undoubtedly elevate its prestige. Furthermore, one of the reasons he appointed Chen Matong as his assistant was to entice Lu Mingfei to willingly join his club. In the original narrative, after Lu Mingfei's unsuccessful confession, it was Chen Matong who appeared to rescue him, her impressive entrance evoking envy from Zhao Minghua and others. From that moment on, Lu Mingfei fell for Chen Matong, which ultimately led to his involvement in the student council at Kaisai. now that he had Chun Modong as his assistant. Perhaps he could also persuade Lu Mingfei to join his club. His forthcoming plan was to rescue Lu Mingfei, this naive lamb, at the cinema, ensuring he would willingly follow him. Meanwhile, Chun Modong was feeling quite anxious, especially since Lu Mingfei was still upset, and she was responsible for his recruitment. If she were to mishandle this, it would spell trouble. Her fiancé, Kaisai, was eager to be the first to connect with Lu Mingfei and establish a rapport, hoping to secure his membership in the student council. However, it seemed she had inadvertently angered Lu Mingfei, who might now reconsider joining Kasai College. With this thought, she found herself seeking help from Yi Feng, surprisingly realizing her growing dependence on him. Yi Feng, think of a solution. If he does not join Kasai College, I will be in serious trouble. Yi Feng maintained his calm demeanor, spreading his hands as he addressed Chun Modong. I do have a plan. After Lu Mingfei's confession, we can make a grand entrance to rescue him. This way, he will be grateful to us and likely join the college. Upon hearing this, Chun Modong's eyes lit up, finding Yi Feng's suggestion quite reasonable and feeling immensely grateful. Yi Feng, contemplating that since he could not sway Lu Mingfei, he would have to adhere to the original storyline, concluded that Lu Mingfei must experience heartbreak first. Thank you, Yi Feng, Chun Modong expressed joyfully, realizing that without him, she might have truly botched this situation. She felt a deep admiration for Yi Feng. Ever since they met, he had resolved many of her troubles, from the hot pot restaurant to matters concerning Lu Mingfei. While she felt she only burdened him, I will simply act as Yi Feng's assistant, she thought. With this in mind, she needed to follow Yi Feng's advice and prepare to rescue Lu Mingfei in a few days. Chapter 15. Rescuing Lu Mingfei. Days later, the sweltering summer heat persisted. And although it was night, the atmosphere remained excessively humid and warm. On the bustling street, everyone donned cooler attire. Yet the oppressive weather did not deter the pedestrians from shopping. Suddenly, the roar of a speeding red Ferrari shattered the street's tranquility. Onlookers turned to discover a man and a woman seated inside the vehicle, Yi Feng and Chun Modong. Due to the weather, Yi Feng found the black cloth he wore on his head exceedingly uncomfortable and opted for a pair of sunglasses instead. He was clad in an exquisite tailored suit, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. His silver hair and tall stature created a unique aura, causing passers-by to glance back in awe. Sitting in the passenger seat was Chun Modong, adorned in an expensive evening gown, her long red hair meticulously styled. Together, they appeared like a pair of celestial beings, captivating the admiration of all who beheld them. Yi Feng's destination was the private cinema where members of the literature club gathered, and his attire, along with the Ferrari, had been personally arranged by Chun Modong. They were now embarking on a mission to rescue Lu Mingfei. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a private cinema that was rather empty since it had been booked exclusively by the literature club. The drowsy security guard was startled awake by the roar of the car's engine. Upon seeing the red Ferrari parked at his booth, he initially contemplated asking them to leave, as parking was prohibited. However, as the couple emerged from the vehicle, the tall man in a suit clearly emanated the aura of a gentleman, while the woman, in her elegant evening gown and high heels, appeared equally refined. Their attire resembled that of attendees at an elite social gathering. Yet this was merely a small private cinema. Surely they had not mistaken the venue. The guard hesitated to approach, but Yi Feng placed a wad of cash on the desk, politely stating, "Sir, could you please keep an eye on my car? I will be leaving shortly. Consider this cash as parking fees." The guard, taken aback by the generous tip, eagerly nodded, never having anticipated such generosity from Yi Feng. With the guard's agreement, Yi Feng and Chun Modong proceeded inside the cinema. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei was still in the restroom, splashing water on his face. He scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, acutely aware that today was the day he would confess his feelings. After the film, he intended to declare his affections for Chun Wonwon in front of everyone. A wave of nervousness washed over him. This was his first brave endeavor. He had no retreat now. Initially, he had considered that if his confession failed, he could study abroad and avoid seeing Chun Wonwon again. However, having turned down Chun Modong's invitation a few days prior, the gates of Kasai had seemingly closed. For Chun Wonwon, Lu Mingfei was willing to sacrifice everything, convinced that being with her was worth it. The thought of renting a small apartment with her in this city, marrying, and eventually having a son filled him with joy. Chun Wonwon will surely accept my confession, he mused, buoyed by the prospect of their future together. He splashed water on his face once more, bolstering his confidence. He believed he had meticulously prepared for this moment. After all, he had bribed the projectionist with a pack of cigarettes to showcase the most touching scene of the film during his confession. He envisioned himself presenting Chun Wonwon's favorite dandelion during his speech, knowing her penchant for romance would surely charm her. At that moment, Zhao Minghua entered the restroom and handed Lu Mingfei a bag. "Wear this during your speech." Chen Wenwen said it should be formal. Lu Mingfei took the bag and, upon opening it, discovered a standard suit. Although it was what Chen Wenwen requested, he had no reason to refuse it, and he felt that wearing a suit would enhance the impact of his confession. Thus, he changed into the suit, stepping out of the restroom with renewed confidence. The film was nearing its conclusion, and it was time for Lu Mingfei to deliver his speech. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his courage and ascended the stage to prepare for his address. Suddenly, Zhao Minghua stood up, directing Lu Mingfei to position himself at a specific spot. Confused by the unfolding events, Lu Mingfei complied without protest. Su Yanyan and Su Miaomiao followed suit onto the stage. By the time he grasped the situation, he noticed letters illuminating the screen behind him. They spelled out Chen Wenwen, "I love you." His position coincided precisely with the letter I, while Su Yanyan and Su Miaomiao formed the letter O, culminating in the message Chen Wenwen, "I love you." At that moment, Lu Mingfei felt a jolt of realization. Zhao Minghua was confessing his feelings to Chen Wenwen. Chen Wenwen, blushing, gazed at Zhao Minghua, and amidst the crowd's cheers, she consented to his confession. Lu Mingfei yearned to flee from this scene, yet his timid nature held him captive. The meticulously prepared moment he envisioned had become Zhao Minghua's bridal gown. It dawned on him that everything Yi Feng had said was indeed true. Regret swelled within him for not believing Yi Feng's words. Perhaps Zhao Minghua was aware of his affection for Chen Wenwen and had deliberately cast him in the role of the letter I. It was possible that not just Zhao Minghua, but the entire class was privy to his feelings. Now, he had relinquished his chance for Chen Wenwen, and he feared becoming the subject of ridicule. As these thoughts consumed him, Lu Mingfei could only manage a bitter smile, regretting his refusal of Yi Feng's invitation. Yet, lamenting his past choices was futile. Time could not be rewound. A profound ache gripped his heart. He had mustered the courage to be bold, only to face such an outcome. He began to long for Yi Feng, his elder brother, hoping he might appear and rescue him from this predicament. He felt utterly feeble, lacking even the courage to leave, while still wishing for someone to save him. Observing Zhao Minghua and Chen Wenwen enveloped in the crowd's adulation, he was inexplicably filled with sorrow. In the screening room, only Lu Mingfei remained on stage, quietly embodying the letter I, starkly contrasting with the jubilant cheers for Zhao Minghua. It was as if they existed in two disparate realms, one of hell, the other of paradise. The most tragic aspect was his inability to shed tears despite his overwhelming desire to cry. Just then, the door to the screening room swung open, shattering the silence enveloping Lu Mingfei and interrupting Zhao Minghua's triumphant exclamations. Upon focusing, Lu Mingfei recognized the figures of Yi Feng and Chen Mado. He was momentarily astounded, questioning whether he was hallucinating. He had explicitly rejected their presence. How could they be here now? Zhao Minghua, noticing their abrupt entrance, ceased his celebration. The atmosphere in the room returned to tranquility. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Minghua noted that the man was clad in a designer suit, while the woman wore an elegant evening gown. Their aura surpassed that of everyone present, akin to celestial beings descending to earth. The recently adult boys, including Zhao Minghua, were unintentionally captivated by the ethereal Chen Mado, while the girls, including Chen Wenwen, found their gazes lingering on Yi Feng's handsome visage. Their cheeks flushed involuntarily as they beheld the pair. In Yi Feng's mind, a familiar system notification echoed. Congratulations to the host for their entrance, which astonished everyone. Earning 500 emotional points, Yi Feng was taken aback, realizing that such a grand entrance could yield so many emotional points. Indeed, joining the Casil Academy had proven to be a wise decision. With so many people, if his mere presence could evoke such astonishment, he might amass an overwhelming number of emotional points. A smile crept onto his lips at the thought. At that moment, Zhao Minghua, regaining his composure, shyly addressed the two newcomers. "You are Yi Feng," disregarded Zhao Minghua's words, adopting a cold and commanding tone as he spoke to Lu Mingfei. "Brother, our time is limited. Do we need to continue with the activities?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Minghua immediately recognized Yi Feng. Wasn't he the illiterate whom they had looked down upon at Casil Academy? How had he transformed into such a charismatic, domineering figure? The tone he employed suggested that should anyone resist, he might unsheath a knife from his attire. Zhao Minghua and his companions were momentarily stunned by Yi Feng's words. This silver-haired gentleman had just referred to Lu Mingfei as brother. They could not comprehend why Lu Mingfei warranted such deference from Yi Feng. Clearly, the current situation suggested that Lu Mingfei resembled the subordinate. Chen Mado, undeterred by the onlookers, approached the still-dazed Lu Mingfei, scrutinizing him closely. She then turned her gaze toward the audience, placing her hands on her waist, bending slightly in a courteous bow. I apologize for the interruption. It seems Mr. Li Jiaotu must take his leave. Li Jiaotu? Zhao Minghua inquired, perplexed. We all refer to him as such, Chun Modong replied with a subtle smile, exuding grace akin to a butler attending to guests. At that moment, Yi Feng clapped his hands, and a group of elegantly dressed young women emerged from behind him. They carried various outfits and advanced toward Lu Mingfei to assist him in changing attire. Presumably, this was a team from a high-end clothing store. In no time, Lu Mingfei was adorned in a pristine white suit, presenting a striking contrast to Yi Feng's black ensemble. Zhao Minghua stood in astonishment at Lu Mingfei's transformed appearance. His demeanor now rivaled that of Yi Feng. The greatest shock, however, was felt by the group of girls, who gazed at Lu Mingfei in disbelief. Noting the stark difference from his previous timid self, Yi Feng stepped closer, positioning himself beside Chun Modong. At that moment, Lu Mingfei stood at the center, resembling a regal monarch surveying his subjects, while Yi Feng and Chun Modong embodied loyal ministers. This commanding presence momentarily left Zhao Minghua and his companions in awe, paralyzing them in silence. They had never anticipated that Lu Mingfei, usually timid and fearful, would become the focal point at that very instant. Yi Feng leaned in closer to Lu Mingfei, whispering softly, Zhao Minghua is merely toying with you. Maintain an air of pride, and do not allow them to belittle you. Lu Mingfei, gazing at Yi Feng, felt a surge of emotion. In his moment of deepest sorrow, he had not expected Yi Feng, his elder brother, to truly come to his rescue. Given the current spectacle, he was certain that he would become a legend at Shirlan No. 1 High School. He recalled Yi Feng's prior words about Zhao Minghua confessing to Chun Wenwen, casting him as a mere backdrop. At that time, he had been skeptical, mistakenly believing that Chun Wenwen harbored feelings for him. Contemplating this, he felt a swell of tears threatening to spill. Yi Feng, noticing the glimmer of tears in Lu Mingfei's eyes, continued to whisper encouragingly in his ear. I wish to express my gratitude, but let us postpone that for a moment. For now, you must hold back your tears, as there are so many eyes upon us. If you were to weep, it would be quite embarrassing. Lu Mingfei sniffed, striving to suppress the tears that threatened to spill, yet his eyes were already a fiery red. At that moment, Chun Modong displayed a gentle smile, leaving the boys in the audience utterly mesmerized. Dear classmates, Li Jiaotu has an event this evening, so we shall take our leave. Enjoy yourselves, and have a splendid time, said Yi Feng. Following this, he and Chun Modong bent slightly beside Lu Mingfei, as if welcoming a monarch. Yi Feng cleared his throat a few times, signaling Lu Mingfei to proceed. Realizing the cue, Lu Mingfei stepped down the stairs under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Yi Feng and Chun Modong followed closely behind him. Soon, the three departed the screening room, observed by Zhao Minghua and others. They climbed into a striking red Ferrari, with Yi Feng taking the wheel while Lu Mingfei settled into the back seat. The roar of the engine erupted, and the Ferrari surged forward with exhilarating speed, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. At that moment, Zhao Minghua glared at the vanishing red taillights, his fists clenched in anger. He had intended to humiliate Lu Mingfei in front of everyone, especially since he was foolishly infatuated with Chun Wenwen, a woman he himself admired. His plan had initially unfolded smoothly, but Yi Feng's arrival had shattered it all. Today was meant to be his moment in the limelight. Yet it was stolen by Lu Mingfei. Zhao Minghua's mood soured. With his capabilities, he believed he could have become another legend of Shirlan No. 1 High School, following in Chu Zihang's footsteps. Yet, it seemed this legend was being snatched away by a student with poor grades and scant social connections. Beside him, Chun Wenwen noticed Zhao Minghua's despondency and shyly lowered her head, reaching out to take his hand in a gesture of comfort. However, Zhao Minghua brusquely shook her off, dark clouds gathering on his face as he left. Chun Wenwen was left bewildered, unsure of her transgression, her usually shy demeanor giving way to tears. The other members of the literature club, witnessing the scene, fell silent and merely followed Zhao Minghua's departure. Chapter 17. The radiant night sky that evening. A solitary red sports car sped along an empty mountain road. As they approached a scenic overlook near the summit, the car suddenly stalled. Yi Feng pressed the ignition button with fervor, but aside from the sound of the engine trying to start, it offered no response. He could only manage a bitter smile, having thought that his driving prowess would spare them from such misfortune. Yet, it seemed that as long as Lu Mingfei was present, no matter the caliber of the vehicle, it would ultimately succumb to failure. After several fruitless attempts to restart the engine, Yi Feng sighed, resigning himself to the fact that they would be stranded here for the night. Meanwhile, Chun Modong had vacated the passenger seat, having removed her high heels to sit on the roadside railing, gazing quietly into the distance. Yifeng lifted his gaze to the starry sky above, each star shimmering brilliantly. At that moment, Lu Mingfei, seated in the back, spoke up. Thank you, Gufeng. Yifeng merely smiled faintly, continuing to admire the celestial panorama. If you wish to express your gratitude, you could join Castle Academy. I intend to establish a club there, and you would be welcome to join, Yifeng suggested. Lu Mingfei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yifeng was also joining Castle Academy? During the interview, he had been so preoccupied with pursuing Chun Wenwen that he hadn't noticed how Yifeng fared. Given the challenging nature of Castle Academy's entrance exam, he had assumed Yifeng would be eliminated. Moreover, Lu Mingfei was astonished by the notion of Yifeng starting a club. However, he soon composed himself. Having Yifeng accompany him to study abroad would indeed be a boon, providing him with support and companionship in a foreign land. Establishing a club sounded appealing, and he was determined to join. Yet, he had already declined Chun Modong's invitation. Could he still accept? This train of thought brought a pang of sadness to Lu Mingfei's heart. Now, with Chun Modong and Yifeng coming to his aid, it was possible that Chun Modong was merely acting out of loyalty to Yifeng. Opportunities like these were rare, and he felt conflicted about making choices. At this moment, Lu Mingfei remained unaware of the true nature of Castle Academy, mistakenly believing it to be akin to other universities back home. Yifeng, observing Lu Mingfei's wistful demeanor, seemed to discern his thoughts. He smiled gently and called out to Chun Modong, who was still gazing at the stars. Miss Chun, this fellow has just agreed to join Castle Academy. Hearing this, Chun Modong spun around joyfully, leaping down from the railing, disregarding her modesty as she ran barefoot to Lu Mingfei. She had originally thought Lu Mingfei would decline the offer, but thankfully, Yifeng had intervened. If Lu Mingfei had chosen not to join Castle Academy due to her influence, she would undoubtedly face reprimand from the principal and Professor Gudlian. I must sincerely thank Yifeng for his assistance. She pulled out her phone and handed it to Lu Mingfei, who stared at it in bewilderment, unsure of its purpose. Just speak into the phone, saying that you agree to join Castle Academy. After Lu Mingfei completed his end of the conversation, gratitude surged within him for Yifeng, who had always been supportive. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his appreciation. Seeing Lu Mingfei's near-tearful expression, Yifeng understood his unspoken gratitude. He placed a reassuring hand on Lu Mingfei's shoulder to comfort him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 emotional points. Yifeng, hearing the system's notification, felt a sense of exasperation. He hadn't anticipated that the emotional points would amount to such a paltry sum. His total emotional points now stood at 850, with a mere 1150 points needed to exchange for skills. It seemed he would have to accumulate them gradually to acquire more formidable abilities. With the 6 eyes and the technique Xuanzan Song, he felt adequately prepared for many challenges. However, he envisioned a day when he would wield a bamlet in public, decisively eliminating Chu Zihong and Caesar, which would surely yield a plethora of emotional points. Meanwhile, Chun Modong observed the two, feeling a sense of reflection. Since meeting Yifeng, he had consistently come to her aid. During their first encounter at the Hot Pot restaurant, had it not been for Yifeng's intervention with over 1,000 assassins, she would never have made it out alive. Now, it was no different. Without Yifeng's assistance, Lu Mingfei might not have found it so easy to join Castle Academy. She almost jeopardized the situation. It seemed she would have to honor her promise. She had lost the bet with Yifeng. After all, what was it to be an assistant? Since she had lost, she would accept the role of Yifeng's assistant. With this resolution, she addressed both Yifeng and Lu Mingfei. You may call me Nua from now on, as the people in the academy do. Clearing her throat, she blushed and lowered her voice to address Yifeng. I have thought it over and I agree to be your assistant. However, I shall not heed your every command. I only wish to pursue my own desires. Upon finishing her statement, Chun Mo Tong crossed her arms over her chest, exuding an air of pride. Yet a faint flush lingered on her cheeks. Although she had consented to assist Yifeng, a sliver of doubt remained in her heart. She was perplexed as to why Yifeng wanted her as an assistant and what his true intentions were. Thus, with a hint of curiosity on her face, she inquired, Yifeng, what exactly do you intend to do? Why have you chosen me as your assistant? Yifeng merely smiled faintly, gazing at the star-studded sky, and softly uttered a few words, you will know in due time. At present, he could not disclose to Chun Mo Tong his aspiration to establish a new club, especially since she was still a member of the student council. He needed to preserve a surprise for Kaiser. He was also eager to see Kaiser's reaction upon learning that Chun Mo Tong was assisting him and had even taken Lu Mingfei away. Surely, Kaiser would be astonished. With this thought, a smile continued to grace Yifeng's lips as he admired the twinkling stars above. Chun Mo Tong. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, could only pout and let out a resigned sigh. Subsequently, she took her seat in the passenger seat, joining Yifeng and Lu Mingfei in gazing at the heavens. Chen Imotong had never before witnessed such a breathtaking sky. The weather was splendid that day, devoid of clouds, allowing the stars to shine with unparalleled brilliance. At that moment, the three of them sat in the car, quietly observing the celestial display. As time seemed to stand still, a helicopter descended from the sky, dispatched by the academy to escort them down the mountain. "Is that old fellow in such a hurry to pick you up?" Nua pouted and continued to address Lu Mingfei. "They even sent a helicopter." As they watched the helicopter arrive, they remained transfixed by the tranquil sky, reluctant to depart. Chapter 18. A chance encounter with Fenggu Air. A month later, August had arrived. These were the final days of summer vacation, and a foreign train station bustled with activity. Although it was an international train station, many of the individuals present were Chinese, laden with varying numbers of suitcases. After all, there were numerous foreign students, and with the school season approaching, the presence of so many compatriots was hardly surprising. The train schedule board had been updated multiple times, with passengers continually changing. Among them, two individuals stood out, Yifeng and Lu Mingfei. The station staff observed them sitting on a bench, seemingly devoid of any intention to board a train. If not for their tickets, they would have mistaken them for vagrants who had wandered in from outside. What puzzled them further was the ticket labeled as Train CC 1000, which did not exist in their knowledge. Yet, astonishingly, the ticket was genuine and had indeed been issued from their station. Despite their confusion, they allowed the two to remain seated for the entire afternoon. "Do you think we might be getting played?" Lu Mingfei scratched his head, scrutinizing the train ticket. Throughout the day, he had checked the train schedule several times, finding no trace of this train. At this moment, he felt as though he had been tricked by Castle Academy. He pondered whether, without this institution, everything they had experienced might merely have been an illusion. Meanwhile, Yifeng remained as steady as a rock, calmly seated there with his sunglasses on. His silver hair, paired with his handsome visage, attracted the attention of many passers-by. They were curious about this striking man wearing sunglasses, speculating he might be a secretive celebrity. Several Chinese girls approached Yifeng, requesting his contact information, which left Lu Mingfei, who had just suffered a heartbreak, feeling quite uncomfortable. "Don't worry, the train won't arrive so soon. Let us wait a bit longer," Yifeng calmly assured Lu Mingfei. He was aware that in the original story, Lu Mingfei waited for the train until the dead of night. It was here that Lu Mingfei experienced his first vision, encountering Lu Mingzhe, and subsequently embarked on a life filled with extraordinary events. Lu Mingfei was somewhat disgruntled, as Yifeng had repeated this phrase countless times, from morning till afternoon. No matter how he inquired, the answer remained the same. A normal person encountering such a situation would instinctively suspect a scam and immediately seek the embassy. Yet Yifeng remained unfalteringly confident, the source of which Lu Mingfei could not comprehend. Yifeng had assisted him once before, and he chose to trust him, remaining by his side. At this juncture, Yifeng was privy to the unfolding narrative. If his assumptions were correct, Fenggu Air would appear shortly, leading to an orientation upon boarding the train. This orientation held little significance for Yifeng, as his true objective was to relish a day of freedom within the school. It represented an opportunity to amass a wealth of emotional points. He must publicly confront Chu Zihang and Kaiser during that time. Suddenly, a tall figure approached, with hair resembling unruly noodles and garbed in disheveled attire, speaking to the two in English. $1, just $1. Upon seeing the man's disheveled appearance, Lu Mingfei mistakenly assumed he was a beggar seeking alms, and he waved his hand in refusal. "No, I'm poor. No money." However, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. He recognized that this individual was Fenggu Air, Lu Mingfei Sr. In the original story, he had left a lasting impression as another individual branded as a failure. Much like Lu Mingfei, his entrance was notably unique, appearing as a beggar. He was infamous within the academy for his lack of prowess, having repeated several years and seen his bloodline rating plummet from A to F. Nevertheless, Yifeng knew that his identity was far from simple. His repeating years might have been a waiting game for Lu Mingfei's arrival. In the subsequent narrative, Fenggu Air would even sever a high bridge, providing a diversion for Lu Mingfei. Thus, he addressed Fenggu Air in Mandarin. "Fenggu Air Feng Fu Lin Si, we are also newcomers to Castle Academy." Upon hearing this, Fenggu Air was taken aback, and in remarkably fluent Mandarin, he responded, "You know me?" Listening to Fenggu Air's words, Yifeng could not help but want to mock Jiangnan Laoze, for in a foreign academy filled with individuals from diverse nations, they all spoke fluent Mandarin. At that moment, Yifeng chuckled, a smile tinged with irony. Of course, who was unaware of Fenggu Air's notorious title as a failure? Having seen his level drop to F, Feng Gu'er awkwardly smiled, surprised that even newcomers were aware of his illustrious history. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to his title. He had merely come to beg for $1 to buy the unlimited refills of cola available here. At present, encountering new students at Kaiser Academy brings a glimmer of hope for one's unlimited refill of cola. Thus, the trio settled on their seats, observing the stream of passengers passing by, calmly sipping from their cups of cola that could be replenished indefinitely. At this moment, Feng Urge, while burping from his drink, found himself intrigued by a youth with silver hair and sunglasses. After all, this young man had recognized him at a glance and even seemed to be aware of his unfortunate moniker. He could hardly believe that another student had conveyed this to Yefeng, for no one else was privy to the fact that he had repeated the year. Moreover, the knowledge of his demotion to F rank was known only to his mentor, Professor Guderlian. He scrutinized the boy and inquired, Yefeng, how did you come to know that I am Feng Urge von Felency? Yefeng raised an eyebrow, at a loss for how to elucidate this matter, as he could hardly admit that he had traversed dimensions and was aware of all their affairs. Lu Mingfei, equally curious, wished to understand how Yefeng had discerned Feng Urge's status as a student at Kaiser Academy. Facing their perplexity, Yefeng could only offer a vague explanation. With a chuckle, it was No who informed me. Thus, he shifted the blame onto Chinmato. Lu Mingfei nodded, comprehending the implication, feigning an expression of realization. Oh, so it was No, he echoed. Feng Urge also nodded, though his gaze remained laden with caution towards Yefeng. Given that only Guderlian knew of his demotion to F rank, it was implausible for No to possess such knowledge. This suggested that Yefeng was not an ordinary individual, prompting Feng Urge to consider a deeper investigation into his identity. He refrained from exposing Yefeng, recognizing that now was not the time for confrontation, especially as Yefeng had not exhibited any hostility. He hoped that the boy remained oblivious to his true intentions. In truth, Yefeng was entirely unaware of Feng Urge's motives for repeating the year, which remained a significant enigma in the original narrative, left unresolved by the author. Some speculated that he was the infamous Mr. Kindeji, seeking vengeance against the Crown Prince. At this juncture, while Yefeng believed he had successfully deceived those around him, Feng Urge's mind had already begun to harbor doubt and wariness towards Yefeng. It seemed that henceforth, Yefeng would find himself under the watchful gaze of a scrutinizing eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 emotional points. Chapter 19. Feng Urge, have you repeated the year again? At this moment, Yefeng felt quite perplexed, unable to fathom why the system had granted him 50 emotional points. He remained oblivious to Feng Urge's burgeoning suspicions, which had prompted the reward. Nevertheless, receiving a reward was a fortunate occurrence, and he chose not to delve into the origins of these points. Thus, the trio continued to sip their cola in tranquility, awaiting the arrival of the train. The hour had grown late, surpassing the operational hours of the train station, and the staff had locked the doors. Illuminated only by a few dim lights, the station stood eerily silent, devoid of the bustling crowds of the morning. Yefeng, Lu Mingfei, and Feng Urge remained inside, resigned to spending the night on the chairs. Although the station typically did not permit overnight stays, the staff, noticing their valid train tickets, allowed them to remain. With the train still absent, Lu Mingfei contemplated seeking assistance at the embassy, had it not been for Feng Urge's presence. At this moment, Yefeng was roused by a sudden noise and stepped out to the platform, discovering Lu Mingfei seated vacantly on a bench. Yefeng understood that Lu Mingfei had entered a trance and was currently conversing with Lu Mingze in his mind. He chose not to disturb him, allowing him to continue, knowing that someone would awaken him when the train arrived. Indeed, Yefeng soon recognized the sound that had disturbed him as the distant approach of a train. He discerned that it was the C-1000 train bound for Kaiser Academy. Shortly thereafter, the train arrived, and Feng Urge, hearing the commotion, squinted and rubbed his eyes as he made his way to the platform. At last, the train has arrived, he exclaimed, wide-eyed, as he spotted Lu Mingfei still in a daze on the bench. Lu Mingfei, awaken. The train has come. Lu Mingfei jolted from his reverie, only to realize that the young boy Lu Mingze had vanished. He merely shook his head, dismissing it as a figment of his imagination, and joined Yefeng and Feng Urge in awaiting the train's arrival. Soon, the train came to a halt, and the trio first heard the crisp chime of a bell. In the stillness of the deserted train station, the sound sent shivers down their spines. Lu Mingfei, being rather timid, felt a wave of fear wash over him. After all, it was the dead of night, and the surrounding darkness was palpable, with only this eerie train in sight. Moreover, the train bore no passengers, nor did any alight, accompanied solely by the unsettling sound of the bell, reminiscent of a tolling death knell. coupled with his recent peculiar dream. Lu Mingfei's back was already damp with perspiration as he instinctively hunched down, positioning himself behind Yefeng. Feng Erge, however, was well accustomed to such sounds. It was merely the train attendant ringing the bell to gather them. He cast a glance at the trembling Lu Mingfei and could not help but smile inwardly. Fear not. That is merely the train attendant summoning us. He will appear shortly. At Kaiser Academy, the timing of the train's arrival was contingent upon the students' ranks. The higher the rank, the sooner the train would arrive. He knew Lu Mingfei was an S rank, and the timing was orchestrated for a serendipitous encounter. What he did not anticipate was the presence of a seemingly formidable man beside Lu Mingfei, which piqued his curiosity regarding Yefeng's rank. However, given the late hour of arrival, it seemed that Yefeng's rank was not particularly high. Nonetheless, unlike Lu Mingfei, who was paralyzed by fear, Yefeng stood resolute, unperturbed by the eerie chimes. This indicated that he possessed some degree of fortitude. Upon hearing Feng Erge's reassurance, Lu Mingfei finally stepped out from behind Yefeng, standing firmly beside him. As Feng Erge had suggested, an elderly man appeared, holding a flashlight in his left hand and shaking a bell with the other. The man scrutinized the three of them on the platform and recognized one familiar figure, Feng Erge, the perennial repeater. Having seen him for many years, he was taken aback to find that Feng Erge had yet again failed to advance. Approaching Feng Erge with a hint of mockery in his tone, he remarked, "Feng Erge, have you repeated the year again?" In his mind, he pondered the peculiar circumstances under which a student could possess such a low priority that their train would arrive at this late hour. Upon seeing Feng Erge, a perennial repeater, he understood everything. Observing the unfamiliar faces of Yefeng and Lu Mingfei, he surmised that their ranks were likely not high either, for otherwise, the train would not have arrived at such an hour. Feng Erge could only scratch the back of his head and offer an awkward smile. Subsequently, the old man produced a machine. This is the ticket validation machine at Kaiser Shuyuan, designed to confirm student identities. Only those who pass the machine's verification may board the train. You two must be freshmen, right? Just present your tickets for scanning, he explained to Yifeng and Lu Mingfei. Feng Erge had already produced his ticket and tapped it against the machine. The machine illuminated a green light, followed by a brief beep. The attendant forced a smile, glancing helplessly at Feng Erge. "Feng Erge, has your level dropped again this year? Perhaps you should consider withdrawing from school." "I am a person of commitment, and I will not withdraw," Feng Erge mumbled in response. While others might not comprehend Feng Erge's intentions, Yifeng was aware. However, he saw no reason to expose him. The attendant, disregarding Feng Erge, took Lu Mingfei's ticket and swiped it across the machine. At that moment, while the machine lit up green, it emitted a cheerful melody. The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lu Mingfei? I had received word that this year there would be a freshman of the highest caliber requiring transport. However, I did not expect an S-level student to appear here. Ordinarily, a student of Lu Mingfei's caliber should be prioritized for transport, yet today the train has been delayed for so long. Perhaps it is a system error, as the academy has not seen an S-level student in quite some time." He bowed slightly, apologizing to Lu Mingfei. "I apologize. It seems there was an issue with the system scheduling. You should have been prioritized as a student. Please board quickly. The train will not remain at the station for long." Feng Erge's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had long suspected that Lu Mingfei's identity was not trivial, he had not anticipated that Lu Mingfei would be an S-level student. He assumed the principal would only assign him an A-level. Considering the principal himself was only S-level, wasn't he at the same rank? Nevertheless, it was within the realm of his expectations, so it did not come as a great surprise. Soon, it was Yifeng's turn to validate his ticket. Feng Erge, intrigued, watched the machine with great curiosity, eager to discern Yifeng's level. In Feng Erge's mind, Yifeng would merely be an A-level student. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. The train's late arrival indicated that Yifeng's level could not be high. The scheduling issue with Lu Mingfei's train might have stemmed from the academy's long absence of S-level students, causing delays. If Yifeng were indeed A-level, the train would have arrived much earlier, given that there were still many A-level students in the academy, and scheduling should not have encountered problems. With this thought, he sighed in relief, speculating that Yifeng might only be a B-level. However, the fact that he had discerned his own level had dropped to F-level indicated that he had researched himself. If Yifeng were merely B-level, he posed little threat. This was Feng Erge's mindset. He had long been wary of Yifeng, but if Yifeng's level was not high, there was no need for excessive concern. At that moment, as Yifeng's ticket passed through the machine, it too lit up green, accompanied by the same cheerful melody. The attendant's mouth fell open in surprise, eyes fixed on Yifeng. "You are Yifeng, the A-level student approved by the principal?" Yifeng merely nodded slightly, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Yet the attendant's pupils dilated, his mouth agape, unable to close. Yi Feng was the first A-level student, after all, a classification specially established by the principal. Had it not been for the principal's unique designation, Yi Feng might have been an S-level student like Lu Mingfei. No wonder the system malfunctioned today. It was due to the presence of a rare S-level and especially approved A-level student. The simultaneous appearance of two freshmen had caused the system's scheduling error, which was indeed unusual. Lu Mingfei also observed Yi Feng with curiosity, feeling elated. Brother Feng, you are A-level? That is fantastic. Lu Mingfei was still unaware of the implications of the levels. He thought it was simply a classification based on student interview performance. He believed that everyone at Kaiser Shuyuan was A-level. However, Fenger was profoundly shocked. This was A-level, a designation non-existent within the academy. He learned from the attendant that the principal had specially established this A-level for Yi Feng. While it was slightly lower than S-level, it was still above standard A-level. Perhaps Yi Feng's identity was quite extraordinary, prompting the principal to create this rank. Having previously underestimated Yi Feng's level, Fenger now realized that Yi Feng had surpassed him, as he himself had been merely A-level in the past. No wonder Yi Feng was well acquainted with so many of his affairs. It turned out his identity was indeed remarkable. The principal establishing an A-level position might even suggest that Yi Feng was the principal's illegitimate son. With this thought, he felt compelled to remain vigilant regarding Yi Feng. Once they arrived at Kaiser Shiyuan, he would certainly seek to uncover Yi Feng's background. Furthermore, he needed to conceal his own intentions, ensuring Yi Feng remained unaware of his motives. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 emotional points. Yi Feng, too, found it peculiar where this emotional value originated from. But upon witnessing Fenger and the attendant's stunned expressions, he realized that the 100 points were provided by the two of them. With this in mind, Yi Feng disregarded them. Hands in pockets, striding onto the train. Upon seeing Yi Feng and Lu Mingfei board, Fenger finally snapped back to reality. He feigned a despondent demeanor and followed onto the train, determined to maintain his facade and not let Yi Feng suspect his pretense. Perhaps he would need to cultivate a relationship with Yi Feng in the future. A sleek black train sped through the pitch-black night, its dark exterior blending seamlessly with the shadows. Were it not for the roar of the engine, the average person would scarcely perceive its existence. Within one carriage, elegantly designed in European style, the walls were adorned with Victorian wallpaper, the windows framed in solid wood, and the dark green leather sofas embroidered with golden threads. Yi Feng, Lu Mingfei, and Fenger had changed into the Kaiser Shuyuan uniforms, which were exquisitely crafted, featuring the Academy's emblem of the world tree embroidered on the chest. Their names were also stitched onto the cuffs of their garments. Yi Feng pondered the unfolding narrative. Soon, Professor Gudelian would enter to provide a pre-enrollment briefing, revealing the true nature and objectives of Kaiser Shuyuan. Yi Feng, however, was not particularly interested, as he was already privy to everything. This briefing would hold little value for him, yet he was curious to see Lu Mingfei's reaction upon learning the Academy's real intentions. If he were to divulge the matter of resolving over 1,000 dead servants by himself, perhaps he could garner a substantial amount of emotional points. Thus, he opened the system panel to check how many emotional points he had accrued. The host currently possesses a total of 950 emotional points. The requirement for the unlimited technique is 5,000 points. With this realization, Yi Feng could only sigh in resignation, as he found himself still 4,050 points short of redeeming the unlimited technique he so desired. It seems that the only way to earn the most points is to enter the school and publicly eliminate Chu Zihong and Kaiser. At this moment, a door in the carriage opened, and an elderly man with glasses and graying hair walked in. Fenger was all too familiar with this individual. He was none other than his mentor, Professor Guderian. Professor Guderian greeted Yi Feng and Lu Mingfei, introducing himself warmly. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Guderian. His gaze was fervent as he looked at Lu Mingfei, as if he were gazing upon an extraordinarily precious gem. Lu Mingfei, I had intended to meet you while I was in the country, but the Academy required me to travel to Russia to receive a student. I regret not being able to share a meal with you. Professor Guderian expressed his lament, yet continued with an enthusiastic tone. From now on, you shall be my student. If you have any uncertainties in your studies, do not hesitate to ask me. I shall ensure you become the most formidable student. Fenger merely shook his head and sighed from his seat, aware of Professor Guderian's reputation. He was merely an honorary professor at the Castle Academy, not even a tenured professor, as the latter held the highest rank at Castle Academy. Yi Feng, having read the original work, knew that Professor Guderian was rather lackadaisical. He had only two students, Fenger and Lu Mingfei. The former had repeated a year several times, while the latter was recognized as the worst S-class student in the history of Castle Academy. Lu Mingfei had once lamented about his bleak future. At this moment, he was oblivious and could only nod. Professor Gudrian's expression shifted, and he solemnly inquired, "Coffee or hot chocolate?" Yifeng was taken aback, realizing that the pre-class briefing was about to commence. Chapter 21, Pre-class briefing: hot chocolate. Yifeng lazily raised his hand, aware of what would unfold next. These beverages were meant to soothe one's emotions, preventing one from screaming upon learning the truth. "I would like hot chocolate as well." Lu Mingfei raised his hand, equally unaware of what lay ahead. Meanwhile, Fenger observed the two with great curiosity, eager to see their reactions once they learned of the true purpose of Castle Academy. Many freshmen often faint during their first orientation, with some even losing their sanity on the spot. After all, having lived in a peaceful world for decades, suddenly being told that humanity is not the dominant force and that a terrifying creature known as a dragon exists can be utterly disorienting. Furthermore, the true objective of Castle Academy is to combat these horrific beings for the sake of the human world. It would undoubtedly overturn the common understanding, making it difficult for most to accept. With this thought, Fenger took a sip of the coffee on the round table, continuously assessing Yifeng's expression. His interest was piqued, as Yifeng was the specially designated A-class by the principal. He was eager to see if Yifeng would be rendered speechless upon learning of the existence of dragons. At this moment, Professor Gudrian produced 2 documents and placed them on the round table, maintaining a serious demeanor. "Here is a confidentiality agreement. Please sign it." Yifeng picked it up and noticed it was a mix of Latin and English, which he couldn't comprehend. However, having read the original work, he understood that this agreement was designed to prevent the disclosure of Castle Academy's secrets. If one failed the Academy's 3E exam, they would undergo a form of brainwashing, erasing all knowledge of dragons. More importantly, it included a clause that stipulated should one perish in battle against a dragon, the Academy would arrange for the return of the body to one's homeland. With this in mind, Yifeng signed without hesitation. Lu Mingfei, feeling anxious as he scrutinized the document, sensed an impending danger but could not identify what was amiss. Noticing Yifeng's swift signature, he followed suit, reasoning that as long as Fenger had signed, he was at least not alone in this ordeal. Fenger watched Yifeng sign without hesitation, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to see what expression Yifeng would wear next. As the two signed the agreement, Fenger grasped the corner of a massive oil painting behind him and abruptly unveiled it. The painting depicted a terrifying scene. A grim sky loomed over a desolate landscape littered with bones, as a colossal black beast rose from the depths of the skeletal remains, its wings adorned with skulls, unleashing black flames upon the heavens. In an instant, silence enveloped the carriage, as if they were all trapped within the confines of that painting. Yifeng felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the artwork, rendering him slightly breathless. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei's gaze was fixed upon the painting, his heart racing uncontrollably. Professor Gudrian inhaled deeply, glancing at the painting before explaining to the two, "This world is home to a creature depicted in that painting. Our ultimate goal at Castle Academy is to..." Gudrian deliberately elongated his words, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon them, before slowly uttering 2 words, "Dragon slaying." Dragon slaying? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei was taken aback, springing to his feet with a pale face, convinced that these individuals had lost their minds. After all, how could such a creature possibly exist? He was now contemplating leaving with Yifeng. However, when he glanced at Yifeng, he was astonished to see him remaining calm and composed, unmoving in his seat. Lu Mingfei wondered if Yifeng had also been rendered speechless. At that moment, Yifeng exhaled and spoke slowly. "Mingfei, please do not be so agitated. This is indeed a reality." Having prepared himself mentally for all of this, Yifeng felt a jolt of shock upon seeing the painting. Fenger, observing Yifeng, was filled with doubt. He could hardly believe that Yifeng maintained such composure upon learning of the existence of dragons. This was unexpected. He had anticipated witnessing a terrified reaction from Yifeng. Nevertheless, he felt no significant disappointment, for it was not solely Castle Academy individuals who knew of dragons. Perhaps Yifeng had joined Castle Academy precisely because he was aware of their existence. This seemed plausible, especially since Yifeng was an A-class, possessing knowledge far beyond that of the mediocre S-class Lu Mingfei. However, Fenger speculated that Yifeng had likely never encountered a dragon firsthand. If Yifeng were to learn that he had fought against dragons, he would surely be astonished by Fenger's abilities. With this thought, a sense of pride gleamed in Fenger's eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei could only think that Yifeng had also lost his mind. Who would immediately assert the existence of dragons after undergoing 9 years of compulsory education? Dragons had indeed existed in history, but they were dinosaurs that became extinct thousands of years ago. Fengge, you haven't gone mad like them, have you? Mingfei, please calm down. I have even battled against them, Yifeng reassured Lu Mingfei. Upon hearing this, both Gudrian and Fengge were taken aback. How could an ordinary person defeat a dragon without awakening a linguistic spirit or utilizing alchemical tools? Moreover, Yifeng was merely a freshman. How could he have fought against dragons and lived to tell the tale? They merely perceived Yifeng as someone who was attempting to comfort Lu Mingfei with a fabrication. In that fleeting moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Lu Mingfei felt the same way, convinced that Yifeng was deceiving him. Brother Feng, please do not mislead me. Even if dragons truly exist, how could you possibly defeat such a creature? Lu Mingfei gestured towards the terrifying being depicted in the painting. No, the one I am battling is not it. It is the Deadpool, Yifeng replied, raising a finger. At that moment, Gudrian and Fengge both exhaled in relief. Realizing their misunderstanding, they had assumed Yifeng was referring to a primordial dragon like the Dragon King. If it were merely a Deadpool, then it was indeed plausible that Yifeng could survive. Despite the high bloodline of the Deadpool, their combat prowess was relatively low. With the equipment developed by the Academy's equipment department, one could easily eliminate one. However, merely surviving an encounter with a Deadpool was already quite impressive, especially given that Yifeng had no equipment at all. It was no wonder he was rated as an A level. In the Academy, very few had managed to survive their first encounter with a Deadpool. Yet, the subsequent revelation from Yifeng left them utterly astonished. Maintaining an expressionless demeanor and still holding up a finger, he slowly uttered, "There are 1,000 Deadpools." Upon hearing the number 1,000, Gudrian and Fengge were momentarily stunned. 1,000 Deadpools. They questioned whether they had misheard. Though the combat capability of a Deadpool was not high, how had Yifeng survived against 1,000 of them? Had he awakened the power of a word spirit? But what form of word spirit could enable him to endure an assault from 1,000 Deadpools? It seemed likely that only an extremely perilous word spirit could account for such survival, and even with Yifeng's elevated bloodline, it would be improbable for him to harness such a dangerous power. As they pondered this, confusion clouded their thoughts. They could not comprehend how Yifeng had managed to endure amidst 1,000 Deadpools. Deadpool? Lu Mingfei was utterly oblivious to what a Deadpool was. His expression, one of bewilderment. Deadpools are hybrids, but once their bloodline exceeds a critical threshold, they lose their sanity. This is something you will learn in future classes. Gudrian explained, suppressing his astonishment. However, at that moment, Lu Mingfei remained incredulous about the existence of dragons. He erupted in a fit of hysteria, exclaiming, "You are all a bunch of lunatics. I refuse to partake in your madness. I want to go home." He now regretted his decision to join Kasayur Academy. Never anticipating that he would find himself among such a group of eccentrics, with even his most respected figure, Yifeng, succumbing to their insanity. He feared that upon returning home, he would be sent to a mental institution for treatment, feeling increasingly detached from reality, as if everything he witnessed was merely a dream. Gudrian and Fengge exchanged glances, surprised by the intensity of Yifeng's reaction. However, they found it understandable, noting that only Yifeng stood apart, maintaining a calm demeanor as if everything were well within his expectations. Observing Lu Mingfei's continued disbelief, Yifeng removed the sunglasses he had been wearing. At that moment, a blue luminescence flickered to life within the dimly lit carriage, enveloping everyone in an eerie azure glow. Impossible. How could this be? Gudrian, Fengge, and Lu Mingfei exclaimed in unison, their eyes fixed incredulously upon Yifeng's gem-like, cerulean eyes. Seeing their astonishment, Yifeng quickly donned his sunglasses once more. In an instant, the room, once awash in blue light, reverted to its previous dimness, plunging the three into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, a look of disbelief mingled with joy graced Gudrian's face. "This is exquisite." He gazed at Yifeng's eyes. Even though Yifeng had already put his sunglasses back on, Gudrian could still sense the brilliance of those cerulean orbs. He had never encountered such eyes before. According to all documented accounts, hybrids were known only to possess golden pupils, while Yifeng exhibited a striking blue. This discovery could potentially revolutionize the history of dragons, suggesting the existence of another branch previously unknown, with Yifeng's emergence possibly filling this gap. Contemplating this, Gudrian aspired to become Yifeng's mentor, eager to investigate his cerulean gaze, hoping to achieve a significant breakthrough and subsequently compose a paper on the discovery of a new dragon subspecies. Such an accomplishment could very well elevate him to the status of a tenured professor at Kasayur Academy. At that moment, Professor Gudrian was already envisioning himself adorned with the title of tenured professor at Kasayur Academy. Meanwhile, Finger looked on in disbelief, as this was his first encounter with cerulean pupils. Though he had only caught a glimpse, a wave of trepidation surged within him. When he had previously gazed into Chu Zihong's golden eyes, he had not felt such fear. Perhaps he and Chu Zihong were of the same caliber, which diminished the impact of Chu Zihong's golden gaze upon him. But if he felt fear towards Yi Feng's eyes, that indicated a higher bloodline, potentially exceeding him by more than one tier. The mere sight had instilled fear in him. If he were to stare for a prolonged period, he might find himself compelled to kneel in reverence like the ancient dragons before their king. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his previous wariness of Yi Feng transformed into sheer terror. He resolved to avoid provoking this individual in the future, yet curiosity about Yi Feng lingered with his assistance. Avenging himself against the prince would undoubtedly become far more attainable. He was determined to win Yi Feng's favor. Lu Mingfei's reaction, however, was the most pronounced. Though he remained unaware of the significance of Yi Feng's eyes, the cerulean glow emanating from them surpassed anything he could comprehend. He had assumed Yi Feng wore sunglasses merely for style, not realizing they concealed the mysterious and eerie blue light of his eyes. The unfolding events had utterly shattered his previously held worldview. The reality he had inhabited was merely superficial, while what they revealed as the true world was beyond his acceptance. Leaving him rooted to the spot, information flooded his mind, and suddenly he was struck with a splitting headache, darkness enveloping his vision as he fainted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 150 emotional points, totaling 1,100 points. Yi Feng observed as Lu Mingfei collapsed, exhaling softly. This outcome had been anticipated. In the original narrative, Lu Mingfei had also fainted upon learning the true purpose of Kasaya Academy. He made no move to assist Lu Mingfei, his expression remaining serene. Now, he had amassed 1,100 emotional points, with only 900 points remaining before he could exchange them for skills. By his calculations, he still needed to astonish 18 more individuals. Yi Feng sighed. As per his plan, upon the train's arrival at Kasaya Academy, he would encounter a clash between the Lionheart Society and the Student Council, presenting the perfect opportunity to accumulate emotional points. A mere 900 points would be easily within his grasp. Meanwhile, Finger approached him with a look of adoration, resembling an awestruck fan. Fengge, how did you manage to defeat over 1,000 Deadpools? Please share your story. Fenger took out paper and pen, listening attentively to every word spoken by Yi Feng, eager to document his remarkable exploits. Previously, he had doubted Yi Feng's ability to survive against such overwhelming odds. But after gazing into his eyes, he felt assured that the words of power Yi Feng wielded were anything but ordinary. He was determined to articulate Yi Feng's capabilities. Professor Guderian shared a similar ambition, walking closely beside Yi Feng with a somewhat dubious expression. He intertwined his arms with Yi Feng's and passionately declared, Yi Feng, you have yet to select a mentor, have you? Upon entering the academy, you should apply for me to be your mentor. I shall undoubtedly cultivate you into an elite among the elites of Kaisir Academy. In truth, Professor Guderian was eager to study Yi Feng's eyes, hoping to leverage his findings for a title of tenure. The two flanked Yi Feng, chattering incessantly as they sought to extract valuable insight from him. Yi Feng found their incessant chatter somewhat bothersome, but felt too awkward to voice his discomfort, opting instead to recline in his chair and rest his eyes. Meanwhile, no one noticed Lu Mingfei, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Chapter 23. The Day of Freedom begins. After some time, dawn arrived, and the train reached Kaisir Academy. Lu Mingfei had long since awakened, a look of terror etched on his face as he trailed behind Yi Feng, his steps light and anxious. He still needed time to process the existence of dragons in this world. Yi Feng, with his hands tucked into his pockets, strolled leisurely out of the train. Fenger and Professor Guderian continued their chatter, eager to glean any morsel of information from Yi Feng. Before them stood a building of medieval architecture, surrounded by lush green lawns, crimson cobblestone paths, and castle-like structures, while pigeons flitted about the church in the distance. The architecture, bathed in the morning sunlight, evoked a sense of tranquility, as if one were a pilgrim of the Middle Ages approaching the church to seek an audience with the divine. As Yi Feng walked along the cobblestone path, it was the season of new beginnings, yet the environment was eerily tranquil, disrupted only by the incessant clamor of Fenger and Professor Guderian. This struck Yi Feng as peculiar. According to the original timeline, today marked the Day of Freedom. The Lionheart Society and the Student Council were expected to clash on this day, yet the surroundings betrayed no evidence of impending conflict. Yi Feng contemplated utilizing his 6 eyes to survey the area, but a gunshot shattered the stillness. The pigeons perched upon the church roof took flight, startled by the sound. Lu Mingfei, jolted by the gunfire, instinctively flinched, while Fenger and Professor Gudrian gazed in horror toward the church. Damn it, I forgot what day it is, Professor Gudrian muttered, his eyes fixed on the distant church, contemplating how to direct Fenger to escort Lu Mingfei and Yi Feng to the dormitory for safety. However, he soon realized Fenger had vanished, leaving him startled. To his astonishment, Fenger had fled faster than the pigeons fluttering above. Suddenly, the entire building erupted with alarms, the piercing sound reverberating across every corner of the campus. Run! Professor Gudrian shouted at Yi Feng and Lu Mingfei, urgency lacing his voice. Time was running short before the chaos would ensue. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei's heart raced. Just moments ago on the train, he had learned of the existence of dragons in this world, and now, as he stepped into the academy, he was faced with this turmoil. Was it the dragons attacking the academy? Panic consumed him. As a mere freshman, how could he hope to confront the terrifying creature depicted in the massive painting? He hurried to Yi Feng's side, seeking to pull him away from danger. Yet Yi Feng remained still, fixated on a window of the church. Information flooded Yi Feng's mind. Concealed within the grass near the church were dozens of individuals armed with a variety of modern weapons, poised for action. Additionally, within the church itself, another group donned black tactical gear, also equipped with an assortment of firearms. Clearly, they intended to ambush those within the church. Gunfire erupted, continuous and relentless, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Mingfei, Yi Feng, run! Professor Gudrian urged, his expression taut with anxiety. The gunfire persisted, leaving them with little time. Lu Mingfei felt a wave of fear wash over him. The once peaceful campus had transformed into a battlefield. Fenger, we must flee, he implored, desperate to escape, yet unwilling to abandon Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng remained unyielding, and Lu Mingfei feared he had been rendered speechless by fear. I must join the fray to gather more emotional points. This is a prime opportunity, Yi Feng declared, addressing the anxious Lu Mingfei, who clutched his arm. Mingfei, you go ahead. I still need to deal with them. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei could only think Yi Feng had lost his senses. Surely he understood that the academy was under siege by dragons and that the inhabitants were fighting back. How could Yi Feng, unarmed, confront the dragons? Was that not tantamount to courting death? What are you standing there for? Run, Professor Gudrian urged, his face a mask of concern as he watched the two remain rooted in place. At that moment, the individuals inside the church could no longer contain themselves and rushed out, while those concealed in the grass began firing upon the crowd. Chaos erupted as gunfire filled the air, bullets whizzing past, striking the outer walls of the surrounding buildings, even peppering the marble columns with holes. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from the church, wielding a rocket launcher to target those outside. The deafening report of the rocket echoed, leaving behind a massive crater in the stone-paved road. Lu Mingfei was taken aback. They had resorted to such devastating weaponry. In the heat of the moment, he had no time to ponder and joined Professor Gudrian in seeking cover from the relentless gunfire. Unfortunately, a stray bullet struck Professor Gudrian, causing blood to seep from his back, staining his white shirt crimson. Run, Lu Mingfei, Professor Gudrian urged with his last ounce of strength before losing consciousness. Lu Mingfei froze in shock, unable to comprehend that Professor Gudrian had perished so abruptly. It felt surreal. Just moments ago, he had been alive, and now he was gone. Overwhelmed by grief, Lu Mingfei mourned the loss, recalling how kind Professor Gudrian had been. In stark contrast to Lu Mingfei's anguish, Yi Feng exhibited no outward emotion. He understood that Professor Gudrian was merely unconscious. The bullets they employed were frigga bullets, developed by the armament department, which posed no harm to the human body. Anyone struck by such bullets would succumb to the anesthetic agent within. At this moment, Yi Feng had already acquired the precise locations of Chu Zihong and Kaiser through the six eyes. He now intended to approach the two, armed and ready to eliminate them. Yi Feng strode towards the distant clash of gunfire, where both sides had originally comprised dozens of fighters, but now only a handful remained, desperately exchanging shots. Lu Mingfei was bewildered, astonished that Yi Feng dared to venture alone into the fray. Was Yi Feng truly reckless enough to disregard his own life? Lu Mingfei was entirely convinced that Yi Feng had lost his sanity. He considered abandoning Yi Feng and fleeing, yet he realized that Yi Feng was his sole remaining friend. If Yi Feng were to perish, loneliness would engulf him. Resolutely, he decided to follow Yi Feng and escort him to safety. At that moment, a figure with flowing red hair suddenly appeared before Lu Mingfei. Nua? Lu Mingfei exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 24. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shinmato, clad in combat attire and wielding a sniper rifle known as the King of Snipers, resembled a Valkyrie from ancient myths, exuding an air of formidable valor. Lu Mingfei was taken aback by her presence. Was she also partaking in this battle? Chen Modong had long spotted them through her scope and had come to recruit Yi Feng into their team, fully aware of his prowess. If Yi Feng joined their student council, their chances of victory would significantly increase. However, Yi Feng was already heading towards the church. Thus, she followed, eager to discuss his potential inclusion in their ranks. Yi Feng, Chen Modong called out, her voice ringing out above the din, as she bore her sniper rifle. Upon hearing her call, Yi Feng turned to see Chen Modong in her combat gear, and his heart swelled with joy upon noticing the silver sniper rifle she held. Yi Feng had initially intended to pick up a submachine gun from the ground, but possessing a sniper rifle would be even better. With a sniper rifle in hand, complemented by his 6 eyes, he would be capable of effortlessly eliminating any adversary from a distance. At that moment, a bullet whizzed past Yi Feng from behind. The information relayed through 6 eyes indicated that it had been fired from a window in the church. Inside the window stood a beautiful girl, who had already set up her sniper rifle, awaiting Chen Modong's arrival to deliver a fatal shot. The bullet struck Chen Modong squarely in the chest before she could react, her gaze still fixed upon Yi Feng. She had not yet spoken when she collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her body. Lu Mingfei stood frozen, staring at Chen Modong, who lay lifeless in a pool of blood. He had not anticipated that she would fall in such a manner. The academy was now shrouded in smoke and chaos. The once peaceful grounds transformed into a battlefield strewn with corpses. Lu Mingfei felt a deep ache in his heart, as he harbored genuine affection for Chen Modong. Even a hint of admiration. After all, she had come to his aid in the cinema, igniting a spark of admiration within him for this whimsical girl. Now, she lay before him. At that moment, a sinister whisper echoed in Lu Mingfei's ears. Yet, Yi Feng felt no sorrow. He approached Chen Modong's side and grasped the sniper rifle she still clutched tightly. Observing Lu Mingfei's bloodshot eyes, filled with rage, he spoke calmly. I will take down their leader with a single shot. Will you join me? Yi Feng understood that in the original narrative, after Chen Modong was shot, Lu Mingfei had entered a killing frenzy, using a sniper rifle to eliminate both Kaiser and Chu Zihong. However, the roles had reversed. It was now Yi Feng who aimed to take down Chu Zihong and Kaiser. He needed Lu Mingfei by his side, as a witness to his triumph over the 2 foes. With Lu Mingfei in kill mode, their chances of success would be heightened. I will go with you. Lu Mingfei replied flatly, though Yi Feng discerned the seething anger beneath his calm exterior, eager to bury all adversaries here. Yi Feng ceased to speak, grabbing a submachine gun from beside a corpse and tossing it to Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei skillfully caught the weapon and examined its condition. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Yi Feng wondered if he should now refer to him as Lu Mingza. At that moment, the girl at the church window fired again, this time targeting Yi Feng. The bullet was unleashed, the casing ejecting from her sniper rifle as she expertly cycled the action. Her eyes were locked onto Yi Feng's head through the scope, and she felt confident in her ability to hit him. Perceiving the threat posed by this silver-haired youth in sunglasses, she believed that if he were not neutralized, it would be her demise. With this thought, the odds favored her side. The student council's vice commander, Chen Modong, had already fallen. Once she dispatched these 2, she could aid Chu Zihong, and together they would bring Kaiser down, securing victory for their faction. At that moment, Yi Feng sensed the bullet hurtling toward his head through 6 eyes. He had already calculated its trajectory and simply tilted his head aside, causing the bullet to graze his hair. The girl, observing every move through her scope, was taken aback to see Yi Feng evade the bullet effortlessly. She could hardly believe that anyone could dodge such a high-speed projectile. Quickly regaining her composure, she concentrated all her focus, determining that if the first shot had missed, the next would not. Positioned advantageously, she steadied her breath to prevent her aim from wavering. With a pull of the trigger, she fired again. Yet, Yi Feng had anticipated her actions through 6 eyes, calculating the bullet's path. Unfazed, he continued to fixate on the church window. As expected, he sidestepped the incoming bullet with ease. The girl's complexion paled. She had not expected Yi Feng to evade her shot so effortlessly. Even Kaiser and Chu Zihong might not possess the capability to dodge such an attack. Panic surged within her, and she perceived this striking silver-haired figure as a monstrous threat. While the Castle Academy was rife with monsters, Yi Feng was the embodiment of monstrosity. Who could so effortlessly evade bullets? Her heart raced uncontrollably, and no matter how she adjusted her breathing, it remained unsteady. The reticle in her scope danced in tandem with her heartbeat, and she was oblivious to the tremors in her finger as she prepared to pull the trigger again. Resolving that her aim would not falter, she took a deep breath, ready to unleash a flurry of shots at Yi Feng. Through the scope, She was astonished to discover that Yi Feng had already raised his sniper rifle, aiming directly at her. What shocked her even more was that Yi Feng did not press his eye against the scope. He merely lifted the muzzle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The girl was taken aback. At such a distance, how could he possibly aim at her without using the scope? Perhaps he was merely hoping for a lucky strike with a barrage of fire. Much like herself. However, she had the window as cover, while Yi Feng was exposed. After much contemplation, she made a decision to engage in a duel with Yi Feng. After all, she was positioned at a height and shielded by cover, granting her a significant advantage. With her extensive sniper experience, she was confident in her high probability of success. Chapter 25. A shot that took down Su Qian. Without hesitation, she squeezed the trigger, and a bullet swiftly flew out. Yet, she did not relent. Instead, she pulled the bolt of her sniper rifle, the shell spinning in mid-air as it ejected. She continued to cycle the bolt, reloading in an instant, and fired rapidly. This sequence of actions took her merely half a second. The bolt-action sniper rifle transformed in her hands into what felt like an automatic weapon. Soon, the rifle emitted a sharp sound as the magazine was emptied. She had no intention of changing the magazine. After all, such a concentrated barrage was impossible for any human to evade. Unless he possessed the ability of time zero like the principle, which could halt time, she had never witnessed anyone else wielding such power. At that moment, Yi Feng had already tracked the trajectory of the bullets with his 6 eyes, displaying all their paths. Faced with the deluge of oncoming bullets, his expression remained calm. He calculated that he had 2 seconds to evade the bullets. 2 seconds were sufficient for him to fire a shot and dodge the incoming fire. He aimed at the Gothic window above, needing no scope, as he had already calculated the enemy's position and the bullet's impact points through his 6 eyes. Yi Feng merely smiled faintly at the girl, as if bidding her farewell, before pulling the trigger. The sound of the Bamuret sniper rifle was deafening, akin to a thunderclap, resonating with an ear-shattering intensity. After all, this rifle, with its massive caliber, was not designed for infantry, but rather for taking down armored vehicles. As the bullet was discharged, a grayish-white smoke enveloped the muzzle. Subsequently, Yi Feng gracefully shifted his body and head, akin to performing a ballet, elegantly evading the torrential bullets. Although 2 seconds had passed, to the girl, it seemed like but an instant. Her lips parted in an ah shape, disbelief etched on her face that this silver-haired youth could dodge such a concentrated assault. Her finger trembled on the trigger, as in her mind, she believed no mere mortal could achieve such a feat, not even a hybrid could evade such fire. He was not human, he was a monster. While the girl's thoughts spiraled, a sharp bullet pierced through the scope of her sniper rifle. In an instant, the scope exploded, and the bullet continued its trajectory, heading straight for her eye. Just as the bullet reached her, the Frigg bullet detonated, releasing a crimson mist of blood. The anesthetic within the Frigg bullet ensured that had it been an ordinary bullet, it would have penetrated her brain through her eye. Under the influence of the red mist, the girl succumbed to unconsciousness. Her lips remained in an ah shape, and her sniper rifle fell from the window, shattering into 2 pieces upon impact with the ground. In her fading consciousness, the image of Yi Feng's faint smile lingered, akin to a monster mocking her. Prompt. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 emotional points. Yi Feng heard the system's voice, contemplating that he was 1 step closer to exchanging for the skills he yearned for. It was time to confront Caesar and Chu Zihong in a decisive battle. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei, gazing at the severed sniper rifle on the ground, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The recent encounter between Yi Feng and the opponent was utterly terrifying. Moreover, Yi Feng had effortlessly evaded the bullets, killing the enemy hidden behind the window with a single shot. Most frightening of all was that Yi Feng had not even used the scope to aim. Without the scope, it was impossible for Lu Mingfei to see the enemy. Yi Feng's vision must have reached a terrifying level. Could it be related to his striking azure eyes? Lu Mingfei was deeply curious about Yi Feng's eyes, for only those extraordinary orbs could grant such vision. You go provide cover from above. I will confront their leader in a life-and-death battle. Yi Feng handed the sniper rifle to Lu Mingfei, retrieving a handgun from a corpse on the ground. Yi Feng carefully inspected the handgun, confirming that it was not loaded, and the bullets in the magazine remained intact. At that moment, Lu Mingfei lowered his head, gripping the sniper rifle with both hands, remaining silent. Observing Lu Mingfei's quiet demeanor, Yi Feng sensed something was amiss. He recalled that in the original narrative, after Chen Modong was shot, Lu Mingfei transformed, wielding the sniper rifle to eliminate Caesar and Chu Zihong. He had forgotten this crucial detail. Lu Mingfei was likely now under the control of Lu Mingze. Yi Feng's expression shifted as he attempted to reclaim the sniper rifle. However, Lu Mingfei stepped back, refusing to relinquish it. At that moment, He thought to himself, how could Yi Feng, armed with only a handgun, confront the leaders of both factions? Gunfire erupted throughout the campus, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. Earlier, he had witnessed both sides exchanging fire, with someone even brandishing a rocket launcher. How could Yi Feng expect to confront the leaders with merely a handgun? Their subordinates possessed such formidable firepower. Their leaders were likely fully armed and more powerful than their underlings. Though armed with only a handgun, he should at least have several extra magazines. Regardless of how formidable one's vision might be, one must not underestimate the enemy. Perhaps they had a cadre of fully equipped underlings nearby. With only 16 bullets in a handgun, it would be insufficient to secure a kill. He did not wish to witness his friends falling one by one before him. Just moments ago, Nua had collapsed in front of him. He could not bear to lose Yi Feng as well. Yi Feng had to be protected by him. He must eliminate the leaders of both factions. As Yi Feng approached, determined, Lu Mingfei quickly left the scene, seeking a vantage point from which to eliminate everyone and ensure Yi Feng's safety. At that moment, Lu Mingfei had transformed. His eyes were filled with resolve and ruthlessness. Yi Feng watched Lu Mingfei depart, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Lu Mingfei managed to claim the heads of Caesar and Chu Zihong, his efforts would be in vain. He had read the original text. During the duel between Chu Zihong and Caesar, they were entirely alone, wielding no firearms, instead resorting to the most traditional method of combat with blades. Faced with Lu Mingfei, armed with a sniper rifle, those two would be nothing more than moving targets. Yi Feng chambered his pistol, gripping it tightly in his hand. He knew he had to reach Caesar and Chu Zihong swiftly. He was well aware of Lu Mingfei's remarkable marksmanship. Although Lu Mingfei was inept in many areas, he possessed two exceptional abilities: an infallible aim and proficiency in StarCraft. In the original narrative, Lu Mingfei was capable of hitting the heart of Dragon King Constantine with a single shot, albeit intentionally missing. Yi Feng felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of Lu Mingfei claiming his kill, as he was determined to personally defeat Caesar and Chu Zihong to astonish everyone. Thus, they each ventured in opposite directions. After parting ways with Lu Mingfei, Yi Feng utilized the six-eyed vision to pinpoint the locations of Chu Zihong and Caesar. They were currently in the Academy's open parking lot, preparing for a final melee confrontation. The gunfire around him gradually diminished, indicating that the conflict was nearing its climax. Yet, Yi Feng could still detect a strong scent of gunpowder in the air. At that moment, he heard the familiar crack of gunfire, the unmistakable sound of Lu Mingfei's Barrett sniper rifle. Soon after, the surrounding gunfire vanished, and the campus returned to a serene state. Clearly, Lu Mingfei was engaged in a massacre of others. Although he had discovered that Lu Mingfei was concealed atop a distant tower, he had no time to attend to him. He had to defeat Chu Zihong and Caesar before Lu Mingfei could intervene. In the parking lot, the vehicles had long been cleared, leaving the area untouched by the chaos of battle, maintaining an appearance of tranquility. Outside, the world was engulfed in warfare, while this place seemed to exist in isolation. At that moment, a figure clad in crimson combat attire stood to one side, removing his mask to reveal cascading golden hair and a visage reminiscent of a Greek statue, with rare ice-blue eyes that coldly surveyed the opposite side of the parking lot. Chu Zihong, it appears we are the last two standing. Your arrival here indicates your considerable prowess. Caesar, listening to the now silent gunfire, realized that only he and Chu Zihong remained within the entire campus. The man on the other side bore features typical of a Chinese individual, with long, black hair flowing like a waterfall. He wielded a long blade named Muramasa, resembling a warrior ready for battle. To receive praise from Caesar Gattuso is indeed an honor. With that, he drew his long knife, gripping it firmly, the blade poised against Caesar. However, this ends here. With those words, Caesar unsheathed a hunting knife named Dick Tue Duo. He felt a surge of excitement. As this was the pinnacle of the competition, the victor would emerge between the two of them. He had longed for a thrilling duel with the president of the Lionheart Society, a clash of blades that he had always dreamed of. With determination, he tightened his grip on the hunting knife and sprang forward, darting towards Chu Zihong like a released arrow. Chu Zihong sensed the murderous intent emanating from Caesar, his brow furrowing as he locked onto Caesar's charge, his long knife ready to meet Caesar's blade. Caesar approached with the majesty of a lion, his knife poised to slice through all. He raised his long knife, preparing to stab downwards towards Chu Zihong's heart. Unhurriedly, Chu Zihong positioned his knife horizontally before him, effectively blocking Caesar's attack. In an instant, the two cold weapons collided, sparks flying. Neither combatant shifted their stance. Caesar thrust downward with great force, while Chu Zihong exerted equal effort to defend. Yet, the The Muramasa was like an iron shield. No matter how hard Caesar pressed, he could not breach Chu Zihong's defense. Maintaining his stance, Chu Zihong deftly countered, causing Caesar to stumble back a few paces. Clearly, Chu Zihong's defense had completely neutralized Caesar's momentum, suppressing his offensive spirit. With a wry smile, Caesar readied himself anew, preparing to target another area of Chu Zihong's body. Chu Zihong, undeterred by his previous success, remained steadfast, focusing intently on Caesar's every movement, ready to defend. Just as the tension escalated between them, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "This ends now." It was Yi Feng's voice. He felt a rush of relief that Lu Mingfei had not yet shot either of them. At that moment, Yi Feng held a black pistol, its muzzle aimed at the two of them. "Who are you?" Caesar and Chu Zihong simultaneously turned their gazes towards Yi Feng, astonished that an interloper had appeared at the climax of their battle, and furthermore, he was not affiliated with either of them. As they recognized his attire, they realized he was a first-year student. The audacity of a newcomer to aim a gun at the president of the student council and the head of the Lionheart Society was truly inconceivable. "Remember this. My name is Yi Feng." He felt compelled to declare his name so that they would remember who had defeated them upon regaining consciousness. Without further ado, he fired a shot at Caesar's forehead, who crumpled to the ground. Now only Chu Zihong remained. Chu Zihong gazed at Caesar's lifeless body in a pool of blood, his expression devoid of emotion, his face still as frigid as ever. He turned to Yi Feng, his golden eyes fixated on him with an intensity that sparkled like gold in the sunlight. Yi Feng understood that his lineage was not sufficiently noble. Locking eyes with Chu Zihong would instill fear in any who dared oppose him. Yet, Chu Zihong regarded Yi Feng without a hint of trepidation. The gun still pointed at him. He was astonished that his golden eyes had no effect on this silver-haired youth, and curiosity about Yi Feng's lineage piqued within him. After all, his own lineage was classified as a level, and few could meet his gaze at Castle Academy. Seeing that his golden eyes had failed, Chu Zihong lowered his long knife, raising his hands in surrender, his expression stoic. "The game is over. You have won." The outcome of this contest held little significance for him. He was more intrigued by why this newcomer remained unafraid of his golden eyes. "You are not afraid of my golden eyes." As he spoke, the brilliance of his golden gaze intensified, unable to fathom how Yi Feng could remain unperturbed. "Your eye technique is ineffective against me." Yi Feng withdrew his left hand from his pocket, removing his sunglasses to reveal a pair of azure eyes that locked onto Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Yi Feng possessed such striking eyes. To his astonishment, Yi Feng's eyes differed from his own. Yi Feng's azure irises were exquisitely beautiful, reminiscent of a clear, transparent sapphire, even overshadowing the brilliance of his own golden gaze. It was akin to the moonlight striving to compete with the sun's radiance, who shone brighter. Upon closer inspection, those eyes seemed to beckon him, compelling him to approach and explore their captivating allure. Yet, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of fear and panic enveloped me, as if every aspect of my being had been laid bare. It was no wonder that my gaze held no sway over him. It seemed my eyes were utterly inconsequential in his presence, perhaps even overshadowed by his own lineage. "Yi Feng, your name is etched in my memory," Chu Zihong remarked with a faint smile, for he knew he must forever remember the name of Yi Feng. "Get down." Yi Feng suddenly shouted at Chu Zihong. He had sensed through his 6 eyes that Lu Mingfei was aiming a gun at Chu Zihong. Chapter 27. A shot that dismantles Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei had long perceived everything through his scope. He found Yi Feng's hesitation unbearable. When faced with a target, one should act decisively rather than engage in idle chatter with Chu Zihong. If Chu Zihong counterattacked, it would lead to complications. Thus, Lu Mingfei resolutely fired a shot at Chu Zihong, intending to protect Yi Feng. Chu Zihong was quick to react, having undergone professional training himself. Upon hearing Yi Feng's warning, he immediately dropped to the ground. He noticed a circular bullet hole appearing beside him, emitting wisps of white smoke. Stunned, Chu Zihong gazed at Yi Feng, questioning why this youth would come to his aid. "Were we not adversaries? Why are you saving me?" Chu Zihong's golden eyes glimmered with confusion, struggling to comprehend Yi Feng's actions. Yi Feng offered no reply, for it was imperative that Chu Zihong defeat him with his own hands. If Lu Mingfei claimed the kill, Yi Feng's plan to astonish everyone would be thwarted. Lu Mingfei, wielding a sniper rifle, posed a significant challenge. It was possible that Lu Mingfei's body was under the control of Lu Mingze. If that were the case, Lu Mingfei might fire again, for only by eliminating Chu Zihong could he revert to his original self. Yet, Chu Zihong could not be killed just yet, as the only sober individual at Castle Academy. He needed to understand that Yi Feng had vanquished both major factions, emerging as the sole victor. In the end, amidst Chu Zihong's astonishment, Yi Feng would grant him a bullet, a conclusion that would be nothing short of perfect. However, Lu Mingfei was obstructing his plans. Regardless of whether Lu Mingfei was an ally, he had to be dealt with. After all, the bullets were Frigga rounds, not genuine ammunition. Had they been real, Yi Feng might have hesitated to shoot Lu Mingfei. At that moment, Lu Mingfei observed Yi Feng directing Chu Zihong to evade the bullet, a ripple of confusion stirring within him. He merely wished to assist Yi Feng against the adversary before them. Why did Yi Feng feel the need to aid Chu Zihong? Were they not teammates? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Since the first shot had missed, he prepared for a second. He held his breath, concentrating on the crosshair in the scope. Ready to pull the trigger. Yi Feng had already noted all of Lu Mingfei's movements and lifted his pistol, aiming it toward Lu Mingfei's direction. Chu Zihong, witnessing this, was taken aback, still unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He knew someone was targeting him with a sniper rifle from a distance. Yet he was unaware of the sniper's identity. Initially, he believed this person to be an ally of Yi Feng, but now, with Yi Feng aiming his gun at the distant tower, confusion washed over him. This year's free day was not solely comprised of the Lionheart Society and the Student Union. How could a new student and an unidentified sniper join the fray? His mind was a whirlwind of questions, yet now was not the time for inquiries. He must wait for Yi Feng to resolve the situation with the sniper before seeking clarity. Yet, as he watched Yi Feng point his pistol at the distant tower, he found it hard to believe that a mere handgun could reach the concealed sniper. In that moment, Chu Zihong discerned an opportunity to turn the tide. Since Yi Feng was preoccupied with the distant sniper, he had not noticed Chu Zihong's actions. With his speed, if he could seize the nearby Muramesa and combine it with his swordsmanship, he could swiftly defeat Yi Feng. However, he shook his head, having already conceded. It would be dishonorable to ambush another. Now, it remained to be seen which of Yi Feng or the mysterious sniper would emerge as the ultimate victor. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical that Yi Feng could eliminate the distant sniper with just a small handgun. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei remained utterly focused on the prone figure of Chu Zihong. All he needed to do was pull the trigger, and a single bullet could obliterate Chu Zihong's skull. Yet, a demonic whisper echoed in his mind. A voice he recognized all too well from the station and his dreams. This voice was rife with temptation, as if it perpetually lured him into a pact, promising unimaginable power and wealth. Be careful, the voice seemed to caution him. Utilizing the scope, he scanned the surroundings and was astounded to see Yi Feng aiming his gun at him. He could hardly believe his eyes. How could Yi Feng possibly turn against him? Were they not the best of friends? At that moment, disbelief flooded his heart. Yi Feng had aimed his weapon at him for the sake of Chu Zihong. Shoot, 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 the demonic whispers incessantly urged him, but he could not bring himself to pull the trigger. Fire. The voice insisted, growing increasingly insistent. Lu Mingfei was tormented, unwilling to aim at Yi Feng, who was now his only friend. Chen Modong was already gone. If Yi Feng were to perish as well, he would be left utterly alone for eternity. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Modong was merely unconscious, and the gun was loaded with non-lethal rounds. Lu Mingfei wrestled with the demonic voice in his mind, feeling as though he was the sole inhabitant of a dark and desolate world, curled up in a corner, battling against this insistent whisper. In high school, he had often felt isolated, but since Yi Feng and Chen Modong had brought him to Cassare Academy, he believed he had escaped that solitude. Whether he acknowledged it or not, he realized he was still alone. At that moment, Yi Feng had calculated the bullet's trajectory with his 6 eyes. He slightly elevated the gun's muzzle and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The bullet was unleashed. Lu Mingfei, positioned too far away, could only perceive a faint sound, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Yet, through the scope, he witnessed the bright flash of Yi Feng's gunfire. Understanding that Yi Feng had indeed fired, yet he remained unresponsive, his consciousness still ensnared in that dark and terrifying realm. Pull the trigger, the voice urged, its urgency intensifying, as if it were demanding his life. Yet, Lu Mingfei continued to remain motionless, a solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. He wished for all of this to be a mere dream, but since stepping through the gates of Cassare Academy, everything felt unavoidably real. As Lu Mingfei pondered, the bullet had already reached him. In an instant, it detonated before his eyes, a spray of crimson mist erupting, and he lost consciousness. At that moment, Yi Feng saw Lu Mingfei collapse through his 6 eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he could not fathom why a tear glistened at the corner of Lu Mingfei's eye. However, Yi Feng paid no heed to these trivialities. He exhaled softly, dispersing the lingering black smoke from the muzzle of his gun, his cerulean eyes fixed intently on Chu Zihong. Well, it seems it is just the two of us now. In Chapter 28, So It Is You, Chu Zihong was momentarily dazed. A single shot had eliminated the distant sniper. How could this be possible? Furthermore, it was accomplished with a handgun, surpassing even the absurdity of anti-Japanese dramas. The fact that Yi Feng had dispatched the sniper left him incredulous. For a long while, Chu Zihong widened his eyes in disbelief. Until now, the sniper had yet to fire, confirming that the sniper had indeed been vanquished by Yi Feng. Previously, the sniper had aimed at him, and had the sniper still been alive, another shot would have surely followed. Aside from the chirping of birds and a gentle breeze, silence enveloped the surroundings. Was it truly possible for someone to eliminate a sniper from afar with just a handgun? At that moment, Yi Feng aimed his weapon at Chu Zihong and coldly remarked, "I do not intend to rescue you. Rather, you must be defeated by my hand. Thus, I cannot permit you to fall beneath anyone else's gun." Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong, typically expressionless in the face of adversity, allowed a faint bitter smile to escape his lips. The gravity of Yi Feng's words, combined with his austere demeanor, felt almost theatrical, reminiscent of lines from a film. "Your name is Yi Feng, is it not? I shall remember you as this year's victor." Chu Zihong rose to his feet, prepared for Yi Feng to pull the trigger. "Before that, I must inform you of one thing. Su Qian is one I have defeated." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Chu Zihong's brow furrowed slightly. Su Qian was his assistant, and logically, she should have been guarding the chapel. It was unexpected that she, with her extensive sniper experience, had also succumbed to Yi Feng. Yet, given Yi Feng's earlier display of skill, this outcome was not entirely surprising. Su Qian's defeat at his hands was not a disgrace. Moreover, the one who sniped at you was Lu Mingfei. This revelation shocked Chu Zihong. He did not know Yi Feng, but he was familiar with Lu Mingfei, an S-rank individual with whom he must contend for the student council under Caesar. The fact that Yi Feng had also bested him was staggering. Contemplating this, he could not help but wonder about Yi Feng's true rank. "What is your lineage?" "A rank." Yi Feng's expression remained impassive, his left hand tucked into his pocket, exuding an aura of cold detachment. "So it is you." Chu Zihong's eyes widened. He was aware that a special A-rank freshman would enter the academy this year. Yet he knew neither the name nor the abilities of this individual. This A-rank newcomer was as crucial as Lu Mingfei and was one of the new students that they needed to recruit into the Lionheart Society. However, Yi Feng's performance during this day's freedom had far exceeded his expectations. With his enigmatic and striking cerulean eyes, he displayed no fear of his golden eyes. Armed with a handgun, he had intruded upon the duel between himself and Caesar, eliminating both of them with a single shot. Such prowess undoubtedly placed him among the elite of Carcel Academy. Yet, Chu Zihong was now eager to discern what Yi Feng's linguistic spirit was. For his own was a high-risk one, Junyan. Surely Yi Feng's linguistic spirit could not be lacking. And if he could engage him in a battle using their respective spirits, he might not be outmatched. Thus, with curiosity, he inquired, "Yi Feng, what is your linguistic spirit?" A peculiar smile crept upon Yi Feng's lips as he withdrew his left hand from his pocket. The technique is called Shun Zhuansang. With his palm facing upward and fingers slightly curved, a cerulean sphere began to form in his palm, continuously spinning and rending the very fabric of the surroundings. Chu Zihong was astonished. He had never witnessed such a linguistic spirit. The cerulean sphere, akin to Yi Feng's eyes, was mysterious and beguiling. It twisted the air around it, as if drawing in and shredding everything nearby. This was an unprecedented linguistic spirit. Should he attempt to employ his own, he might also be drawn into its grasp. Yi Feng had conjured a gravitational singularity. This was no mere human. Yi Feng was indeed a monster, and no wonder he was rated A rank. Cold sweat trickled down Chu Zihong's brow as he stared vacantly at the cerulean sphere, consumed by an overwhelming sense of fear and astonishment. Yi Feng recognized that time was of the essence. When the academy bell tolled, this year's day of freedom would conclude. Thus, amidst Chu Zihong's astonishment, Yi Feng retracted his fingers, causing the cerulean sphere to vanish, and he proceeded to the crux of the matter. "I want you to tell everyone that it was I, Yi Feng, who defeated the president of the Lionheart Society and the president of the student council." Once the cerulean sphere dissipated, Chu Zihong finally regained his senses. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke nervously, "Of course, I will personally recount your performance during the day of freedom." Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, aiming his handgun at Chu Zihong. In light of Chu Zihong's astonished expression, he fired a shot aimed at his head. A burst of crimson mist erupted as Chu Zihong collapsed into a pool of blood. After the gunshot, only Yi Feng remained, the smoke still lingering in the air. Although the leaders of both factions had fallen and the gunfire within the academy had ceased, the air was still thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the wind rustling through the branches, swaying them as if to celebrate Yi Feng's victory. Yi Feng discarded the handgun, donned a pair of sunglasses, and took out a lollipop, placing it between his lips. With his hands in his pockets, he contemplated how astonished everyone would be upon awakening at his display. He estimated that the emotional points he accrued would be sufficient to exchange for a skill. Moreover, according to the trajectory of the original narrative, the next event would involve Jiudi Yaji and Yi Feng exploring the underwater Bronze City. He aimed to find a way to participate in this expedition. With the enhancement of his new limitless technique, he would stand a fighting chance against Norton's Bronze City and Constantine. However, after enrolling, he would also need to face the 3A examination. Only by passing it could he truly be considered a student of Carcel Academy. Although he was a half-blood, his lineage rank was likely a dismal D rank, and he probably would not pass the 3A examination. This thought troubled him, yet he recalled that Feng Er would undoubtedly have a solution. In the original narrative, he might be the enigmatic Mr. KFC, possessing the highest authority over the supercomputer Norma, which could allow him to modify his rank. Once all was said and done, he planned to pay Feng Er a visit. For now, he awaited the awakening of the others, eager to reap a wave of emotional points. Soon, the bell of the academy rang out from a distance, shattering the oppressive silence. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed as several helicopters descended upon every corner of the academy. From the helicopters emerged imposing, muscular men with Red Cross shoulder straps, wielding toolboxes to repair every damaged area of the campus. A door to an unidentified building swung open, and doctors and nurses poured out, carrying emblem-adorned briefcases to examine the bodies scattered on the ground. At this moment, a small, balding old man with thin, round gold-rimmed glasses held a handkerchief to his mouth and nose, furrowing his brow and sighing deeply. Chapter 29. I remember you. Adhere to discipline in school. Ignoring the lifeless body on the ground, he gazed at the marble pillar riddled with bullet holes, pressing his hand to his heart and sighing incessantly. Holding a pen, he stared at the bullet holes in the marble column, continuously jotting down different numbers in his notebook. With each number he wrote, his expression grew increasingly pained. This group of people was utterly outrageous. The academy would incur substantial losses once again. Yi Feng recognized that the elderly gentleman before him was none other than Professor Manstein, one of the academy's professors. Professor Manstein scrutinized Yi Feng carefully, noting that he was the only living soul in the entire academy, signifying that he was the victor of this year's free day. However, he was not interested in who the victor was. His concern lay with the fact that the Student Council and the Lionheart Society had caused such extensive damage to the academy's infrastructure. He glanced at the bodies of Chu Zihong and Caesar lying on the ground, a flicker of schadenfreude flashing in his eyes. Who would have thought these two brutes would perish together? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards them, as every year on free day, it was these two who led the destruction of the academy. The repair costs after each free day soared into the tens of millions. That was no trifling sum. He had suggested to the principal to abolish free day, but his proposal had been categorically rejected. Looking at Chu Zihong and Caesar sprawled in a pool of blood, he felt an inexplicable sense of vindication. He never imagined that the silver-haired youth before him, with his hands in his pockets, had defeated Chu Zihong and Caesar. Given that their bloodline ranks were A-class, they were top-tier figures within the academy. The notion that a mere freshman could defeat them was utterly fanciful. Nonetheless, he continued to observe Yi Feng, pondering the youth's nonchalant demeanor in the face of the gruesome scene, casually sucking on a lollipop. It suddenly gave him a headache. How could someone show such indifference while enjoying the sight of two individuals lying in a pool of blood? This person undoubtedly had a penchant for violence. Indeed, there seemed to be no normal students at Kase Academy. Thus, Professor Manstein fixed his gaze on Yi Feng and spoke slowly. What is your name? I am Yi Feng. A freshman, Yi Feng replied, his hands still in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. Yi Feng, I shall remember you. You must adhere to discipline in school, Professor Manstein declared, for he was the academy's disciplinary officer and had committed Yi Feng to memory, vowing to educate him in due course. Yi Feng. That name sounds oddly familiar. Suddenly, Professor Manstein recalled something. Besides the S-class freshman Lu Mingfei, there was another extraordinary student this year, also named Yi Feng, who had been specially approved by the principal as an A-class student. Upon realizing this, Professor Manstein widened his eyes in disbelief as he regarded Yi Feng. You are Yi Feng? Yi Feng's handsome, icy visage betrayed no emotion as he coldly responded, Indeed, Professor Manstein. The corners of Manstein's mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that he had defeated these two? He found it hard to believe. As Chu Zihong and Caesar were A-class, few could vanquish them simultaneously. Unless Yi Feng, being an A-class himself, truly possessed the means to conquer the two. Yet, he remained skeptical that Yi Feng could have bested them. Consequently, his tone trembled as he furrowed his brow and looked at Yi Feng. Did you defeat these two? Yi Feng, still savoring his lollipop, replied with a cold demeanor, yes. At that moment, Professor Manstein was genuinely astonished. He had initially assumed that Chu Zihong and Caesar had perished together, but unexpectedly, it was Yi Feng who had brought about their defeat. Manstein felt a headache coming on. After all, Chu Zihong and Caesar frequently disregarded discipline within the academy, often leading their respective factions to disrupt order. Now, it appeared that there was yet another individual, Yi Feng, who was even more violent than them. As the disciplinary officer, he would have to keep a close watch on these three. It was clear they would not adhere to the academy's rules. With that thought, he held his head, feeling as if it might explode. He had no desire to engage with Yi Feng any further. There was an even more pressing matter at hand, assessing the academy's damages. He would undoubtedly have to reprimand these three individuals. Otherwise, his role as the disciplinary officer would be in vain. Once the damages were calculated, he intended to lodge a complaint about these three to the principal, advocating for the cancellation of free day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 emotional points. Yi Feng, hearing the system's notification, felt no stirrings within. After all, those 50 emotional points did not pique his interest in the slightest. As the doctors and nurses examined the bodies on the ground, they retrieved a syringe filled with an unknown liquid from a medical kit and injected it into the corpses. Soon after, the bodies began to awaken, removing the masks from their faces to reveal a group of 18-year-olds. Upon regaining consciousness, their first action was to whisper among themselves. Who won, Chu Zihong or Caesar? It must be Caesar. The student council wins every year. But I think Chu Zihong has a good chance this year. After speaking, they promptly stood up, scanning the surroundings in search of the two. Before long, the students spotted them in the parking area, but by then, Yi Feng had already vanished, leaving only Chu Zihong and Caesar behind. Chu Zihong and Caesar had awakened, their expressions devoid of emotion as they sat still, while the doctors and nurses examined them. The surrounding students dared not utter a word, for these were their leaders. With their leaders silent, it would be improper for the subordinates to speak out. The students were anxious, eager to discover who the victor was, and even had celebratory items prepared. Yet, aside from the beeping of medical devices, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, with even the rustling of leaves carried by the wind distinctly audible. After a long pause, the cold and unyielding Chu Zihong spoke first. This year I lost. Upon hearing this, the members of the student council erupted in cheers. Indeed, our leader is formidable. Long live the student council. Leader, we shall host a party tonight to celebrate. Hearing the jubilant cheers of the student council, the members of the Lionheart Society looked despondent, their heads bowed in disappointment. They had believed that with Chu Zihong present, victory was assured, yet unexpectedly, they had lost to the student council once more. Meanwhile, Caesar, upon hearing the cheers of the crowd, frowned, casting a cold glance at the student council members before stating icily, "This year, I also did not win." The reveling members of the student council fell silent in an instant, unsure if they had misheard, and cautiously inquired, "Leader, what did you just say?" Caesar forced a bitter smile, gazing skyward, and raised his voice. "This year, our student council also lost." At that moment, the parking lot was enveloped in a profound silence, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Chapter 30. It turns out he is Yi Feng. The students present could hardly believe their ears. Chu Zihong had lost, and so had Caesar, who, then, had emerged victorious. They were left bewildered, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Was there an unexpected twist in the competition? They dared not inquire further, instead waiting for the two to elucidate the situation. Noticing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Chu Zihong maintained his icy demeanor. "The person who defeated us is named Yi Feng. He is a freshman, and it was he who instructed me to inform you all that he single-handedly vanquished each one of you. Armed with merely a handgun, he was able to subdue both me and Caesar. Furthermore, I witnessed him, with that same handgun, defeat Lu Mingfei, who wielded a sniper rifle, from a considerable distance." The students were taken aback. They never imagined that a freshman could simultaneously defeat both Chu Zihong and Caesar. What astonished them even more was that he had also bested Lu Mingfei, an S-class student whose prowess had long been the talk of the school. Though they were unaware of Lu Mingfei's true capabilities, his classification as S-class indicated extraordinary talent, as the principal would not have conferred such a title otherwise. The revelation that S-class Lu Mingfei had been struck down by Yi Feng from afar, particularly given the disparity in their weaponry, was staggering. What manner of being was capable of such feats? Thus, it was revealed, he is Yi Feng. Upon hearing of Yi Feng's exploits, Caesar's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had not anticipated that the silver-haired youth who had aimed a gun at him was, in fact, Yi Feng. He had learned from Nua that, aside from Lu Mingfei, this year featured a particularly remarkable student, the only A-class student in the history of Kai's Academy, Yi Feng. He had originally intended to meet him after the conclusion of the free day. Yet their first encounter occurred under such extraordinary circumstances, one that began with gunfire directed at himself. This individual was undoubtedly intriguing. No wonder the student council had taken a keen interest in him. He would certainly be welcomed into their ranks. Observing Caesar's smile, Chu Zihong surmised his thoughts. We, the Lionheart Society, will spare no effort to recruit him, he declared. Caesar, anticipating such a response, glanced at Chu Zihong. How about we have a contest to see which club Yi Feng will choose to join? Upon hearing this, the golden hues of Chu Zihong's eyes brightened, igniting like a flame. He rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothing. Very well. Caesar, equally piqued, stood up, sunlight glimmering off his golden hair. At that moment, he resembled a lion brimming with vigor, poised to seize its prey. One headed east, the other west, leaving a cluster of students exchanging glances. Though their leader had departed, they remained, curiosity piqued about the identity of Yi Feng. A freshman, armed with a handgun, had simultaneously taken down their leader? Reflecting on the words of Chu Zihong and Caesar, they could not shake the feeling that this newcomer was no ordinary student. Now, Yi Feng was stronger than S-class Lu Mingfei, and they were all eager to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic figure. Consequently, they dispersed, each intent on investigating Yi Feng's identity. As Yi Feng walked back to the dormitory, he marveled at the beauty of the academy. A path of marble stretched toward the student accommodations, flanked by maple trees. The gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, scattering yellow maple leaves onto the ground. Each step he took producing a soft crunch beneath his feet. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. The host has gained 5,000 emotional points. Yi Feng was astounded. Previously, the system had only granted him 50 points at a time. The sudden influx of 5,000 points was utterly shocking. He realized these points were accrued from the astonishment of the students at Kai's Academy. It seemed his decision to join this institution was indeed fortuitous. Had he aligned himself with Lu Mingze and his group, he might not have garnered such a bounty of emotional points. Thus, Yi Feng promptly accessed the skill exchange panel. Character card, Wu Tiao Wu, skills, 6 eyes. Technique reversal, song. Available skills for exchange, technique reversal, he, virtual style, Z, unlimited technique, domain, Wuliang Kanchu. Without hesitation, Yi Feng selected the unlimited technique. Unlimited technique requires 5,000 emotional points for exchange. Current emotional points, 6,200. Exchange, Yi Feng commanded the system, longing for this skill, which would allow him to teleport effortlessly. This ability could even serve as a means of escape. With such a skill, he would no longer fear falling into perilous situations. However, the primary limitation of this ability lay in the necessity for an unobstructed path during teleportation. Additionally, the unlimited technique possessed the capacity to slow the speed of nearby objects, preventing them from making contact with him, a power reminiscent of the principal's word spirit, times 0. Skill exchange successful. Current emotional points, 1,200. With this thought, Yi Feng opened another skill, domain, Wuliang Kanchu. Domain, Wuliang Kanchu, requires 100,000 emotional points for exchange. Yi Feng was taken aback. The price was indeed steep. However, he acknowledged that this was Wu Tiao Wu's signature skill, and thus the demand for 10,000 points was entirely reasonable. It would likely take him a considerable amount of time to amass such a sum. For now, acquiring the unlimited technique was sufficient. He proceeded to check another skill. Technique reversal. He requires 10,000 emotional points for exchange. Virtual style, Z, requires 10,000 emotional points for exchange. Yi Feng was stunned. He had not anticipated that these two skills would cost more emotional points than the unlimited technique. Yet it made sense, as Wu Tiao Wu's unlimited technique was a foundational skill, justifying the higher costs of the others. Closing the system skill panel, he was eager to experiment with the unlimited technique. He shut his eyes, and in an instant, he found himself at the entrance of the student dormitory. With the maple forest behind him, the unlimited technique was indeed effective. Yi Feng contemplated the recent actions of Yi Sheng and Jiodi Yaji in the Three Gorges. If he could utilize this skill, he could instantly traverse to the Three Gorges and assist them in acquiring the weapons forged by Dragon King Norton, the 7 deadly sins. This could alter their fate, preventing their demise within the bronze city of Dragon King Norton. However, The time for their mission was still a ways off. According to the timeline, the next event was the 3A examination. He needed to prepare for this crucial test. With this in mind, he realized he must consult with Feng Er, the individual possessing the highest authority within the Norma, who could assist him in passing the 3A examination. Chapter 31. I am here specifically to find you at this moment. Only Feng Er held the key to aiding him in navigating the 3A examination. However, he was unsure how to broach the subject. After all, it would be quite inappropriate to simply declare, I know you are Mr. KFC. Even if he were to directly reveal this identity, given Fin Gur's character, he would likely feign ignorance. For now, he could only engage him in conversation and take things one step at a time. The day's freedom had come to an end, and the students had returned to their dormitories, which were filled with a cacophony of noise. The dormitory here was designed for 2 occupants per room, mirroring the original text where Lu Mingfei and Fin Gutter shared a space. Yi Feng entered the dormitory, which was adorned in a European style, exuding an exquisite charm. The corridor was lined with closed doors, and Yi Feng was uncertain which room belonged to Fin Gur. It would be impractical to knock on each door. And with no dormitory supervisor present, searching for someone here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, endowed with the ability of the six-eyed vision, Yi Feng meticulously searched each room. Soon, he discovered Fin Gur's room on the 2nd floor and noticed that Lu Mingfei had already returned. Yet, he lay motionless on the bed, likely still under the influence of anesthesia, and it seemed he would need some time to awaken. Yi Feng ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor and rapped on Fin Gur's door. At that moment, Fin Gur opened the door. Just place the food inside, he said, initially believing that the meal he had ordered using Lu Mingfei's student card had arrived. Upon seeing Yi Feng with his hands in his pockets and a lollipop in his mouth, he was startled. Quickly regaining his composure, he glanced at Lu Mingfei, who lay on the bed. Oh, it's you. You've come to find Lu Mingfei, haven't you? I specifically came to see you. I want to. Fin Gur paused, momentarily perplexed. He could not discern the reason behind Yi Feng's visit. Did he know the reason for his repeated failures in the academy? Or perhaps he had uncovered his true identity. After finishing his statement, Yi Feng bit down on the lollipop, crushing it before spitting out the stick. I want to know how to pass the 3A exam. Hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, Fin Gur was taken aback. He had anticipated that Yi Feng would ask him how to succeed in the 3A exam. He had assumed Yi Feng sought him out perhaps because he was privy to his secret. So he chuckled, draping an arm around Yi Feng's shoulders and ushering him into the room before closing the door. Fin Gur produced a chair and gestured for Yi Feng to sit. At that moment, he resembled a charismatic leader of a pyramid scheme. Yi Feng, you've come to the right person. I have been repeating a year for 4 years now. They have 8 sets of exam questions, and I've been enrolled for 8 years. Coincidentally, the exam questions for this year are the same as those from when I first enrolled. Fin Gur's expression radiated confidence as he retrieved a thick stack of papers, some of which were slightly yellowed. These are my answers from the 3A exam years ago. If you memorize these, you will surely pass. Observing Fin Gur's self-assured demeanor, Yi Feng could only shake his head in resignation and sigh. Fortunately, he had read the original text, where Fin Gur had made similar claims to Lu Mingfei. However, he understood that Fin Gur was merely deceiving Lu Mingfei. The latter passed the exam due to his S-class lineage. Yi Feng was aware of his own circumstances. His lineage was merely D-class. In the presence of the Emperor of Words, he might not elicit any reaction. His aim was solely to persuade Fin Gur to utilize his privileges to amend his examination results within the Norma system. Yet, he dared not speak outright, as it might raise Fin Gur's suspicions and lead him to be wary, which would be troublesome. Thus, he could only feign skepticism and ask, are these answers truly effective? Fin Gur patted his chest, confidently asserting, rest assured, I am quite reliable. What if I fail? Fin Gur's expression shifted slightly, and he made a gesture as if swearing an oath. If I fail, may lightning strike me down. Yi Feng chuckled helplessly, finding it comical that this foreigner was swearing in Chinese. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Noticing Yi Feng's silence, Fin Gur grew increasingly curious about him. He could not fathom why someone with Yi Feng's abilities would need to consult him about passing the exam. Yi Feng, do you lack confidence in your ability to pass the exam? He had been investigating Yi Feng's background, but the information he uncovered painted Yi Feng as an entirely ordinary half-blood, even falling short of being exceptional. Previously, he had barely scraped by in his homeland by accepting low-level bounty tasks. Having looked into Yi Feng's history, Fin Gur deemed him trustworthy. Yet, he remained puzzled. He had observed Yi Feng's striking cerulean eyes, which were even more intense and terrifying than Chu Zihong's golden ones. If Yi Feng's lineage were truly inferior, he would not possess such extraordinary eyes. After all, one's eyes could serve as a testament to their lineage. Yi Feng sighed in resignation, realizing that if he did not confide his situation to Fin Gur, he might not receive assistance. Indeed, I have no reaction to the Emperor of Words. What? Fin Gur was taken aback, astonished that Yi Feng had no response to the Emperor of Words. Every half-blood would experience spiritual vision upon encountering the Emperor, and each individual's vision was unique. During the exam, they would depict their experiences on paper. If Yi Feng had no reaction to the Emperor, it would indicate that his lineage was not high, perhaps even that he was not a half-blood at all. Yet, given Yi Feng's remarkable eyes, how could he possibly not be a half-blood? Fin Gur contemplated the matter and concluded that the only possibility was that Yi Feng was an anomalous half-blood. After all, in biological terms, any species could exhibit mutations, and it was not out of the question that Yi Feng's lineage had undergone such a change. However, there were no records of this. Yi Feng would be considered a first case. Fin Gur scrutinized Yi Feng more closely, his curiosity about the youth deepening. He needed to ascertain whether or not Yi Feng was truly a half-blood. Thus, he devised a straightforward approach. Fin Gur stood up with a serious expression. Retrieving a long object wrapped in black cloth from beneath the bed, he positioned it behind his back and addressed Yi Feng. Yi Feng, come with me. Fin Gur had only one simple and direct method, to engage Yi Feng in combat. Chapter 32. Come, let us fight. Yi Feng followed closely behind Fin Gur, uncertain of what the latter intended. At that moment, Fin Gur walked ahead with a grave demeanor, carrying a stick-like object wrapped in black cloth on his back. He pondered whether to unleash his full strength against Yi Feng. He was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities. Yet, Yi Feng intrigued him immensely, especially since the latter had shown no reaction to the Emperor of Words. Yi Feng was not like Lu Mingfei. Even if Lu Mingfei exhibited no response to the Emperor, it would not surprise him, as he now appeared to be quite ineffectual. Yi Feng, however, was a different matter entirely. He had single-handedly defeated both Chu Zihong and Caesar and possessed those eerie cerulean eyes. To suggest that such an extraordinary individual would remain unresponsive to the Emperor of Words is simply inconceivable. If Ye Feng were unable to surpass me, I would disregard him entirely, leaving his fate in the hands of chance during the 3A examination. Conversely, should he prove capable of defeating me, even if Ye Feng were to fail the 3A exam, I would devise a means to assist him. I might even harness his strength to exact my own vengeance. Ye Feng had been trailing behind Feng Er, sensing an unsettling transformation in him. Soon, Feng Er led Ye Feng to a secluded area within a forest at the rear of the academy, a place sparse with human presence. The only sounds came from the birds perched in the trees, their calls echoing in the stillness. Feng Er halted in an open space, removing something from behind him. Ye Feng, let us engage in a duel, he declared. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern Feng Er's intentions. Observing Ye Feng with his hands tucked into his pockets, displaying no inclination to fight, Feng Er decided to act first. Grasping a black staff with one hand, he propelled himself forward with the force of an arrow. Racing towards Ye Feng's side, he lifted the staff, preparing to strike down upon Ye Feng. Ye Feng, however, remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Although he could not comprehend Feng Er's motive for this confrontation, he activated the limitless technique he had exchanged for through the system. This technique, a signature skill of Wu Tiao Wu, allowed him to slow the approach of any object near him, rendering them incapable of closing the distance. As Feng Er brought the staff crashing down, he sensed an unusual force disrupting his strike, causing his descent to decelerate as if time itself had been halted. A leaf descended from a tree, its fall gradually slowing until it appeared to be suspended in midair above Ye Feng. Is this the time zero of words? Feng Er pondered in astonishment, realizing that only the principal's power could induce such stillness in the world around him. This was a high-tier ability, one that could only be wielded effortlessly by those of noble lineage like the principal. The revelation that Ye Feng possessed time zero left Feng Er questioning whether he could truly best him. Noticing a discrepancy, Feng Er realized that if Ye Feng were indeed using time zero, he too should have experienced a state of stasis. Yet, it seemed Ye Feng merely slowed the world around him, with objects approaching him decelerating to a halt. This appeared to be a passive skill rather than the time zero of words, an unknown capability altogether. With this thought, Feng Er swiftly distanced himself from Ye Feng, retracting the staff and retreating. By this point, Feng Er regarded Ye Feng with admiration. Indeed, Ye Feng was as formidable as he had anticipated. However, to defeat the Crown Prince, such abilities might not suffice. Ye Feng would need to demonstrate an even greater power. Merely slowing surrounding objects could only be considered a defensive measure. Possessing a skill akin to the principal's would be far more advantageous. It became clear that close combat with Ye Feng was ill-advised. Feng Er quickly devised a strategy. Since close combat was unfeasible, he would resort to using his abilities. He began to unveil the black cloth from the staff, revealing a long blade. The blade glimmered under the sunlight, unremarkable in its appearance. Observing Ye Feng's impassive countenance, Feng Er smiled faintly. With a swipe of his left hand across the blade, the once radiant edge turned black, the darkened blade elongated significantly, twisting into a peculiar form. In the next moment, black flames erupted from the blade. At this juncture, the forest's avian inhabitants seemed to sense the danger emanating from Feng Er's weapon, taking flight in mass exodus. The appearance of this blade plunged the forest into an eerie silence. Ye Feng's gaze was fixed intently on the black blade held by Feng Er. He recognized it as the Mingsha Yanma Dao, a weapon Feng Er favored. It was this very blade that had severed the high bridge. Through his 6 eyes, Ye Feng discerned the unique aura of lethality that surrounded the weapon. He was compelled to remain vigilant, as it instilled a palpable sense of pressure upon him. Had he not just exchanged for the limitless technique, he might have been cleaved in two. Feng Er, feeling no need to conceal his prowess further, resolved to employ his signature skill in order to truly test Ye Feng. If Ye Feng's strength could aid him in his quest for vengeance, it was essential to ascertain his capabilities. In this moment, Ye Feng felt no trepidation. He possessed the limitless technique, rendering him impervious to any advancing object. Feng Er observed Ye Feng's composure, his hands still tucked in his pockets, and contemplated how unaware Ye Feng was of the gravity of the situation. After all, a single strike from him could easily cleave the forest in twain. Nevertheless, Feng Er refrained from exerting his full strength, wary of revealing his capabilities to the academy. With a firm grip on the hilt, he applied pressure to his wrist, drawing the black blade upward in a semicircular arc. A wave of blade energy surged forth, leaving a fissure in the earth as it hurtled toward Ye Feng. Sensing the aura of death emanating from the dark blade energy, Ye Feng knew that wherever it traveled, the life force of nearby creatures would be drained. Feng Er's focus remained unwavering on Ye Feng, who appeared disinclined to engage. In a moment of exasperation, he called out, "Ye Feng, let your senior brother witness the extent of your power." Ye Feng, still perplexed by Feng Er's insistence on this duel, resolved to demonstrate his strength. Believing it was time to reveal his capabilities. Chapter 33. What kind of word spirit is this? Feng Er's eyes were locked onto Ye Feng, unable to fathom how Ye Feng could evade the approaching blade energy. Although he had not exerted his full power, the blade energy was not something easily dodged. Even if Ye Feng's domain could halt the energy, the black flames accompanying it posed a threat to him as well. As anticipated by Feng Er, when the blade energy neared Ye Feng, its velocity diminished, eventually coming to a standstill. The black flames continued to writhe, and Ye Feng experienced a sensation akin to burning skin. Should he remain stationary, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences of the bizarre black flames. Yet, Ye Feng stood resolute, his hands still in his pockets, his demeanor unyielding. He displayed no intention of evading the impending danger. Observing this, Feng Er could only sigh in resignation. Ye Feng, is this truly the extent of your power? Disappointment washed over Feng Er. He had expected Ye Feng to unveil a more formidable ability. Instead, it appeared that Ye Feng's sole skill was the capacity to slow the world around him. While this ability was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to the principle's time zero, which could freeze everything in its vicinity. Ye Feng merely altered the surroundings, rendering everything sluggish. This ability resembled a lower-tier substitution of time zero. Without uttering a word, Ye Feng gazed at the blade aura that stood still before him, raising his left hand slowly from his pocket. As his hand ascended to midair, his fingers unfurled, slightly curving upwards. The technique, Shushi Shun Zhuang Tsang, conjured a small azure sphere that materialized in the palm of Ye Feng's hand. Fin Gu'er observed this azure sphere, furrowing his brow and instinctively tightening his grip on the black longsword. The azure sphere spun in Ye Feng's palm, drawing everything around it into its core. Although Fin Gu'er was several meters away, he felt the air around him thinned, as if this azure orb were siphoning the very atmosphere. Unconsciously, he inhaled deeply, as if the sphere would indeed deplete the air surrounding him. What kind of language spirit is this? Fin Gu'er had never witnessed such a phenomenon. He felt as if Ye Feng had crafted a singularity by hand. If struck by this orb, he would surely be ensnared and torn apart. Currently, faced with this ever-rotating and enlarging sphere, Fin Gu'er found himself utterly powerless, standing transfixed before the azure orb. Ye Feng observed that the sphere had grown to the size of an ordinary palm and smiled faintly. He gently placed the sphere upon the stationary yet tumultuous black flames of blade aura. In an instant, the The blade aura was captivated, spiraling along the surface of the azure sphere, ultimately drawn into its center. The black blade aura vanished, and the azure sphere visibly expanded. Finguer watched in horror as the blade aura was absorbed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Despite perspiration threatening to drip into his eyes, he remained oblivious. His gaze glued to the azure sphere in Yifeng's hand. This is impossible. Who in this world can manually craft a singularity? Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Clan's history, no one has been able to achieve such a feat. Yifeng neither retracted the sphere nor cast it away. He allowed it to rotate in his palm. If Finguer wished to test his strength, let him do so. Yifeng was unafraid of revealing his own prowess. However, at present, he was merely exhibiting a fraction of Wu Tiao's abilities. Once he fully exchanged for Wu Tiao's powers, what expression would Finguer wear then? At that moment, Finguer struggled to believe his eyes. He pulled the black longsword with force. Carving a semicircle as a blade aura infused with black flames surged toward Yifeng. Yifeng remained impassive as the blade aura charged at him. Suddenly, the azure sphere in his hand expanded, its diameter exceeding Yifeng's height. He flung the sphere forth, his left hand tracing a circle in the air. The azure sphere mirrored the motion, inscribing a circle upon the ground. The blade aura unleashed by Finguer was drawn to the azure sphere, vanishing into its depths. Finguer gazed at the towering sphere, his back drenched in sweat. He had initially intended to cleave the sphere in two, but was taken aback by its ability to enlarge. He watched as the sphere circled him, leaving a deep trench in the earth. The path of the sphere resembled the devastation wrought by a tornado, obliterating all in its wake. Yifeng snapped his fingers, causing the azure sphere to vanish without a trace. Sweat poured from Finguer's brow, his attire thoroughly soaked. This spectacle was utterly astonishing to him. Most remarkable was the realization that Yifeng possessed not just one ability, but two, the realm that slowed everything around him and the singularity-like azure sphere. With these two powers, he could face the Dragon King without fear. Finguer wiped the sweat from his forehead, restoring the black longsword to its ordinary form before sheathing it. The power Yifeng had displayed qualified him to join him in seeking vengeance against the prince. Sighing in relief, he addressed Yifeng. Yifeng, you truly deserve the A grade. Rest assured, you will surely pass the 3A examination. After speaking, Finguer approached with admiration, placing a hand on Yifeng's shoulder. In that moment, he reverted to the demeanor he had displayed upon their first meeting. Really? Yifeng questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. Why would my senior brother deceive you? You have already demonstrated your singular A-grade capability. You will undoubtedly succeed. Finguer acknowledged Yifeng wholeheartedly, thinking that even if Yifeng failed to respond to the Emperor of Words, it mattered not. After all, the strength Yifeng exhibited had surpassed his comprehension. He resolved to ensure Yifeng remained on campus, vowing to drag him along to seek vengeance against the prince when the opportunity arose. Do we still need to memorize those answers? Yifeng suddenly recalled Finguer's so-called examination answers. No, those are no longer relevant, Finguer replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a wave of relief. Initially wary of this unreliable individual, he decided to trust Finguer's assurance of his success. At that moment, as the two prepared to depart, a distant announcement echoed. Please, Yifeng, report to the principal's office immediately. Chapter 34. Hello, Principal, I am Yifeng. Upon hearing the announcement, Yifeng froze momentarily. He realized the principal wished to see him sooner than expected. However, this was not entirely surprising, as his rank had been personally evaluated by the principal. It was only a matter of time before they met. Soon, the night had fallen. The academy lay in silence, with all students returned to their dormitories, save for a few stragglers jogging on the grounds. Yifeng stood at the principal's office door, moonlight streaming through the window to illuminate him. He contemplated knocking, but hesitated momentarily. A sense of apprehension gripped him. He was uncertain why the principal had summoned him. Did he discover that his bloodline rank was merely D? Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and knocked on the door. After all, it was better to enter and face the principal than to dwell in uncertainty. Come in, a powerful voice resonated from behind the door. Yifeng pushed the door open, revealing a lavishly decorated office. The interior boasted an elegant European style, spacious and brightly lit, adorned with a set of exquisite sofas. In the center sat a man dressed in a white suit, his hair a striking silver. Despite his white locks, not a single wrinkle adorned his face, and his demeanor radiated the vigor and vitality of youth. Yifeng recognized him as the esteemed principal of Kaisir Academy, Zirboat Rangi, seated at his desk with hands clasped. Rangi's eyes scrutinized the silver-haired youth before him. Greetings, principal. I am Yi Feng, he announced, standing before Rang Yi like a soldier awaiting orders. The principal remained silent, his gaze assessing Yi Feng from head to toe, enveloping the office in a tense stillness, broken only by the distant chirping of cicadas. After a prolonged pause, Rang Yi finally spoke. Yi Feng, the reason I summoned you is to assign you a task. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not yet passed the 3A examination. According to the original narrative, only those who had successfully completed the 3A exam and received a bloodline assessment were eligible for academy missions. Noticing Yi Feng's confusion, Rang Yi opted not to elaborate immediately. Please, have a seat. He prepared a pot of black tea, placing a cup in front of Yi Feng, then gestured for him to sit down. After taking a sip of his tea, he continued. I have delved into your background and am aware that your bloodline is merely at a D level. Yi Feng's brow furrowed slightly, and his hand trembled as he held the teacup. Rang Yi took another sip, continuing, at Kaisir Academy, a D-level bloodline leads to expulsion. You do not meet the qualifications for admission. Yi Feng's expression remained impassive, his grip on the cup tightening without release. Rang Yi finished his tea and refilled his cup, observing Yi Feng intently. However, your performance at the hot pot restaurant was astonishing. You managed to incapacitate 1,000 death warriors using an unknown linguistic ability. Upon learning this, I immediately rated your bloodline as a level, for such a rare talent has never been seen in the annals of the Dragon Clan's history. I anticipate that your rating from the 3A exam would still be D level, ultimately leading to your expulsion. Yi Feng remained silent, delicately sipping his tea before continuing to hold the cup. He understood that Rang Yi was aware that the 3A exam would be ineffective for him, given his D-level bloodline. His abilities were merely conferred by the system. Possessing the powers of Wuji, Wu could not elevate his bloodline status. Coming to this realization, Yi Feng prepared himself for the impending expulsion. Despite his placid demeanor, his hands were on the verge of crushing the cup. Rang Yi, unable to glean any reaction from Yi Feng's face, furrowed his brow slightly and finished his tea. He thought to himself that Yi Feng was indeed extraordinary, maintaining such composure in the face of his threats. It became clear that a direct approach was necessary. Intimidation would yield no results. Yi Feng, I wish for you to partake in a mission, the outcome of which will serve as your 3A exam score. Initially intending to coerce Yi Feng into acceptance through the threat of expulsion, Rang Yi noticed that Yi Feng appeared unfazed by the danger. Upon hearing the proposal, Yi Feng took a deep breath, having anticipated Rang Yi's intention to expel him. What is the nature of the task? Yi Feng inquired, finishing his tea and placing the cup back on the table. Rang Yi refilled Yi Feng's cup, his tone becoming grave. We have a mission in Sanxiao, and you will serve as a reserve team member. Rang Yi's demeanor grew serious as he added, however, I must caution you that this mission is exceedingly perilous. You lack any training from Kaisir Academy, and to venture forth would be akin to courting death. Yi Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the principal would assign him such a significant mission, particularly given the principal's awareness of the potential secrets hidden beneath the waters of Sanxia. Unbeknownst to Rang Yi, the depths concealed the bronze city constructed by Dragon King Norton, where Norton's brother, Constantine, also resided. Yi Feng had already contemplated that even if Rang Yi forbade him from participating, he would find a way to join, for this was an opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of emotional points. Moreover, he could rescue the ill-fated couple, Jiude Yaji and Yi Sheng, along the way. This was a chance not to be missed, especially since he was struggling with the 3A exam. Participating in the mission would be immensely beneficial. Previously, he had sought Fenger's assistance to pass the exam. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Observing Yi Feng deep in thought, Rang Yi understood that he would not easily acquiesce, given the mission's inherent dangers. Yet, with Yi Feng's exceptional abilities, his involvement could enhance the likelihood of success. Unfazed by Rang Yi's threats, Yi Feng recognized that even if he were expelled from Kaisir Academy, other dragon-slaying families would eagerly seek to recruit him. Rang Yi smiled wryly and emptied his cup of tea, patiently awaiting Yi Feng's response. The room fell silent, the atmosphere so still that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. I accept. Yi Feng's resolute voice shattered the silence. Chapter 35. Apologies, I overstepped my bounds at this moment. Rang Yi had already taken up the teapot to pour himself another cup. However, upon hearing Yi Feng's response, he froze momentarily, tea spilling from his elegantly crafted cup unbeknownst to him. He had not anticipated Yi Feng's prompt agreement. Indeed, there was no hint of fear upon Yi Feng's countenance, but rather a glimmer of excitement in his austere expression. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a novice. Principal, the tea has overflowed, Yi Feng remarked, noting the liquid nearly spilling over the edge of the table. Unable to contain himself, he offered a gentle reminder. Realizing the situation, Rangi hastily set down the teapot and scrambled for a cloth to clean up the mess. Once he had composed himself, he cleared his throat and said, "My apologies. I seem to have lost my composure." Rangi had not anticipated being so flustered by a young man. He had initially believed Yifeng would refuse the mission. Considering the challenge of sending an untrained novice to explore the lair of Dragon King Norton was indeed demanding. He had thought Yifeng would rather choose expulsion than accept such a task. It was evident that Yifeng was no ordinary student, deserving of his A-level status. From that moment on, Rangi regarded Yifeng with newfound admiration. He retrieved a document marked as top secret from his desk drawer and presented it to Yifeng. "Here is a detailed mission briefing. You may peruse it. We have discovered an ancient structure beneath the waters of Sanxia. Upon our assessment, it is highly probable that this is the bronze city of Longwang Norton." Anger's tone was remarkably grave as he pointed to a mysterious colossal structure depicted in the image. "For this mission, I have appointed Jiode Yaji and Yi Sheng as the executing agents." Upon hearing their names, Yifeng gazed at the section of the document labeled Executing Agents, which bore their joint photograph. In the picture, the two stood by the shore, exuding an air of relaxed contentment, as though they were merely tourists capturing a momentous memory. They remained blissfully unaware that this task would ultimately claim their lives. Reflecting on their fate of being eternally entombed within this enigmatic and eerie bronze city, Yifeng could not help but sigh in lamentation. It is indeed the fault of the original author. Since the principal intends to participate in the mission personally, it would be prudent to rescue them along the way. This could serve as a means of rectifying a regret. Anger noticed Yifeng lost in thought while staring at the photograph of the two, took a sip of red tea, and explained, "They are among my most esteemed students, responsible for this deep water exploration. You will serve as backup. Only if one of them encounters trouble will you take their place." Anger's eyes gleamed with pride as he regarded their likeness. "Ordinarily, your involvement would not be necessary, as these two have executed numerous missions with an impeccable synergy, having never failed." In Anger's mind, despite the inherent dangers of this undertaking, it is known that Longwang Norton resides within, yet according to records, the dragon has remained in slumber, awaiting its next awakening to obliterate this world. Given the capabilities of Jiode Yaji and Yi Sheng, there should be minimal concern, even in the event of an unexpected occurrence. The weaponry aboard the Monyahi is sufficient to vanquish a small dragon. Aware of Yifeng's unique ability to conjure singularities that distort everything around him, he had previously utilized this power to eliminate over 1,000 Deadpool-like entities in a hot pot restaurant. Such prowess, even without passing the 3A examination, would warrant Yifeng's retention at Castle Academy. The principal's desire to involve Yifeng stems from a wish to witness his capabilities firsthand, to assess whether he merits an A-grade evaluation. Should he manage to defeat Longwang Norton, it would be even better. Observing Anger's unmistakable pride, Yifeng remained silent, his expression unchanging as he drained his cup of red tea. Internally, he mused that had he not traversed into this realm, the fates of the two would likely unfold as depicted in the narrative. Yet Anger remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom that awaited this mission, which would claim the lives of an entire vessel's crew. Initially contemplating revealing their fate to Anger, Yifeng ultimately decided against it. Recognizing that even if Anger were to learn of their destiny, he would not rescind the mission. After all, Anger's objective is to exact vengeance upon the entire dragon species. He would sacrifice the lives of the entire academy to annihilate the Dragon King. It would be far better for Yifeng to personally take action against Constantine to garner emotional value. Moreover, succeeding in this 3A examination would yield dual benefits for him. With this in mind, Yifeng downed the freshly poured red tea as though preparing for battle. "When shall we set forth?" Anger was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this youth exhibited more urgency than himself. He had intended to accompany Yifeng to the Three Gorges, but that required booking a flight. However, Yifeng possessed the boundless technique, allowing him to traverse the mere expanse of the Pacific Ocean instantly, with no barriers in their path. He could effortlessly appear at the shore of the Three Gorges, awaiting their arrival. "Yifeng, why are you more anxious than I? The operation is scheduled for tomorrow night. There is still time. You can begin packing your belongings, and we shall depart together tomorrow." Anger signaled for Yifeng to remain calm, refilling his cup with red tea. "Or you could indulge in this delightful afternoon tea prepared by the principal." Yifeng felt a sense of helplessness in the original narrative. The demise of the Monyahi was precipitated by their underestimation of the mission's peril. They had presumed that beneath the Three Gorges dwelled only Longwang Norton, unaware that a Dragon Knight lurked within. The lineage of the Dragon Knight was almost akin to that of the Dragon King. They mistakenly believed that Longwang Norton would remain perpetually dormant, oblivious to the myriad traps concealed within the Bronze City. After the incident, anger would arrive too late. Contemplating this, Yi Feng sighed. It appeared that he would have to rely on himself to rescue them all. Fortunately, with his boundless technique, he could instantly manifest in the Three Gorges. Otherwise, he too would have missed the opportune moment for rescue, as anger had. Since the principal was not in a hurry, there was no need for him to be overly anxious. He would first savor the cup of red tea crafted by the principal. The following day, late at night, a tugboat named Monyahi was battered by wind and rain upon the river, swaying precariously on the waters. It was autumn, and this deluge was exceptionally rare. The wind speed on the river had already reached force 8. Only this solitary vessel remained on the river, as others had sought refuge from such an unusual storm. The only illumination amidst the torrential downpour was the xenon lights of the Monyahi flickering through the rain. Waves relentlessly crashed against the hull of the Monyahi, causing the entire ship to tremble amidst the tempest. Professor Mans Longdishtite, the captain of this vessel, stood before the pilot's window. Sheets of rain pummeled the front window before bursting apart. The wind howled, and the ship rocked. Mans stood firm, his expression fraught with anxiety as he awaited news. Chapter 36. What? Yi Feng has vanished. Facing the tumultuous winds and waves of the river, Professor Mans felt no trepidation. After all, while this vessel appeared to be a tugboat, it had long been modified by the equipment department into a warship. It was capable of withstanding the onslaught of a force 12 storm, with the external winds only reaching force 9. Such winds against the ship were little more than a tickle. However, according to the weather forecast, tonight was supposed to be clear. How could it suddenly turn into a torrential downpour with raging winds? Everything felt amiss. Nevertheless, under the cover of the storm, executing a secret mission would be advantageous in maintaining secrecy. This is Professor Mans Longdishtite. Please respond. Mans repeatedly called into the radio receiver, but all that returned was the low, grating sound of static. At that moment, Yi Sheng and Jiu Deji had already entered the water, and the radio's transmission abruptly ceased. The situation underwater remained unclear, with the fates of Yi Sheng and Jiu Deji unknown. He longed to send someone into the depths, but given the presence of Longwang Norton's Bronze City below, any rash decision could result in further casualties. This is Professor Mans Longdishtite. Please respond. Mans could only continue to shout into the radio, but the earphones still emitted only the low, grating static. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the principal had mentioned bringing a new student as a backup. Hearing that Anger intended to designate an untrained newcomer as a backup agent, he was opposed to the idea. After all, venturing into the depths of Longwang Norton's Bronze City with a novice was tantamount to a death sentence. However, since the principal had recommended this individual, it suggested that they possessed exceptional qualities. Yet, even now, Principal Anger had yet to make an appearance. As time inexorably ticks away, Professor Monsi clutches the walkie-talkie tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I am Professor Monsi Longdishtite. Please respond. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, within the hallowed halls of Castle Academy, the midday sun shines brilliantly, as many are indulging in afternoon slumber. Sunlight bathes every corner of the academy, enveloping it in a serene tranquility. However, the principal's office is in utter disarray, Principal Anger shouting into his phone. What? Yi Feng is missing? He never anticipated that Yi Feng would vanish without a trace. Earlier that morning, Anger had planned to accompany Yi Feng to the airport to board a private flight to the Three Gorges. Yet, despite the entire faculty being mobilized, Yi Feng remains elusive, as if he has evaporated from existence. Could he have fled? Just yesterday, he appeared utterly fearless, and now, at the moment of departure, he is nowhere to be found. Time has already been wasted in the search for Yi Feng, and the situation at the Three Gorges is becoming increasingly urgent. There is no time to wait for Yi Feng. He must proceed to the Three Gorges to assist Professor Monsi. With a forceful slam, Anger hurls the phone to the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. He clenches his fists tightly, glaring at the spot where Yi Feng had sat the day before. At Castle Academy, desertion is intolerable. Yi Feng's act of abandoning his comrades in the face of the Dragon Clan's peril is a grievous transgression. And even if Yi Feng were to flee to the ends of the earth, Anger would track him down. He must hasten to the Three Gorges by plane. With that thought, he dashes out of the office. Meanwhile, Jody Yaji and Yixing find themselves trapped within the Bronze City constructed by Dragon King Norton. Clad in diving suits, they are tethered by a metal line for communication, but the connection to the ship Mania has been severed. Their link to the outside world is cut, leaving them akin to caged birds ensnared in a prison known as the Bronze City. Jody Yaji carries Yi Sheng, who lies limp and unresponsive on her back. This is Yi Sheng's spirit snake, which incessantly slithers from his body, scouring for an escape route under his mental guidance. Above them, the ceiling of the bronze city shifts incessantly. After inadvertently triggering a switch, the entire structure has transformed into a complex mechanism, constantly altering its shape. The ceiling, the floor, and even the walls are in a state of perpetual motion, causing Jiu de Yaji and Yi Sheng to feel as though they are lost within a labyrinth. Their hope now rests on Yi Sheng's spirit, praying he can find a way out. Jiu de Yaji stares at the ever-changing bronze walls, the gauge on her oxygen tank now hovering in the red zone. Their oxygen supply is dwindling, and even if they manage to escape, they may not have enough to reach the surface. Jiu de Yaji can only breathe lightly, striving to conserve oxygen. Above them, aboard the Mania, Professor Mansi continues to call out for Jiu de Yaji and Yi Sheng, but his efforts are in vain, as only static crackles through the radio. The storm rages outside, battering the Mania with relentless waves, the rain intensifying. Inside the cockpit, silence reigns as Mansi grips the walkie-talkie. As the leader, he cannot afford to surrender so easily. After all, Yi Sheng and Jiu de Yaji are among his most cherished students, and he cannot allow them to perish within the Bronze City. Yet, he is powerless, left to watch time slip away. He draws a cross over his chest and clasps his hands in prayer, beseeching the divine for assistance. Suddenly, the sky erupts with thunder and lightning, jolting Professor Mansi to attention. In that brief flash, he glimpses a figure on the distant river. As the lightning fades, darkness envelopes the view once more. Mansi wonders if he is merely imagining things, as hallucinations are common in such tense circumstances. He resumes his prayers. A thunderous roar echoes as another bolt of lightning illuminates the dark river, and there it is again, the shadowy figure drawing closer. Is his mental state deteriorating to such an extent? Soon, the lightning vanishes, and the figure disappears. Quick, turn on the searchlight. Sensing something amiss, Mansi instructs those in the cockpit to activate the Mania-S searchlight. The beam sweeps across the river, revealing a figure clad in Castle Academy uniform, hands in pockets, riding a surfboard, propelled forward by the tumultuous waves. The rain pelts his hair, glistening under the searchlight like stars in the night sky. The forceful winds whip around him, yet he stands resolute, seemingly unyielding as a mountain. Written upon the sleeves of his wind-blown attire are two characters, Yi Feng. Chapter 37. I shall descend to save them. Yi Feng had initially employed an unrestricted technique to transport himself here. However, he did not anticipate the severity of the storm that would ensue. As he searched the tumultuous river for several hours, at last, he has found the Mania, which sways precariously amidst the tempest. Yi Feng can only hope he has not arrived too late. Upon successfully boarding the vessel, the wind and rain suddenly intensify, causing the Mania to sway violently. Yi Feng, standing on the gangplank, nearly loses his footing. At that moment, a crew member clad in sailor attire rushes to the edge of the ship, visibly unwell. Greetings, Professor Mansi. I am Yi Feng. You are Yi Feng? Professor Mansi's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to accept that this figure before him is indeed Yi Feng. He had received word yesterday that Principal Anger would personally escort a new student aboard the Mania for the mission. While it is not unusual to bring a newcomer along for experience, the current situation is beyond his expectations. A new student traversing the treacherous waters on a surfboard amidst such a fierce storm is extraordinary, perhaps even beyond the capabilities of a professional surfer. However, with Yi Feng's arrival, it implies that the principal is nearby. With this thought, a glimmer of hope ignites in Mansi's eyes. If the principal is here, then his beloved students may yet be saved. Where is Principal Anger? Yi Feng, brushing back his soaked silver hair, appears remarkably mature and nonchalantly replies, I do not know where the principal is. He is likely still on the plane. Upon hearing this, Mansi's brow furrows. If the principal is not present, then the two trapped in the Bronze City are surely doomed. Moreover, the situation is dire, their oxygen supply is nearly depleted, and they cannot wait for Principal Anger to arrive. The current situation underwater remains unclear, making it unwise to send anyone down. He turned his gaze towards Yi Feng, suddenly contemplating the possibility of having him dive to rescue the two individuals. However, he quickly shook his head. After all, Yi Feng was merely a freshman, having never undergone any form of training. To send him down would be tantamount to condemning him to death. At that moment, another colossal wave struck the hull of the Moni Yahi, causing everyone to stumble and nearly fall. Professor Mans, what is the current situation? Yi Feng inquired. Professor Mans informed him about the disappearance of Yi Sheng and Jiu de Yaji. Hearing this news, Yi Feng furrowed his brow, realizing the dire circumstances surrounding the two. Inside the city of Qing Tong, akin to a labyrinth, their escape would not be easy. Moreover, A dragon guardian was stationed to oversee the entire city. Even if they managed to emerge, this guardian would not permit their passage. In the original narrative, it was only through Lu Mingfei's extraordinary abilities that they could escape from Qingtong. However, time was of the essence for Yi Sheng and Jiu Ji. As their oxygen supply was dwindling rapidly, he had to plunge into the depths to save them. Professor Mans, allow me to rescue them, Yi Feng declared. Professor Mans was momentarily taken aback, perceiving Yi Feng's proposition as a jest. What sort of absurdity was this? A mere freshman attempting to save others? The underwater conditions were uncertain. If Yi Feng were to go missing as well, it would only exacerbate their predicament. No, you have not received any training. Going down there would be a death sentence. Mans firmly rejected Yi Feng's request, his tone unmistakably stern. Seeing Professor Mans' refusal, Yi Feng fell silent. Time was slipping away, and Mans continued to call for Jiu Ji and Yi Sheng over the radio. The static crackled incessantly. Meanwhile, the rain over the river intensified, as if the very heavens were pouring down upon them. Yi Feng, observing the seconds tick by, understood that he could not afford to wait any longer. Delaying further would mean that Jiu Ji and Yi Sheng would truly meet their demise within Qingtong. He was determined to save them. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Yi Feng quietly approached the bow of the ship, leaning against the railing, gazing at the tumultuous waters while the rain cascaded upon his face. Suddenly, a splash echoed from the prow. Inside the cabin, Professor Mans, still calling over the radio, was startled by the sound of water. He initially feared that the MONI had collided with a submerged reef. He exhaled in relief, recognizing that this vessel had been modified and was not prone to such mishaps. However, a glance around the cabin revealed the absence of one individual. Yi Feng was nowhere to be found. That splash was the sound of Yi Feng plunging into the water. Ignoring the raging storm outside, Professor Mans rushed to the bow, peering down at the churning river. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and Yi Feng had vanished from sight. Had he really jumped in without wearing a protective suit or oxygen tank? Was he out of his mind? Quick, notify Norma and gather the students. We are in danger and require their assistance. Professor Mans shouted to the crew. They could only appeal to the academy for help in deciphering the map of Qingtong. With the map, he could then send someone down to rescue the two. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, at Castle Academy, the midday heat was stifling, making it the perfect weather to lounge in the dormitory and take a comfortable afternoon nap. Lu Mingfei had the same thought. With no classes in the afternoon, he could indulge in a long, restful sleep. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the campus. Startled, Lu Mingfei leaped from his bed, fearing an attack from the Dragon Clan. From Finger's lips, he learned that this was the Academy's emergency mission alarm. All students rated B level and above were required to gather in the mission hall to assist the task force personnel currently engaged in a mission. Soon, Lu Mingfei arrived at the mission hall of Castle Academy. The spacious and brightly lit hall was lined with rows of computers, resembling a command center straight out of a science fiction film. Chun Mo Tong, Caesar, Chu Zihang, and others were already seated at their computers. Yet Yi Feng was conspicuously absent. A massive electronic screen hung on the front wall. Professor Mans Tan-In stood before the screen, and upon seeing the students assembled, he proclaimed in the loudest voice, "Students, the task force officers are in peril. I need your assistance in deciphering the dragon script." Following his words, the enormous screen displayed a series of bizarre and distorted symbols. These images were transmitted from Qingtong by Yi Sheng and Jiu Ji hours earlier. These inscriptions were etched within Qingtong. Only by deciphering all of them could the mechanisms of the city be unlocked. At that moment, Professor Mans' voice crackled through the speaker. "Students, you must hurry. Yi Feng has already jumped into the water." Lu Mingfei, Chen Mo Tong, Chu Zihang, and Caesar were taken aback. Yi Feng, how did he end up on the other side of the Three Gorges? In an instant, the entire hall fell into silence. They had not anticipated that Yi Feng would accompany the task force on a mission. No wonder he had been absent from Castle Academy. He had gone to undertake a task. However, Yi Feng was merely a new student. How could he qualify for such an undertaking? Subsequently, Professor Mans' voice turned tense, intermingled with the howling winds and the sound of rain. Yi Feng jumped without a diving suit. The underwater conditions are unknown. We must quickly interpret the map, so I can send someone down to rescue them. Everyone in the hall was stunned. They could hardly believe that Yi Feng had dared to dive without any gear. Was he out of his mind? Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Professor Mans immediately cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, this is an urgent situation. We must expedite the deciphering of the dragon script for their safety. With Professor Mans surging, everyone took a deep breath, their eyes fixated on their computer screens, fervently clicking away at their mice. The hall resonated with the sounds of keyboards clattering and mice clicking. Only Lu Mingfei remained seated, lost in thought, unable to fathom that Yi Feng was in danger. Earlier that morning, he had intended to discuss the events of Freedom Day with Yi Feng. He had shot at himself, and although he later realized that the bullet contained only Frigga's ammunition, posing no harm, the moment Yi Feng aimed at him had deeply pierced his heart. Yet, he only wished to save Yi Feng, which was why he had fired at Chu Zihang. He had hoped to speak with Yi Feng about this matter, wanting to understand why Yi Feng had aimed at him. After waking, he had been unable to find Yi Feng, only to discover that he had gone on a mission. Now, with Yi Feng in peril, he could not stand idly by. Despite Yi Feng having shot at him, he believed there was a reason behind it. I must save Yi Feng. He was the one who, in my darkest hour, brought light into my life alongside Nua. At present, Yi Feng finds himself enveloped in the depths of darkness, recognizing the urgency of his assistance. A secret taught to him by Lu Mingze flickers into his mind. He presses the Enter key and begins to type a sequence of English characters. Black Sheep Wall. This code, derived from a certain game, possesses the power to unveil the entirety of the current map. Mere seconds later, a black screen engulfs everyone's interface, and an immense three-dimensional map materializes before their astonished eyes. The colossal bronze city is rendered into intricate mechanical components, each whirring into action. With old pathways sealed and new routes emerging, all eyes in the hall turn towards Lu Mingfei, the one responsible for unlocking the map. In this moment, Professor Manstein, disregarding his authority, rises and shouts at Norma. Quickly relay the map information. The Moniahe is teetering in the tempest. Professor Manstein receives the data from Castle Academy, committing it to memory. Ignoring the protests of those around him, he seizes a diving apparatus, determined to plunge into the depths to rescue the three students. Long before, Yi Feng had already infiltrated the entrance of the Bronze City, where, as described in the texts, a sculpted visage of a tormented human face adorned the center of the bronze gates. This environment starkly contrasts with the tempestuous river above, where gales and towering waves rage. Here, however, an eerie tranquility prevails, as if separated from the chaos above by an unseen barrier. Holding his breath, Yi Feng feels fortunate to possess the limitless magical technique that grants him boundless stamina. Yet, he is at a loss as to how to open the formidable gates. According to the original text, the blood of a dragon is required to unlock them. Only someone of Lu Mingfei's lineage can achieve this. But the soul key lies in the hands of Yi Sheng and Jiudea. Unable to open the gates himself, Yi Feng devises a plan. If a key is unattainable, then he shall employ a physical means to breach the door. Raising his left hand, he aligns his index and middle fingers, mimicking a gun gesture. With the incantation, Shu Zhuang Tsang, a cerulean sphere materializes between his fingers, spinning relentlessly and drawing in the surrounding river water. Under Yi Feng's command, the sphere expands, endlessly absorbing more of the river's flow. When it reaches the size of the bronze visage, Yi Feng launches the cerulean sphere forward. With a thunderous crash, the whirling sphere collides with the bronze face, producing a resounding noise that reverberates through the city. In an instant, the visage is drawn into the sphere, leaving a gaping hole at the center of the bronze gates. With the face no longer obstructing the river, a tremendous pressure builds inside and outside the gates, causing the water to surge through the breach as if it intends to consume all. Yi Feng, unable to maintain his position against the overwhelming pull, is swept into the bronze gates alongside the torrent. Soon, equilibrium is restored within the city as the water floods in, allowing Yi Feng to regain his footing. Now within the bronze city, he must urgently locate Yi Sheng and Jiudea, for their oxygen supply is rapidly depleting. If he fails to reach them, they risk perishing in this abyss. Yi Feng's azure eyes widen, absorbing the entirety of the bronze city's information. At this moment, the walls fracture and reassemble, resembling mechanical components in constant transformation. Despite the shifting pathways ahead, Yi Feng perceives all within the city. Initially contemplating the use of Shu Zhuang Tsang to obliterate half the city, he discards the notion, recognizing the inherent peril. The sphere's immense pull could easily ensnare Yi Sheng and Jiudea, leading to dire consequences. In a flash, he pinpoints their location, mere meters below him. Although only a short distance separates them, several walls stand in the way, and with the entire bronze city in flux. Traversing this seemingly short span feels akin to navigating a labyrinthine mountain range. However, for Yi Feng, none of this poses a challenge. Armed with Shu Zhuang Tsang, he can level mountains with a single strike. Chapter 39. The trapped duo deep within the bronze city, Jiudea senses a faint tremor, which quickly dissipates. Frowning, she dismisses the disturbance, having witnessed many peculiar occurrences within the city. This slight vibration pales in comparison to the walls nearby, which are perpetually splitting and reconfiguring. Meanwhile, an urgent alarm signals the dwindling oxygen levels, heightening her anxiety. If Yisheng cannot find an exit, they risk succumbing to asphyxiation. Behind her, Yisheng's pallid complexion regains a hint of color as the serpents he released return to his body from all directions. Something is amiss. Someone has entered the Bronze City. Yisheng weakly articulates, his senses sharpened by the panic emanating from the returning snakes. Could it be that Professor Manstein has sent someone to rescue us? Jiodea muses, elated by the thought that after their prolonged separation, assistance may have arrived. No, this presence is something far more sinister, Yisheng replies, his expression grave and his pallor returning. If they were indeed being rescued by Professor Manstein, the snakes would not react with such terror. Only the master of this labyrinthine city, the king of bronze and fire, Dragon King Norton, could instigate such fear. As this realization dawns, the color drains from Yisheng's face once more, leaving him ghostly pale. Jiodea, observing his ashen visage, begins to apprehend the identity of the intruder. Her brow furrows. Her formerly radiant complexion is now devoid of color. Could it be? She whispers hesitantly, as if afraid to utter the forbidden name. Upon hearing her, Yisheng too furrows his brow, contemplating the use of the word spirit serpent once more to seek an exit. Yet the serpents, now trembling, refuse to heed his command. It appears they must rely solely on their own wits to navigate this maze. However, as Yisheng gazes at the incessantly shifting bronze walls, his furrow deepens. With each step they take, the ground reconfigures, crafting new pathways. The walls nearby shift in tandem, splitting and reassembling into new forms. It becomes evident that their efforts yield no progress. We cannot escape, Yisheng sighs, his eyes reflecting a profound despondency. The watch incessantly emitted a series of beeping warnings, signaling the dwindling oxygen supply. They had less than 20 minutes of oxygen remaining. He gazed at the equally pallid Jiodea, offering a bitter smile. Death did not frighten him. Rather, he harbored a profound regret in his heart, one that revolved around his unconfessed feelings for Jiodea. Since his freshman year, he had been enamored with this foreign girl, yet to capture her attention, he had playfully tormented her during training. Despite his affection, he feigned disdain. Now, as fate would have it, they were on the brink of perishing together in this desolate place. He could accept his own demise, but not hers. If it were possible, he would willingly trade his life for hers. He wished to pray for divine intervention to rescue Jiodea. But the city of Qingtongcheng was nothing more than a tomb, entombing a once great king. This sepulchre held no deities, only one ruler, the Dragon King Norton. Perhaps beseeching Norton for mercy might spare Jiodea? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Yisheng shook his head. The master of Qingtongcheng had returned, and they were akin to intruding mice in another's domicile. What mercy could a ruler show to mere rodents? A resolute decision formed in his mind. There was but one course of action. He would confront the Dragon King in battle. Yisheng did not expect to slay Norton. He merely sought mutual destruction. Perhaps, in vanquishing the Dragon King, he could afford Jiodea an escape. Thus, he grasped a set of alchemical blades he had discovered in Norton's quarters, known as the 7 Deadly Sins. Yaji, you must remain here, if a chance arises. Take everything with you. Jiodea observed Yisheng wielding the 7 Deadly Sins and surmised his intentions. Yisheng, what do you intend to do? He merely handed her his bone vial, then turned, adopting a demeanor of noble sacrifice. Yaji, I love you. Upon hearing this, tears streamed uncontrollably down Jiodea's face. In truth, she had long sensed Yisheng's affections and harbored feelings for him as well. After all, they had embarked on numerous perilous missions together, their bond transcending mere partnership. Yet, both had pretended to be oblivious to this truth. With tears in her eyes, Jiodea pulled Yisheng back, embracing him tightly. Yisheng, momentarily taken aback, felt the warmth emanating from her. Unconsciously, he reciprocated the embrace. In that moment, they stood silently entwined, akin to long-lost lovers reunited, enveloped in each other's arms. Just then, Yisheng sensed the vibrations from the ceiling intensifying. His brow furrowed. He realized that Dragon King Norton was likely in pursuit of them. Aware that time was fleeting, he could not allow Norton to discover her. Gently, he pushed Jiodea away. No, Jiodea understood his thoughts and clung to him resolutely. The bronze ceiling trembled violently, echoing the rhythmic beat of a heart, powerful and relentless. The tremors grew nearer, as though someone above was incessantly pounding. Yaji, listen to me. You must survive. Yisheng recognized that time was scant, and they would soon be found. He strained against Jiodea's grip, desperately attempting to free himself. I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself. Her arms wrapped around him like a vice. In that instant, they felt the world around them convulsing. The ceiling, walls, and floor quaked violently, as if the very structure were on the verge of collapse. Yi Sheng's heart raced, and even without the use of his language spirit, he sensed a formidable force above. This power seemed poised to tear everything asunder. Jiude felt the same force, instinctively tightening her hold on Yi Sheng. Her heartbeat accelerating. Just as Yi Sheng had anticipated, a colossal azure sphere materialized above them. They gazed in astonishment at the spinning orb, which could rend the heavy bronze ceiling into fragments. To his astonishment, Yi Sheng discerned a figure amidst the swirling chaos. What manner of creature is this? Could this be the language spirit of Dragon King Norton? Yi Sheng scrutinized the indistinct figure above, along with the azure sphere that was tearing through the bronze ceiling. His brow knitted in concern as he instinctively shielded Jiude with his body. His pulse quickened, blood coursing through his veins at an alarming rate. A chill ran down his spine as he fixated on the shadowy form. He realized that escape was futile. They would have to confront this enigmatic presence head-on. Yet, he noticed a glimmer of light emanating from the figure's eyes, an azure glow mirroring that of the massive sphere. As he beheld this eerie luminescence from a distance, a sense of dread gripped him. Could the Dragon King Norton's eyes be azure? Yi Sheng pondered. Soon, the colossal azure sphere tore a gaping hole in the bronze ceiling. After creating the opening, the sphere vanished in an instant. As it disappeared, the figure swiftly approached them. Yi, run, Yi Sheng urged, his heart trembling at the sight of the approaching figure. This being wielded terrifying powers, rendering him no more than an insignificant ant in comparison. He could only muster the strength to shout, imploring Jiude to flee, while he remained behind to buy her precious moments. Yet Jiude clung to him tenaciously, unwilling to abandon him. She could not bear the thought of leaving her beloved man to face his end alone. With her eyes shut tight, she held Yi Sheng close, burying her head in his embrace. Yi Sheng, too, held her tightly, confronting the terrifying entity before them. Knowing their abilities were no match, dying together with Jiude in this place did not seem so bad. As the figure drew nearer, Yi Sheng gradually discerned its form. To his disbelief, the figure was clad in the uniform of Castle Academy. How could this be? Yi Sheng's mind raced with confusion. Was this person a student of Castle Academy? But how could anyone descend to this depth without diving gear? And to add to the absurdity, he bore no oxygen tank. What manner of creature was this? Upon recognizing the figure's face, a spark of recognition ignited within Yi Sheng. This visage was all too familiar. It was Yi Feng, the very individual who had come to interview him. He could hardly believe it. Yi Feng had come to rescue him. During their missions, they had learned that the principal would accompany a new student. He never fathomed that this new student would be Yi Feng. Moreover, he was actually capable of wielding such terrifying words of power. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Sheng's pale complexion regained a semblance of color. If Yi Feng were present, the principal would undoubtedly be nearby as well. With the principal around, they would have nothing to fear. Yi Feng glanced at the two individuals tightly embracing each other and cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. This scene was torturous for him, a man who had been single for many years. All right, you are safe now. I have cleared a path for you to exit. Yi Feng indicated towards a large hole he had created behind him. Jiude, still with her eyes closed, was momentarily stunned upon hearing Yi Feng's voice, as if she recognized it from somewhere. Gradually, she opened her eyes, when she beheld the silver-haired youth with his hands tucked into his pockets. She was overwhelmed with excitement and covered her mouth. She longed to shout, yet restrained herself as tears streamed down her cheeks. Words eluded her, though she had learned of Yi Feng's deeds through Nua's accounts. His arrival signified their safety. Initially filled with despair, Yi Feng's presence now ignited a flicker of hope within her. Observing Jiude's tear-streaked visage, Yi Feng merely smiled gently. Hurry and leave, he urged. But what about you? Yi Sheng inquired, frowning as he sensed Yi Feng's reluctance to accompany them. I still have some matters to attend to, Yi Feng replied before swimming off in another direction. Yi Sheng intended to persuade Yi Feng to stay, but he darted away like an arrow, swiftly distancing himself from them. Although he had been worried for Yi Feng's safety, the display of his prowess eased his concerns. With Yi Feng's capabilities, he could likely vanquish a Dragon King without difficulty. Gazing at Yi Feng's departing figure, he smiled faintly, a sudden flush crossing his face as he turned to Jiude, who was still in his embrace. Yi, perhaps we could invite him to be the officiant at our wedding. Upon hearing this, a faint blush graced Jiude's previously pallid face. She did not respond verbally, merely offering a soft affirmative. After some time, Yifeng had already witnessed Yi Sheng and Jiu Deji successfully leave the Bronze City and ascend towards the Moni Yahi ship. However, he was acutely aware that another predicament loomed. A Dragon King's attendant, Sen's son, remained unresolved. In the original tale, he had consistently guarded Dragon King Nuo Dun's Bronze City, having pierced Jiu Deji's delicate body with his razor-like tail. Now, he had to ensure that Yi Sheng and Jiu Deji returned safely to the Moni Yahi ship. Utilizing his 6 eyes, he continuously scoured the depths for the presence of this dragon. At that moment, information surged from all directions, and soon, he discerned an immense silhouette. Yifeng furrowed his brow, observing that this colossal figure was adorned with dark red scales. These scales were as large as a knight's kite shield, layered and interlocked, enveloping every inch of its body except for the inner joints and wing membranes. Even modern weaponry would struggle to penetrate its armor. Most alarming were its massive wings. When folded, they lay flat against its robust spine, their bones resembling the curved handles of gigantic scythes. When unfurled, their wingspan could obscure the sky. Its powerful tail constituted more than half of its body length, akin to a living steel whip adorned with spikes and bony plates. Such a creature would induce terror in ordinary individuals, rendering them helpless as if they were fish on a chopping board, awaiting their fate. Yet Yifeng was no ordinary person. Regardless of the entity's nature, before his spell, it was merely a paper tiger. After confirming its location, Yifeng was momentarily startled. The dragon's target was none other than the ascending Jiu Deji and Yi Sheng. He had erred in presuming Sen's son to be concealed within the Bronze City, unaware that this cunning dragon had been lurking outside its confines. After all, the Bronze City was the lair of his master, Nuo Dun, and as an attendant, he was not permitted within his master's sanctuary. Now, a thief trespassing his master's domain would incite his duty to hunt down the intruders. Thus, the dragon swiftly approached Jiu Deji and Yi Sheng. Chapter 41. The escapees at this moment. Jiu Deji and Yi Sheng were nearing the Moni Yahi ship. They noticed an individual clad in a diving suit descending towards them. Recognizing him, they realized it was Professor Mans. Professor Mans also spotted the two of them swimming towards him. At that instant, a significant portion of his anxiety dissipated. He hastened towards them, connecting a metallic communication line to both. Thank heavens, how did you manage to escape? Professor Mans attempted to suppress his exhilaration, though his tone could not conceal his excitement. Yi Sheng pointed downwards, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. It was Yifeng. He saved us from the Bronze City. Professor Mans glanced at the unfathomable depths below, searching for any sign of Yifeng. Gazing into the abyss, a sense of trepidation filled him. Yifeng had not been equipped with any gear. How had he rescued Yi Sheng and Jiu Deji? However, this was not the time to ponder Yifeng's means of rescue. Without any equipment and alone, Yifeng's situation was perilous. He had to go find him. Turning to Jiu Deji and Yi Sheng, he said, now that you are safe, you should go rest. I will search for Yifeng. He had memorized the entire map of the Bronze City, and even if trapped within, he could find a way to escape. Professor, please be careful. Jiu Deji expressed her concern for him, knowing they had narrowly escaped the dangers of the Bronze City. Had it not been for Yifeng's timely arrival, they might not have made it to Professor Mans. Professor Mans responded with an okay gesture, reassuring them, and proceeded deeper into the waters. Meanwhile, a massive silhouette approached them rapidly. Its speed was akin to that of an arrow, undeterred by the water's resistance. As the figure drew closer, Professor Mans sensed an impending danger. Soon, he beheld a lizard-like head emerging from the depths. The creature slightly parted its jaws, revealing menacing, sharp fangs. Professor Mans was momentarily stunned. With his extensive experience, he recognized this as an ancient dragon. Observing its dragon-like scales and the pair of wings on its back, he momentarily mistook it for Dragon King Nuo Dun, for within the Bronze City, only Dragon King Nuo Dun bore such a draconic appearance. Professor Mans' brow furrowed tightly. They had indeed stirred up great trouble. He extracted a compact handgun from his backpack, fully aware that the 9mm bullets it discharged would be utterly ineffective against the creature's armored scales. However, with Jiu Deji and Yi Sheng still submerged, he knew he must provide cover for their retreat. Thus, he raised his firearm, aiming it towards them, and shouted, "Run! There are heavy weapons on the ship." Instantly, Yi Sheng and Jiu Deji responded, propelling themselves upward with all their strength. Upon sighting the dragon-like entity, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This marked their first close encounter with such a creature. Driven by the instinct for survival, they flailed their limbs vigorously, making their way towards the Moni Yahi. Bang! At that moment, Professor Mans fired several shots at the dragon-like being, the frigga bullets creating ripples in the water. Professor Mans understood that ordinary bullets would have no effect on such a creature. He could only hope the tranquilizers contained within the frigga rounds would momentarily impede its speed. Soon, the bullets reached the creature, which did not attempt to evade them. Instead, they detonated upon contact, enveloping the creature in a cloud of crimson mist. In an instant, the blood mist completely shrouded the dragon-like entity. Roar! The creature trembled as it roared, the sound generating waves in the water. Observing this, Professor Mans swiftly swam upwards, seizing the opportunity presented by the creature's slowed pace. He knew he must reach the Moni Yahihao to direct the sailors in their defense. The dragon's roars grew increasingly thunderous, and the blood mist surrounding it vanished in an instant. Roar! Once more, the dragon-like being directed its wrath towards Professor Mans. It was enraged. Professor Mans too sensed the creature's fury. Disregarding everything else, he swam desperately towards the Moni Yahihao. At that moment, the dragon unfurled its wings, swiftly fanning them backward. Its eyes, resembling those of a demon, fixated intently on Professor Mans. With the rapid flapping of its wings, its speed reached an apex, and its tail, sharp as a blade, swung menacingly from side to side. It aimed to pierce the heart of this human. Professor Mans exerted every ounce of strength to swim upward, but against the full speed of the dragon, he felt as slow as a tortoise. In an instant, the creature was beneath him. However, Professor Mans remained composed. He continued to swim while firing at the dragon-like being. Bang, bang, bang. More shots were unleashed, the bullets racing towards the creature's head. This time, it had learned from its previous encounter, using its massive wings to shield its head. Although the frigga bullets posed no real threat to it, the tranquilizers would still exert some effect. Blood mist began to form around its wings, but with a mere flap, it dispersed the mist effortlessly. As the blood cloud cleared, its colossal head emerged before Professor Mans. Noticing the creature slightly parting its jaws, it locked its gaze onto him, as if mocking his futile resistance. Indeed, how could a mere human hope to triumph over a dragon-like being? He glanced back towards Yi Sheng and Jiude Yaji, who were now prepared to board the Moni Yahihao. Observing the dragon's tail thrashing behind it, he resigned himself to defeat, lowering his handgun. He understood that his fate was inevitable. If only the principal were here, the dragon would have been vanquished long ago. Unfortunately, the principal had yet to arrive. At that moment, the dragon opened its massive jaws, revealing a maw lined with jagged, uneven teeth, and surged towards Professor Mans, perceiving him as prey. Much like a shark hunting, it simply needed to open its mouth and swiftly approach its quarry for it to unwittingly swim into its jaws. Just as the dragon prepared to snap at Professor Mans, its speed suddenly diminished. Astonished, Professor Mans observed that the closer the creature drew, the slower it became. Unbeknownst to him, another presence had materialized beside him. Chapter 42. Are you joking? Can you handle it? All of Professor Mans' attention was fixated on the dragon-like creature, leaving him oblivious to Yi Feng standing right beside him. Curiously watching the creature's deceleration, Professor Mans pondered. His linguistic abilities were merely defensive, lacking any capacity to halt time. Yet, he could not comprehend why the dragon appeared to be slowing before him. At that moment, Yi Feng spoke. Professor Mans, you should go ahead. Leave this dragon to me. Startled by Yi Feng's sudden presence, Professor Mans instinctively jolted. After all, anyone would be taken aback by the sudden appearance of another person. Quickly, a spark of recognition lit up in his eyes. He had not clearly heard Yi Feng's earlier words. Seeing Yi Feng unharmed before him allowed his anxious heart to finally ease. He excitedly grasped Yi Feng's hand, gesturing towards the Moni Yahihao. Yi Feng, hurry and regroup with them. There are heavy weapons on board. I'll buy you some time. With Yi Feng's return, it was his duty as a professor of Kasei Air Academy to protect his students. Although he had initially relaxed his grip, he abruptly raised his handgun, aiming it at the dragon-like creature. At that moment, the dimness in Professor Mans' eyes reignited with determination. Go now, Yi Feng, he urged. Observing Yi Feng's reluctance to move, he shouted once more. Yi Feng simply shook his head in resignation, viewing the professor as truly noble. Even in the face of life-threatening danger, Professor Mans prioritized the safety of his students. Professor Mans, you must leave first. If you stay here, I cannot unleash my full potential against it. Are you joking? You believe you can handle it? Professor Mans was taken aback by Yi Feng's words, which struck him as utterly shocking. How could a freshman possibly contend with a dragon? Was this not a death wish? He perceived Yi Feng as utterly mad. Despite the dragon-like creature's gradual slowing, it continued to advance toward him. Witnessing Yi Feng's calm demeanor infuriated Professor Mans. In an instant, his eyes turned red with rage as he grasped Yi Feng's collar, fervently imploring him, "Yi Feng, I am the professor. You must listen to me. Hurry back to the Moni Yahi Hao, or I will revoke all your credits." Yi Feng, unfazed, retained his stoic composure, his hands shoved into his pockets, paying no heed to Professor Man's frantic entreaties. Professor Mans, increasingly agitated by Yi Feng's nonchalance and apparent fearlessness, brandished his handgun, directing it towards Yi Feng's head, shouting vehemently, "Yi Feng, I will say it again, leave this place, or I will shoot you." At that moment, silence enveloped them, as they had failed to notice the dragon glaring hungrily at them. Yi Feng let out a helpless sigh, realizing that he could not persuade Professor Mans to leave this place. With Professor Mans remaining, Yi Feng feared that using the technique Shun Zhuang Zong at close range might inadvertently draw him into the sphere. If only he possessed the technique Ni Zhuangyi, he could instantly rebound Professor Mans away. This predicament was quite troubling for Yi Feng, since he refused to depart. The only option left was to employ the unlimited technique and teleport him back to the Monyahi. Thus, Yi Feng supported Professor Mans by the waist, and in an instant, they returned to the deck of the Monyahi. At that moment, the sailors aboard the Monyahi and Yi Sheng, who was preparing to board, were equally astonished. They thought their eyes were deceiving them, as Yi Feng and Professor Mans suddenly appeared on the deck. Everyone halted their tasks, staring blankly at the two. Yi Feng, however, paid no heed to them. With a snap of his left fingers, he vanished once more. The crew on the Monyahi stood frozen, unresponsive to the raging winds and torrential rain battering against them. At that moment, their stillness resembled a painting. After a considerable time, Yi Sheng finally snapped back to reality and shouted, "Yi Feng." Hearing his call, the others also reacted, exclaiming in surprise. The sailors rushed to Professor Man's side, removing his diving gear. Some brandished medical equipment, intending to check on Yi Feng's condition, only to find that he had vanished. Having removed his diving gear, Professor Man suddenly rushed to the edge of the deck to vomit. He only recalled Yi Feng suddenly wrapping his arm around his waist, and then he felt dizzy. Finding himself on the deck, he still felt the world spinning around him. "Where's Yi Feng?" Professor Mans cried out while kneeling on the deck. The sailors surrounded him with medical equipment. Yi Sheng, half submerged in water, responded to Professor Mans, equally astonished by Yi Feng's ability to teleport. He had witnessed Yi Feng and Professor Mans appear on the deck in an instant, only to vanish again. "What?" Professor Mans exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Yi Feng possessed the ability of teleportation. Moreover, the fact that Yi Feng had left him on the deck before disappearing indicated that he had returned to confront the dragon-like creature. Alone, Yi Feng could not possibly defeat the beast. He had to rescue him. Now that he was back on the Monyahi, he would utilize the newly developed torpedoes from the equipment department against it. With this thought, he wiped his mouth and stood, issuing commands to everyone. "Return to your posts and prepare for battle," he ordered before dashing back to the control room. When Yi Feng reappeared before the dragon-like creature, its eyes widened in confusion. It had just seen two individuals vanish, yet now one stood before it again. Lacking intelligence, it could not comprehend what had transpired. However, since Yi Feng had reappeared, it ceased to ponder further. It simply needed to eliminate this intruder in its territory. Thus, the dragon-like creature fixed its gaze on Yi Feng and let out a terrifying roar. The sound was so horrifying that it could strike fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Unfazed by the deafening roar, Yi Feng kept his hands in his pockets. With Professor Mans absent, it was now just him and the Dragon Guardian, Sen Sunday. He could finally unleash his full potential. The dragon-like creature swung its tail, attempting to pierce Yi Feng's heart. Yi Feng slowly raised his left hand, his azure eyes fixed intently on the beast as he uttered the words, "Shun Zhuang Zong." Meanwhile, within the hall of Castle Academy, everyone watched anxiously as real-time information streamed across the giant electronic screen. The atmosphere was one of palpable tension, so quiet that even their heartbeats could be heard. Chun Mo Tong's eyes were glued to the screen, her hands unconsciously gripping the mouse tightly. Lu Mingfei was similarly transfixed, afraid to blink lest he miss any updates regarding the Sanxiao mission. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins as he remained utterly focused. He worried deeply for Yi Feng. Ever since he learned that Yi Feng had dived in to save someone without any equipment, his anxiety had persisted. Even though he had used the secret path Mingze provided to unlock the map of the Bronze City, he remained apprehensive about Yi Feng's safety. Time passed, yet no news of Yi Feng emerged. In this situation, how could he not be concerned? Yi Feng had descended without any equipment to rescue someone, and he feared for his life in the depths of the Bronze City. Suddenly, the screen crackled with the urgent voice of Professor Mans. Yi Feng intends to confront the dragon-like creature alone. Hearing this, everyone reacted. Quick, arm yourselves. We must support Yi Feng. The students were momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched on their faces. What? Yi Feng is facing the dragon alone. He has gone mad. They exclaimed, panic rising in the hall. Professor Manstein was equally shocked. How could a freshman like Yi Feng possibly face a dragon alone? From the first moment, he laid eyes on Yi Feng. He recognized that this student was no ordinary child. Like Chu Zihong and Caesar, he was one of the troublemakers. Although he harbored no fondness for Yi Feng, as a professor, he felt a flicker of concern for his predicament. He wanted to reprimand Yi Feng, but was the only one in command in the hall, needing to maintain order. Silence, silence, silence. Professor Manstein urged, gesturing for everyone to calm down. Gradually, the students quieted, and an eerie stillness enveloped the hall. All eyes were fixed on the electronic screen, eagerly awaiting the latest news. Shun Mo Tong bit her lip, hands clasped in prayer, her gaze unwaveringly focused on the screen. Although she had witnessed Yi Feng eliminate over 1,000 undead with a single move back home, this time, he faced a dragon-like creature, a foe far more formidable than any undead. She wished fervently to be on site, supporting Yi Feng alongside Professor Mans. Lu Mingfei, seated behind her, turned pale upon hearing that Yi Feng was confronting the dragon alone, recalling the terrifying creature depicted in the massive painting behind Professor Udelian. Entirely black with flames spewing from its mouth. In his imagination, Yi Feng was confronting a terrifying creature all alone. Lu Mingfei, at a loss for words, leaned closer to the indifferent Chu Zihong, desperately seeking a semblance of security from him. At that moment, a cerulean sphere materialized in the palm of Yi Feng's hand. The dragon-like being locked its gaze onto this sphere, instinctively sensing its potential danger. As a dragon, its awareness of peril surpassed that of mere humans. It watched as the cerulean sphere spun and expanded in Yi Feng's grasp, drawing in the surrounding river water, which only augmented its size. The creature's primal instincts urged it to flee. However, it could not abandon its post. As the most loyal servant of its master, Dragon King Norton, it was its duty to guard the Bronze City. Now, these despicable humans had invaded its master's domain, pilfering numerous treasures and defiling the palace that had been painstakingly constructed by its master. These intruders must perish. With a fierce roar, it directed its wrath at Yi Feng. Enraged, it had cast aside its fear of the cerulean sphere, its reason consumed by fury. The dragon's roars reverberated through the river, causing ripples in the water. Even the indigenous people residing on the shore felt the ground tremble beneath them, as if the distant mountains were quaking. It was akin to the wrath of a deity. The echoes of the dragon's fury billowed Yi Feng's clothing, yet his expression remained stoic as he continued to manipulate the cerulean sphere, expanding it further. The dragon ceased its waiting and launched its attack, first swaying its tail before thrusting the sharpest tip forward. Yi Feng remained unmoved, steadfast as a mountain. The dragon's tail darted swiftly and accurately towards Yi Feng's heart. In an instant, it perceived its tail slowing as it approached Yi Feng, its speed diminishing inexplicably. It widened its eyes in disbelief, suspecting that Yi Feng had employed some kind of barrier. Channeling all its strength into its tail, it attempted to breach this barrier. But regardless of its efforts, it could not succeed. The tail's velocity continued to wane. The cerulean sphere in Yi Feng's hand expanded to a size comparable to that of the Moni Yihi. The sphere's gravitational pull intensified with its growth, continuously drawing in the river water. Miraculously, a massive whirlpool began to form around the sphere, as if it sought to consume the entire river. The water level of the riverbank steadily declined. Meanwhile, aboard the Moni Yihi, Professor Mans observed the tempest outside, thunder and lightning crashing around him. His heart mirrored the tumultuous state of the river. The sonar on the Moni Yihi relentlessly searched for the locations of the dragon-like creature and Yi Feng. The winds had escalated beyond level 12, qualifying as a typhoon, with the torrential rain exceeding local records from the past decade. If this continued, the Moni Yihi could not endure for long. The towering waves had surpassed the height of the ship, and the vessel's drainage capacity was overwhelmed. A single monstrous wave could very well capsize the ship. Professor Mans took the helm personally, skillfully maneuvering the Moni Yihi to evade the oncoming waves. He had instructed the weapons team to prepare deep-sea bombs, ready to strike as soon as the dragon-like creature appeared on the radar. We have located it, Yi Sheng exclaimed with excitement as he monitored the radar. Chapter 44. Tear it apart. Man's eyes sparkled with anticipation, suppressing his exhilaration. Report its position. Yi Sheng cautiously read the numbers on the radar, wary of misreading even a single digit. 100 meters ahead, 200 meters underwater. Simultaneously, the radar displayed a smaller light point next to the larger one, indicating Yi Feng, who was currently locked in a standoff with the dragon-like creature. With the creature's location confirmed, Professor Mance swiftly adjusted the ship's course. The Moni Yahi, undeterred by the raging storm, surged forward at full speed across the tumultuous river. Thanks to Professor Mance's navigational prowess, the vessel maneuvered like a nimble bird, evading the giant waves while maintaining its velocity. "Everyone, prepare for battle," he commanded, guiding the ship while issuing orders. He needed to reach Yi Feng swiftly to provide support, for in his heart, he believed Yi Feng, a mere novice, could not possibly contend with a dragon alone. In the face of such formidable draconic power, frail humanity was but an ant. With this thought, he gripped the helm tightly, gazing into the storm, hoping Yi Feng could endure. At that moment, the first mate, peering through binoculars, suddenly spotted a colossal whirlpool forming on the river's surface. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized the whirlpool was as large as a basketball court. Even though the Moni Yahi had been modified into a warship, it would still succumb to such a vortex. Should it be drawn in, the entire vessel would plunge to the riverbed. The first mate's face turned pale as he shouted at Professor Mance, "Captain, there is a massive whirlpool ahead." Mance furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Fully aware of the lethal threat that whirlpools posed to ships, while he was unafraid of storms, whirlpools were his greatest fear. The Moni Yahi was currently on the periphery of the whirlpool, and with its power, it could still escape. However, if it advanced any further, even with rocket-like speed, it could not evade the whirlpool's immense pull. Damn it! He cursed at the horizon, facing both tempest and whirlpool. The challenges of this mission were proving far greater than he had anticipated. He had initially planned to circumvent the whirlpool, but now, Yi Sheng's radar readings astonished him. The center of the whirlpool precisely coincided with the location of Yi Feng and the dragon-like creature. "Professor," Yi Sheng gulped, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "The center of the whirlpool is exactly where Yi Feng and the dragon-like creature are." "What?" Man's brow furrowed in disbelief. Could the whirlpool have been conjured by the dragon-like creature? If so, Yi Feng was in grave danger. He thought this without realizing that Yi Feng was the one who had created the whirlpool. It was clear that he could not take the long route. To save Yi Feng, he would have to charge recklessly into the whirlpool. Although such an action would likely lead to everyone aboard being drawn into the depths, he could not bear to watch Yi Feng perish at the hands of the dragon-like creature. As a professor, his duty was to protect every student. Even if Yi Feng was impulsive and disregarded his commands, he was still one of his students, and he could not abandon him. A decision had been made. Everyone steadied themselves as we were about to enter the vortex. The attendees voiced no objections, merely gripping onto whatever was within reach. The cockpit was enveloped in silence, save for the ferocious sounds of the tempest outside. Meanwhile, within the halls of Kaisei Shin, Lu Mingfei gazed intently at the electronic screen, his heart racing uncontrollably, unable to find tranquility. Cheng Modong mirrored his anxiety, her hands clasped in prayer for Yi Feng. The gathered crowd fixated on the screen, scarcely daring to breathe. Underwater, Yi Feng observed that the azure sphere in his hand had grown to match the size of the dragon-like creature before him. A faint smile graced his lips as he prepared to launch the azure orb, while the dragon intensified its assault. However, regardless of the angle of its attack, as it neared Yi Feng, its movements began to slow. Its eyes widened in terror as it beheld the azure sphere, now equal in size to its own form. A flicker of fear ignited within it. Letting out a roar, its ferocity had diminished significantly compared to before, the sound weaker than anticipated. It sought to bolster its courage, yet the fear clung to its heart. Unfortunately, as merely a dragon attendant, it lacked the power of the Dragon King's unique voice, which could have vanquished the formidable human before it. The roar did nothing to dispel the encroaching dread. Its instincts screamed for it to flee. Yet, it could not abandon its post. Its master had tasked it with guarding the Bronze City, and it would lay down its life to eliminate the human who dared to taint its master's palace. With that thought, it bared its fearsome maw, revealing sharp and menacing fangs, charging towards Yi Feng with the intent to rend him asunder. Yi Feng remained impassive, his gaze locked on the advancing dragon. He merely hurled the azure sphere towards the creature. The azure orb spun through the water, transforming the river into a brilliant blue hue. Even the dark surface of the river reflected this azure brilliance. Yi Sheng stared in awe at the glowing azure light upon the river, utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. The river was blue, the rain was azure, and even the sky seemed to have been painted in this color. It was as though the entire world had been enveloped in azure. Yet, this hue was familiar to him. He recalled Yi Feng's previous use of the azure sphere in the Bronze City. The azure hue surrounding him was identical to that of the sphere Yi Feng wielded. Realizing this, his eyes widened as he gazed underwater, understanding that this was Yi Feng's ability. It was Yi Feng. He shouted towards the depths. As Yi Feng flung the azure sphere, the vortex shifted in tandem, the massive orb swirling and drawing the surrounding water within its grasp. The river split in two under the swift movement of the sphere, creating a breathtaking sight. As the waters parted, the crew aboard the Moniahi saw Yi Feng, hands in pockets, unperturbed by the charging dragon. They were rendered speechless by the scene. An azure sphere hurtled towards the dragon, which, disregarding the impending projectile, opened its mouth wide, intent on swallowing it. Upon contact, it was struck by a wave of emptiness, memories of its time with its master flooding back. Tears involuntarily welled in its eyes as it gazed upon its master. Yi Feng snapped his fingers, pulling it back from its reverie. The azure sphere vanished, and it realized its jaw and limbs had been severed, leaving only half of its body intact, devoid of blood, as the azure sphere had drained it completely. With tear-filled eyes, it slowly closed them and sank to the riverbed. Chapter 45. Yi Feng emerges. Yi Feng calmly watched the dragon descend into the depths, his expression devoid of emotion. The parted river quickly converged as the azure sphere vanished. The crew aboard the Moniahi stared blankly as the waters closed, and Yi Feng vanished from sight. At this moment, the rain had ceased and the wind had calmed. A warm glow appeared where the water met the sky, signifying the dawn of a new day. As the clock approached 5 in the morning, the river lay tranquil, bearing no trace of the fierce battle that had just taken place. The crew aboard the Moniahi, having witnessed Yi Feng's triumph over the dragon, stood frozen in disbelief. They had just seen him unleash an azure sphere that had cleaved a dragon in twain, while the creature was not of Dragon King caliber. For an ordinary person to slay such a beast was a near impossibility. Yet, Yi Feng had accomplished it. Who exactly was Yi Feng? Silence enveloped the Moniahi as all minds lingered on the moment Yi Feng had vanquished the dragon. Eventually, Professor Mance regained his composure and shouted to the crew, "Quick, bring Yi Feng back." The crew, jolted by Professor Mance's words, sprang into action, preparing for the rescue of Yi Feng. The tumultuous waves of the river subsided with the retreat of the storm. Professor Mance steered the vessel towards Yi Feng's last known location. "Quick, divers, prepare to descend," Professor Mance commanded as he stepped out onto the deck, directing the crew. At that moment, a black helicopter appeared in the distance. Its frame was armed with various missile types, and a soldier in the rear held a machine gun, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. As the helicopter hovered above the Moniahi, the crew discerned the emblem of Kaisei Shuin emblazoned upon it. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a white suit, his hair as white as snow, leaped from the cabin without the aid of a rope. His landing was marked by elegance and grace, worthy of a perfect score from any gymnast. This man was Ange, the principal of Kaisei Shuyuan. He paid no heed to the bustling crew on deck, his expression tense as he approached Professor Mance. "My apologies, Professor Mance, for my tardiness." Ange sighed, reflecting on the possibility that had Yi Feng not vanished, he might have arrived sooner. He was determined to find Yi Feng and ensure his safety. With a heart brimming with righteous fury, akin to an irate lion, he focused on Professor Mance and inquired, "What is the situation? Have Jiu Daiji and Yixing been rescued?" Ange hastened towards them, oblivious to the fact that the battle had already concluded. Professor Mance cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly displeased with the elder's belated arrival. "How can you say that? If it weren't for Yi Feng, those two would have likely perished within the confines of Qingtong City." This thought remained unspoken, as he chose to ignore anger, for the paramount concern at this moment was to rescue Yi Feng. "Medical team, prepare the equipment. Once he is up, commence the rescue immediately. Diving team, get ready to submerge. We must retrieve him. First mate, keep a close watch on the radar and report the position at once upon detection." Professor Mance methodically instructed each team, determined to bring Yi Feng back. After all, Yi Feng was the hero who had slain dragons and saved them all. Upon hearing this, anger was momentarily taken aback. Was Yi Feng not yet recovered? The situation appeared dire indeed. It seemed he must take matters into his own hands. Thus, he shed his expensive suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and, with a tense expression, addressed Professor Mance. "Professor Mance, prepare a diving suit for me. I will go down personally to rescue him." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Professor Mance's eyes. The principal himself descending to save Yi Feng was indeed fortuitous. He promptly retrieved a specialized diving suit for anger. "Principal, you must bring him back," Professor Mance urged. At that moment, Yi Sheng and Jiu Daiji emerged from the changing room, ready to dive and rescue Yi Feng. However, they were astonished to see Principal Anger had also arrived. Their eyes lit up with enthusiasm as they approached him. "Principal, you are here." Anger paused, his mind swirling with questions. Were Yisheng and Zhou Deiji not trapped in Qingtong City? How had they ended up here? Who, then, was the one whom Professor Mans had rescued? In an instant, his mind faltered, a rare occurrence for him. Meanwhile, submerged beneath the surface, Yifeng sighed in relief as the dragon-like creature sank to the riverbed. This creature had not posed a significant challenge. According to the original plot, once Dragon King Norton regained his memories at Carcel Academy, he would return to Qingtong City to fuse with Longshire Sansun and exact revenge on those sent by Carcel Academy. However, with Sansun now slain by his hand, would Dragon King Norton choose self-hatching instead? If so, his combat prowess would surely surpass that of a mere fusion with Sansun. Yifeng dismissed such thoughts, eager to return and harvest a wave of emotional value. Thus, he employed the technique of limitless descent and instantly found himself on the deck of the Mania. The crew was bustling about, preparing for the salvage operation. Yet, Yifeng noticed Yisheng and Zhou Deiji gathered around Anger. Professor Mans had already suited Anger for diving, poised to enter the water. Yifeng was perplexed by this scene. He had resolved the matter perfectly. What was the need to dive? He strode purposefully towards Anger. At that moment, the crew on the deck was absorbed in their tasks, oblivious to Yifeng's presence as he walked across the gangway. As dawn broke, a shaft of sunlight illuminated Yifeng's silver hair, causing it to glimmer like stars in the sky. Yifeng is back. Suddenly, the first mate in the cockpit spotted the shimmering-haired youth on the gangway. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Yifeng. Professor Mans, hearing the first mate's exclamation, turned with excitement. Principal Anger, filled with questions moments ago, now felt a surge of anger upon seeing Yifeng. Yifeng, how dare you show your face before me? Chapter 46. I misjudged him. Anger shouted in fury, clenching his fists, ready to lash out with a punch aimed at Yifeng's stoic face. He could overlook Yifeng's retreat in battle, but he could not tolerate the fact that Yifeng had abandoned his comrades in their time of peril. To him, comrades were of utmost importance. His survival hinged upon avenging his past companions. Meanwhile, Professor Mans furrowed his brow, puzzled by Anger's words. Why did it seem as though Anger harbored deep resentment towards Yifeng? Yifeng had saved Yisheng and Zhou Deiji, even vanquishing a dragon-like creature. Such a feat would be immortalized in history. Yisheng and Zhou Deiji exchanged bewildered glances, awaiting Yifeng's response. Observing Anger in a tempestuous rage akin to an irate lion, Yifeng was at a loss, unable to comprehend what had provoked such ire. In his mind, Anger was a refined, cultured gentleman. How had he transformed into this volatile figure? Principal, what have I done? Yifeng spread his hands, feigning innocence. Anger, regarding Yifeng's innocent facade with a furrowed brow, felt a surge of frustration. This boy was oblivious to his misdeeds and dared to play the victim. Today, I must teach you a lesson. He attempted to charge forward but was restrained by Professor Mans. Professor Mans, bewildered by Anger's fury, could not fathom Yifeng's supposed transgression. Anger was usually composed. Even if Yifeng had erred, was such furious wrath warranted? Thus, he attempted to reason with Anger. Principal, Yifeng saved Yisheng and Zhou Deiji. Even if he made a mistake, isn't it enough to have a word with him instead of flying into a rage? Anger, consumed by wrath, paid no heed to Professor Mans' words. He sought to break free and deliver a blow to Yifeng. Do you know? He began. But the words retreating in battle had scarcely left his lips when Professor Mans' voice echoed in his ears. Wait, Professor Mans said Yifeng saved Yisheng and Zhou Deiji? His heart raced with disbelief. Yifeng had fled, yet he had also rescued them? The anger in his eyes diminished, replaced by incredulity. He turned to Mans, his tone becoming somewhat calmer. Did you just say he saved Yisheng and Zhou Deiji? Seeing Anger regain his composure, Professor Mans continued to elucidate. Indeed, had it not been for Yifeng risking his safety to dive and save them, Yisheng and Zhou Deiji would likely have perished in Qingtong City. Yisheng and Zhou Deiji nodded vigorously in affirmation of Professor Mans' statement. Upon hearing this, Anger's eyes widened in disbelief. Yifeng had truly rescued Yisheng and Zhou Deiji? Had he misjudged him? With this realization, Anger's ire finally subsided. His mind cleared as he pondered a crucial question. How had Yifeng arrived here? Yifeng had not departed with him. Without transportation, the journey from Carcel Academy to this location would take over 10 hours by private jet. Had this boy deemed his speed too slow, finding a swifter means of arrival? Upon reaching this thought, he calmly inquired of Yifeng. Yifeng, how did you arrive here? Yifeng observed Anger regaining his composure. Although he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Anger's earlier display of anger, he responded without reservation. I possess the ability of instantaneous movement. He refrained from explaining his limitless technique, as it would prove overly complicated. It was far simpler to assert that he could teleport. Instantaneous movement? Principal Anger's eyes darted as if deep in contemplation. Though his expression mirrored the tranquility of the current river, his heart was already in turmoil. Instantaneous movement? Such a power was unprecedented. He was aware that Yi Feng could wield a cerulean sphere, and if Yi Feng could also teleport, what manner of being was he? Having already discerned two abilities within him, there might be more hidden talents yet to be unveiled. Yi Feng must be closely monitored. Anger was determined to uncover all his secrets. Yi Feng, you rescued Yi Sheng and Jiu Ji. On behalf of Kasaya Academy, I thank you. Despite his astonishment, he bowed respectfully to Yi Feng. At that moment, the sun had risen from the east, casting the morning light upon Anger. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the Monia, he observed this scene and likewise bent in homage to Yi Feng. Amidst the serene river, egrets soared gracefully, diving down to catch a succulent fish before vanishing into the distance. Yi Feng's stern visage revealed no emotion. He rubbed the back of his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am also a student of Kasaya Academy. It is my honor to contribute. Yi Feng merely sought to evoke a wave of emotions while fortuitously rescuing Yi Sheng and Jiu Ji. After all, while reading the original text, he felt a profound sadness at their eventual demise in the Bronze City. Now, having rescued them, he hoped they could live fulfilling lives. Witnessing Yi Feng's humility, Professor Mans could hardly contain his excitement. Yi Feng, you are our dragon-slaying hero. You must demand many rewards from Principal Anger. Professor Mans and the crew of the Monia, he had witnessed Yi Feng rend the dragon-like creature asunder. Such a feat of slaying a dragon with mere flesh and blood was exceedingly rare in history. He felt compelled to secure some benefits for Yi Feng to ensure his continued presence. Upon hearing Yi Feng hailed as the dragon-slaying hero, Anger was momentarily taken aback. The calm he had regained was once again tossed into disarray. What? When did Yi Feng become a dragon-slaying hero? What has transpired? He had only spent a few hours on the plane, yet it felt as if he had been isolated from the world for years. At this moment, Anger yearned to comprehend Yi Feng's remarkable deeds. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Professor Mans, the only one who could elucidate his confusion. Professor Mans recounted how Yi Feng had torn a dragon-like creature in half using a cerulean sphere. Beside them, Yi Sheng embellished the tale, describing the celestial phenomena that accompanied Yi Feng during the dragon slaying. After hearing this, Anger inhaled deeply, withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his garment, and stepped to the ship's railing, smoking as he gazed at the distant egrets. The weight of Professor Mans' words left him astounded, momentarily rendering him speechless as he sought to regain his composure through the calming act of smoking. After a lengthy pause, he slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, unable to quell the tumult within. Discarding the cigarette, his eyes sparkled with fervor as he excitedly addressed Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you are simply extraordinary. Chapter 47. This year's freshmen are all monsters. Anger's spirit soared with exhilaration, despite the fact that the dragon-like creature was merely a dragon knight, far inferior to the Dragon King Norton. Nevertheless, to annihilate a dragon knight with the frailty of a mortal was a feat seldom accomplished in this world. Even to vanquish a dragon knight many times one's size would typically require modern weaponry. In ancient times, even a hybrid would have to sacrifice blood and life to slay a dragon. Yet, this silver-haired youth with a stern countenance had achieved it. In this moment, the history of humanity's inability to easily slay the Dragon King was on the verge of being rewritten. How could Anger not feel exhilarated? His fingers, clasping the cigarette, trembled with anticipation. He had awaited this moment for far too long. With Yi Feng's assistance, the eradication of dragons from human history was imminent. Furthermore, he could finally avenge his fallen comrades. With such capabilities, Yi Feng must be nurtured as a successor. Anger made his way to the control room and activated the communication channel for Kasaya Academy. Across the vast ocean, it was now evening in the academy. Typically, this was their dinner hour, yet the usually bustling dining hall was devoid of life. Students had gathered in the battle hall instead. Inside the hall, silence reigned as everyone sat in their places, anxiously awaiting news from Professor Mans. They had waited all afternoon, and now during dinner time, their appetites had vanished. The most anxious were Lu Mingfei and Shin Maodong, who were left without any news after Yi Feng submerged. Constantly praying for his safety, they remained tense, fearing to disrupt the stillness that enveloped the room. At that moment, on the enormous central screen, an elderly man donned in a white suit with graying hair appeared. The students recognized him as the principal. Upon seeing the principal's image, their brows furrowed with concern. They recalled Professor Mans' earlier words about diving to rescue a few individuals. and the principal's sudden appearance suggested that something might have gone awry with Mans. They dared not dwell on such thoughts and awaited the principal to speak. Thank you all. This mission was a resounding success, with no casualties. Everyone has been safely extracted. As these words rang out, a collective sigh of relief swept through the hall. Lu Mingfei, hearing this proclamation, felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he slumped back in his chair. Wonderful. Fenggu is safe. Finally able to relax. Lu Mingfei turned to Chen Mado, only to find the proud girl discreetly wiping away a tear before feigning indifference. Yet, the slight smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Witnessing this, Lu Mingfei could not help but chuckle. As everyone prepared to celebrate, Anger continued. I would also like to express gratitude to two individuals, one being Lu Mingfei. Anger gazed through the screen towards Lu Mingfei, continuing his address. Lu Mingfei, you truly deserve the S rank. Thank you for deciphering the map of Qingtong City. At this moment, everyone cast appreciative glances in Lu Mingfei's direction. He found himself somewhat flustered by this attention, as he had never experienced such treatment before. Throughout high school, he was always the most ordinary and inconspicuous one. It is likely that even the principal of his high school would not remember him as a former student. Yet now, being publicly praised by the principal made him blush slightly. He could only scratch his head, attempting to evade everyone's gaze. Suddenly, Anger shifted the topic, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I would also like to express my profound gratitude to another individual, Yi Feng. It was he who, disregarding his own safety, bravely entered the water to rescue two beloved students, Yi Sheng and Zhou Deyaji. Furthermore, it was he alone who single-handedly vanquished the Dragon Knight. The moment these words left his lips, the entire venue fell silent. They understood the weight of this statement. From their time at Castle Academy, they were aware that in ancient times, to slay a dragon required an immense sacrifice. Even in this technologically advanced era, modern weaponry might not inflict harm upon dragons. At best, it could only seal them into a slumber. After some time, the dragons would inevitably awaken, poised to wreak havoc upon the world once more. After all, in the realm of dragons, there exists a saying, only a king can slay a king. Yet Yi Feng had managed to kill a dragon by himself. Such an ability transcended that of mere mortals. In an instant, everyone, including Chu Zihong and Caesar, was left dumbfounded. They had considered themselves the elite, only to discover that this new batch of students was comprised of extraordinary talents. There was Lu Mingfei, an S rank, and Yi Feng, an A rank who could slay a dragon knight with his bare hands. However, Lu Mingfei did not exhibit much surprise. After all, in his heart, it was sufficient for Yi Feng to be safe and sound. Whether he could kill dragons was of no consequence to him, as Yi Feng was his only friend. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Anger spread his arms wide, embodying the essence of a new ruler who had toppled an old dynasty. This moment was historic. The dragons were to be expunged from history. At this juncture, the students rose to their feet, their eyes brimming with tears. They listened to Principal Anger's impassioned speech, erupting into applause that reverberated throughout the hall. From the moment they entered Castle Academy, they had harbored but one goal, to eliminate all Dragon Kings. And now, Yi Feng had accomplished this feat. Although it was merely a Dragon Knight, it was undeniably a historic achievement for humanity. Principal Anger gestured for silence, calming himself before continuing. Therefore, I have decided to become Yi Feng's mentor. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. They had not anticipated the principal would take on a student personally. Moreover, he had never acted as a mentor to any student before, yet he made an exception for Yi Feng. Upon reflection, it made sense. As Yi Feng had indeed become a dragon-slaying hero, only the principal could provide him with guidance. All the students deemed this entirely appropriate and erupted into applause once more, this time in honor of Yi Feng. Since the Day of Freedom, Yi Feng had demonstrated exceptional abilities, even defeating heavyweight figures like Caesar and Chu Zihong. Now, he had managed to take down a Dragon Knight during a mission. This was simply incredible. After finishing his statement, Anger severed the communication. The applause continued to resonate in the hall, as the event was profoundly shocking to them. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, Lu Mingfei discreetly slipped out of the hall. Such a scene was too uncomfortable for him, a solitary child. Meanwhile, aboard the Mania, the vessel glided steadily across the river. Yi Feng stood at the bow, gazing at the distant scenery when a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 emotional points. Upon receiving the system's reward, Yi Feng displayed little reaction. Now that he had accumulated 10,000 emotional points, it was time to consider how to obtain more for his ultimate goal, to exchange for the unparalleled skill, Wujin Kanchu, of Gojo Satoru. However, acquiring this skill required a staggering 100,000 emotional points, rendering the reward insufficient. Recalling the upcoming plot, he remembered the student council's freshman gala. At this event, Caesar intended to invite Lu Mingfei to join the student council. However, at that moment, Lu Mingze would send someone to invade Castle Academy, awakening the slumbering Constantine, leading to the later tale of Old Tang regaining his memory and becoming the Dragon King Norton. If his assumptions were correct, Caesar and Chu Zihong would also extend invitations for him to join their respective clubs. Yet, he was not inclined to accept. Instead, he aimed to establish a new club to rival theirs. As for the members, he had already devised a plan. He envisioned Lu Mingfei as his vice president and Chen Modong as his secretary general. Should he succeed in recruiting Lu Mingfei and Chen Modong into his club, it would undoubtedly leave everyone astounded. After all, everyone at Castle Academy knew that Chen Modong was engaged to Caesar. If she were to join his club and he managed to recruit the S-rank Lu Mingfei, Caesar would likely be infuriated upon discovering this. Contemplating this, Yifeng felt a headache coming on. Convincing these two individuals to join was no simple task, especially considering Chen Modong's capricious nature. His invitation might not guarantee her acceptance. As for Lu Mingfei, in the original story, he had no intention of joining the student council. It was only due to Chen Modong's invitation that he did so. Thus, securing Chen Modong's participation would effectively mean securing Lu Mingfei's as well. With this in mind, Yifeng gazed at the flock of egrets hunting in the distance and sighed. There was no use in pondering these matters now. He would discuss it with Chen Modong upon his return. For the time being, his priority was to establish a new club. However, he had yet to decide on a name. Suddenly, recalling that he was Gojo Satoru, an idea struck him, and he tapped his head. Let us call it Jushu Gaojuan. At this moment, the sun had completely risen, and the river was bustling with more vessels. The Mania had transformed into an inconspicuous tugboat, blending among the fleet. All the crew members had lowered their guard, and were now enjoying a leisurely time on deck. Meanwhile, Anger and Yifeng stood on the deck, admiring the distant scenery. Observing Anger's relaxed demeanor, Yifeng thought it was the perfect time to propose his idea. After all, he had achieved a significant accomplishment and would likely not be refused when making a request to him. Principal, I would like to apply to establish a new club. Upon hearing this, Anger's eyes narrowed slightly as he exhaled a puff of smoke, curiously regarding Yifeng. The school already had two clubs, the Lionheart Society and the Student Council, which were considered the pinnacle of clubs. If Yifeng could join any of the existing clubs, it would be the most advantageous for him. However, he could not comprehend why he insisted on applying for a new club. Oh, you wish to establish a new club? Aren't the Lionheart Society and the Student Council satisfactory? Yifeng did not gaze at Anger, but directed his eyes towards the horizon. Indeed, the Lionheart Society and the Student Council were commendable, yet the reputations of Caesar and Chu Zihong loomed too large. I do not wish to be subordinate to anyone. My intent in creating a new club is to demonstrate my own capabilities. I can surpass Caesar and Chu Zihong, achieving greater strength. Yifeng dared not directly convey to Anger that his motivation for establishing a new club was to astonish everyone and garner emotional value. Anger regarded this young man with a newfound admiration. He had not misjudged him. At this moment, Yifeng embodied ambition and courage in Anger's eyes, reminiscent of his own youth. How splendid it would be if Yifeng could become his successor, especially as he was acutely aware of the limited time he had left. Driven by the desire for vengeance against the Dragon Clan, Anger had resolved to nurture Yifeng as his heir. At that moment, Anger remained silent, gazing into the distance at the flocks of egrets foraging along the river. Time seemed to stand still. After a long while, he broke the silence and spoke. Upon returning to Kaisei Academy, you may apply to Professor Manstein. Although he is the discipline committee member of the academy, he also oversees student clubs. After speaking, Anger took a drag from his cigarette and continued to admire the distant scenery. Yifeng received Anger's response with a neutral expression, merely nodding. Having not slept for almost a day, he decided it would be best to rest before preparing for the evening's event. He calculated the time. Tomorrow would be the Student Council's freshman gala, coinciding with the moment when Lu Mingze would strike the academy. It seemed imperative for him to recuperate and prepare for the forthcoming gala. The next day, in the afternoon, within the student dormitories of Kaisei Academy, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, for that evening marked the Student Council's freshman gala. The new students who received invitations were elated, eagerly trying on various outfits in front of mirrors, all wishing to make a favorable impression on Caesar. At that moment, Yifeng, wearing sunglasses with his hands tucked into his pockets, suddenly appeared in the dormitory. He had initially intended to return by plane alongside Principal Anger. However, Yifeng realized that flying would delay his arrival until the evening, leaving him little time to prepare for the gala. Thus, he opted to return using his boundless techniques. He assumed the student council's invitation would await him at his dormitory door. He needed to prepare meticulously to outshine Caesar at the gala. Lost in thoughts of the evening's events, he strode towards his dormitory. Upon reaching his door, he was astonished to find no invitation awaiting him. Yifeng's lips twitched slightly as he stood dazed at his doorway. Other students who had received invitations were exuberantly shouting, proudly flaunting their invitations to others. Yet, within Yifeng's dormitory, silence reigned, as if it existed in a separate realm. Could it be that the student council's invitations have not yet been dispatched? As a dragon-slaying hero, how could Caesar overlook sending me an invitation? Does he regard me with disdain? Yifeng pondered continuously, ruminating on why Caesar had failed to send him an invitation. Gratitude was expressed to Tao Ran for the heartfelt support, and to Lang's Chunyang for the 2 tokens of affection.